The bottom line of the Dignity Act is very straightforward. You have to be in the country for more than 5 years. You cannot have committed a crime. You cannot collect government benefits.
Okay, that's false.
You have to pay a fine. You must pay back taxes. It's not false, Laura. You must pay back taxes.
All right, Congressman,
and you must be employed.
Okay.
Those are the terms.
Here's
Those
the
are
truth.
the terms.
Congressman, you know how much I like you. But you can't come on this show and say to my audience that you can't have committed a crime to be eligible under the, quote, Dignity Act, because there are several crimes that are, quote, nonviolent that do not qualify for inadmissibility. And on top of that, there are multiple instances, including family unity, public interest, and just discretion on the part of immigration officers. I can't imagine Democrat immigration officers under a Democrat president in the future was going to hold this strict, we're not going to let any criminals in. Gang member affiliation
no, what they're going to do,
wide
Laura,
latitude.
what they're going to do
is they're going to screw us all over with this amnesty bill is what it is. It's an amnesty bill to screw us all over. Hey, everybody, how you doing? My name is Jim, and I'm here to tell you some news. How's it going? Yes, entering illegally is a crime. How you doing, Miss Hacker? How's it going, Kevin? Yes, it's early. Happy Florida girl, what's up? Great to see you. Awesome seeing you here. Jonathan Marcus, what's up? I didn't know what time, just happened to pop in about 5 minutes ago. Well, that's good. Iowa background Kansas is here. Jay Schwartz, awesome. Lisa, hey, what's going on? You saw what time tonight? That's good. And Snarf is here too. What's up, Snarf? Awesome to see you. So how it worked tonight was, Robert said it said it would be a raid, so I figured I would start early. So, this guy is a ding dong. Oh, he is. That's my favorite polo shirt of yours. Well, I like this shirt. It's my favorite. It's what they call one of those, nice shirts, very nice shirt. So yeah, everybody. So basically, Jim's going to tell you some news. I don't know. I got this thing on my head. I don't really like it there. I'm going to get rid of that. What is this thing? Get this out of there. I don't like that there. I don't like that there. That bothers me. That thing bothers me. So yeah. So as usual, there's a goal, and Who is the ding dong? That's Lawler. He's a congressman from New York, and he's pushing the amnesty along with Salazar is her name. Salazar. So there's a goal tonight, everybody. The show goes about 2 hours. Everybody knows about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, somewhere around there. Unless we hit the goal, which is $100 in total across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube or Rumble, also becoming members. And if you actually donate on Cash App, PayPal, Ko-fi, whatever it's called, Ko-fi, and Super Tips, or like Locals Coins, or Twitch and Kick also have memberships and stuff like that. So if we add it all up and we hit 100, we add an extra hour to the show, and then for every additional 100 in total that comes in, we add an additional extra hour to the show. So the show could be 2 hours long, it could be 3 hours long, it could be 4, 6, 8, 10, whatever you want. And then added bonus, what we like to do when we hit 50, we activate Bella Vision for the evening, and there's Bella just chilling as usual. Unless someone is so generous that they donate $25 or greater in an individual donation, and that could be like a Cash App or a PayPal, or that could be like a Rumble Rant or a Super Chat or Super Tips, or it could be gifting 5 memberships on Rumble or YouTube or Twitch or Kick. That would automatically add Bella Vision for the evening. And it says, good evening, watchers. We are the watchers, and we are many. Hey, what's up? Did you come over from watching the watchers on Twitch? Wow. If so, that is awesome. But anyway, so the first story of the evening we're going to get into, we're going to start off with a video from Melania Trump. All right. And I know some people might have seen this, but we're going to cover this. Is going to be the first story.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at the New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. I have never been legally accused or convinced of a crime in connection with Epstein's sex trafficking, abuse of minors, and other repulsive behavior. The false smears about me from mean-spirited and politically motivated individuals and entities looking to cause damage to my good name, to gain financially and climb politically, must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone. Several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we still must work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. I call on Congress to provide the women who have been victimized by Epstein with a public hearing specifically centered around the survivors. Give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress with the power of sworn testimony. Each and every woman should have her day to tell her story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. Then, and only then, we will have the truth. Thank you.
Secretary Lutnick to continue serving.
Okay. So Mark Edwin Webb says that she's contradicting her husband. He wants to bury it. I gather that means things aren't so tickety-boo in the Trump household. I wouldn't take that. I think this is a good move by the Trump administration, because this now puts it back on the people accusing her of stuff. It puts it back on them, and it forces other people are going to have to, they're going to have to put up or shut up. They're going to have to put up or shut up. They're going to have to go testify. They're going to have to name names, which is what should happen. This aura of, what's going on and just accusations being thrown around, it needs to go directly and be like, no, who did this? Who hurt you? Name names. That's what needs to happen. And this is a good move. I see this. I think this is kind of trying to take it back. Trying to take it back and put it back on the people who actually hurt them. Do that. And hey, Pat Hacker, great. Muffin Randall, great to see you. Boom Shakalaka, awesome to have you here. Ken Krause, awesome. Melania said, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Yes, she did. The names are Howard Lutnick, Truck's right-hand man. Well, if Howard Lutnick did something, it's going to be on him. He's going to, he's supposedly going to testify. So we'll have to see what happens with that. We really will. No, they just wait until Trump dies and smear him like Cesar Chavez. Well, it's possible. Michael Wolff has a new book claiming Epstein slept with her before Trump, so a line now has been crossed. It's about time. Yeah, well, these people are going to have to learn. I want to thank everyone who came over from Watching the Watchers, Robert Gouveia. Please, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel if you like news shows every night, and hit the like button. This is going to be the first story we're going to talk about tonight. It's going to be Melania, but we got a whole bunch of stories. I've got 87 tabs open. Let's see. Maybe we'll get through them all. But who knows? All right. This is the statement from the White House. Oh, look at this. I got for going towards a goal we got from my good friend Derek, who has a movie available on Amazon Prime and other places called The Warrior. Says, thank you, Jim and chat, for the raid last night. No problem, Derek. I was happy to do it. I hope maybe you picked up some subs and some people got to take your insights on your movie, your commentary, and maybe anything that helps. Thank you so much. With that $10, my friends, that means we are now just $90 away from adding an extra hour to the show and just $40 away from Bellavision. Thank you so much, Derek. Yes, friends. Can Michael Wolff be called to testify? I hope so. I don't see why not. So this is the statement she just read. Basically the same thing. I just had this pulled up just for shits and giggles, just to make sure we had it. I wasn't sure if I was going to get the video. But here, let's see this story from Epoch Times. Melania Trump vows legal response to false smears linking her to Epstein. Wasn't Chavez a communist? Yeah, but they still smeared him because they weren't happy about his stance on illegal immigration. So they decided to, after he's been dead for 30 years, that they're going to go after him. The First Lady calls on Congress to give the victims of the deceased sex offender the opportunity to testify. Melania Trump on Thursday refuted allegations that were made about her and Jeffrey Epstein and vowed a legal response against the individuals who made those claims, and called on Congress to give victims of the deceased sex offender opportunity to testify. The lies linking me with the disgraced Jeffrey Epstein need to be end today, First Lady said in her speech. The individuals lying are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. The First Lady further clarified the history between herself and President Donald Trump and Epstein during the comments at the White House. Epstein isn't dead. I don't know. The picture kind of didn't look like him. I mean, I'm open to everything. How many people did he destroy, though, of his own people? I don't know. She said she was never friends with Epstein, and Donald and I were invited to the same parties from time to time since overlapping in the same social circles in New York and Palm Beach. And to be clear, I never had a relationship with him or his accomplice. Look at his money. His money is, there's a great video on a channel called Cappy Army that breaks down where Epstein's money came from. Wolf only has hearsay, no real proof. So give these victims their opportunity to testify under oath in front of Congress. See, that's the important thing. Have them testify under oath. So that way, hopefully everything they say will be true. Won't be any lies, because testifying under oath, and if you lie, that's a crime. Each and every woman should have their day to tell their story in public if she wishes, and then her testimony should be permanently entered into the congressional record. She added several prominent male executives resigned from their powerful positions after this matter became widely politicized. Of course, this doesn't amount to guilt, but we must still work openly and transparently to uncover the truth. Hey, look at that. We got a new member. Jonathan Marcus became a new member. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. And with that, that means we are now $86 away from adding the first additional hour to the show, and only $36 away from Bellavision. Thank you so much. And this is what Bellavision looks like. For those that don't know, we get this Bella. She does tricks, all types of stuff, and she gets very active. If as the more money comes in, Bella gets more and more active. And have fair hearings, due process for every American. I agree. Absent-minded, great to see you. That's all right. Welcome to the family, Jonathan. While she did not make specific mention of claims that were made about her and Epstein. What do you mean? She said she was never friends with him and she doesn't know him. How the fuck could you say she didn't make mention of the specific claims? Oh, my God. Several have testified on the floor, but they didn't name any names. That's the problem. The false smears about me from mean-spirited, politically motivated individuals and entities look to cause damage to my good name and to gain financial and climb politically. It must stop. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success, and I'll continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. Last year, President Trump signed a congressional bill into law that mandated the release of millions of files related to Maxwell Epstein, who was allegedly found dead in a New York jail cell in 2019. Same kind of story here from the Gateway Pundit. First Lady Melania Trump delivers stunning surprise statement on Epstein. So I've never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. So that kind of would say that she did address any lies about their relationship when she says she never met him. Lady Bama, awesome to see you here so early. Thanks for being here. Absence Minded says, I do not like this early start. I'm still at work. Oh, I'm sorry. I have no knowledge of his abuse or his victims. Breitbart just says, Melania Trump condemns lies linking her to Epstein, urges Congress to hold public hearings. All right, on to the next story. Story number 2 for the evening is Trump considers removing some U.S. troops from Europe amid the NATO strains. Hey, Off-Label Podcast. Awesome seeing you. Thanks for stopping by. Amber says, communism has dictators as leaders. Why does the left decry Trump as a dictator when they are for communism? Do they not know what they are protesting? I don't know. You know, they know what they say. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Doc says, I know it's thoroughly redundant at this point, but we really don't hate the media enough. So Trump has discussed with advisors the option of removing some U.S. troops from Europe, a senior White House official told Reuters on Thursday. I like the way she just walked out, didn't bother with the gaggle. Yeah, that was like a gangster mic drop. Later, President Trump's upset at NATO allies' failure to help secure the Strait of Hormuz and angry that his plans to acquire Greenland have not moved forward, has discussed with advisors the option of removing some U.S. troops from Europe, a senior White House official told Reuters on Thursday. What the hell? Why won't it let me see the whole story? What is going on here? Oh, I guess that's it. I guess you can't. I don't know. I'm having issues today. Trump floats pulling U.S. troops from unhelpful NATO countries. Wait, what is this?
Is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the president has discussed, and I think it's something the president will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Rutte, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the president following that meeting later this afternoon.
Wow. So there was reports that at the meeting, pull the troops. Yes, pull the troops. There was reports at the meeting that Rutte left and looked very, very distraught. Very, very distraught. Wait, didn't our troops just do a 90-mile trek undetected in a readiness training and they had to survive and not be seen in freezing conditions? And Muir wants to talk smack? Tape it, Jim. Tape what? Tape the show? The Trump administration is considering a plan to punish certain NATO allies it views as insufficiently supportive during the war with Iran, including by relocating U.S. troops away from those countries seen unhelpful. Makes sense, right? Hey, what's up, Dan? Thanks for being here. According to administration officials cited by the Wall Street Journal, the proposal under discussion would shift U.S. forces out of some NATO member states and move them to countries judged to have backed the U.S. military campaign more strongly. While the plan would stop short of what Trump's recent threats to fully withdraw the United States from NATO, a move that would require congressional approval, it would represent a significant escalation in tensions with the alliance. Newsweek has reached out to the White House via email on Wednesday for additional comment. According to U.S. officials, the idea has circulated among senior White House and national security officials in recent weeks, but remains in the early stages. It's one of several options being discussed to pressure NATO allies, the Journal reported. The deliberations underscore a growing rift between the Trump administration and European partners following the president's decision to launch the war against Iran without broader allied backing. The meeting, what to know. Secretary General Mark Rutte traveled to Washington this week for talks with Trump, as officials sought to manage strains within the transatlantic alliance. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said Trump planned a frank and candid conversation with Rutte on Wednesday and accused NATO allies of failing to support the American people despite longstanding U.S. defense commitments. EU will have to use money for the military. No more free healthcare, maybe. It's possible. Yeah. Let's see them fund all their socialist crap without us subsidizing 20% of their GDP. Yeah, so no military force on earth can stand up to the American forces, not yesterday, today, or tomorrow. Our only weakness is political rule of engagement. Yes, it is. Non-allies equals the windmill countries. Yes. In response to a question from Newsweek's Leonardo Feldman during Wednesday's press briefing, Leavitt said Trump plans to discuss the extreme measure of NATO withdrawal directly with Rutte during the talks at the White House. It's something the president has discussed, and I think it's something the president will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Rutte. When asked whether Trump remains open to leaving the alliance, I say he should just send a notification. We plan on leaving. Let Congress deal with it. After this meeting with Rush and an all-caps message on truce Wednesday, President Trump echoed broader attacks on NATO over the Iran war and repeated his frustration with Denmark and the alliance over Greenland. He posted, "No, NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again. Remember Greenland, that big, poorly run piece of ice." Rutte, speaking Wednesday night to Jake Tapper, said his meeting with Trump was very frank, very open discussion, but it was also a discussion between two good friends. He said on the lead that the president is clearly disappointed with the NATO allies. Yes. Stark contrast in the UK is when ISIS wanted military volunteers, thousands answered. When the UK wanted military volunteers, dismal results. Yeah. Yeah, it was the Green Berets, Military Times. Green Berets infiltrate 90-plus miles undetected in week-long exercise. Rutte met separately with Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Wednesday at the State Department ahead of the White House talk. In a statement, the State Department said the two had discussed the war in Iran, U.S. diplomacy aimed at ending the Russia's war in Ukraine, and what it describes as increasing coordination and burden shifting with NATO allies. We need to shift some burdens, definitely. Trump's growing NATO feud. Trump has repeatedly criticized the 32-member NATO alliance. Those tensions have intensified since the Iran war began in late February. Trump has repeatedly argued that securing the Strait of Hormuz is primarily the responsibility of the countries that rely on the Middle Eastern oil flows, not the United States. Man, that makes sense. Like, why wouldn't, go to the Strait and just take it, Trump said last week, criticizing allies for what he described as a lack of initiative. His frustration has been compounded by decisions from allies, including France and Spain, to restrict or deny U.S. access to their airspace or military facilities for operations related to the Iran war. While those countries and others have signaled willingness to participate in a post-conflict international effort to secure Hormuz, they decline to support active combat operations. Like, what does that say? We decline to support active combat operations. That's like, that's not good. That's not good. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who Trump has criticized publicly in recent days, was scheduled to travel to the Gulf region on Wednesday to support the fragile ceasefire and advance plans for a long-term security arrangement for the Strait. British officials say London has been working on proposals to protect navigation in the narrow corridor between Iran and Oman once the fighting ends. U.S. military presence in NATO countries. The United States has roughly 84,000 troops stationed across Europe, according to the Council on Foreign Relations, citing U.S. European Command, EUCOM. During the Iran conflict, some European governments placed limits on U.S. military access, including Italy's temporary restrictions on the use of an airbase in Sicily and France's conditions on flights landing at a base in southern France. Beyond troop repositioning, the administration is also weighing closing at least one base, possibly in Germany or Spain, according to officials cited by the Journal. Countries viewed as supportive, including Poland, Romania, Lithuania, and Greece, could see increased U.S. troop presence. Those nations have a higher defense spending level and were among the first to support international efforts to safeguard shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The UK strives for weakness. Weakness is their desired goals. The UK could tap the North Sea and have a leg to stand on, but they've cucked themselves for the last 2 to 3 generations. Yeah, don't rush it. It happens soon enough. It does. It totally happens soon enough. And this is a same story from Reuters. Trump weighs pulling troops ahead to NATO strain. No decision on removing troops has been made, the White House says. Trump's angry at NATO's hasn't helped, and NATO alliance is traversing the rockiest stretch in decades. It says Romania is closing a right-wing TV station that says elections should not have been canceled. Perhaps Romania after Cuba? Perhaps. Trump is upset with NATO allies. It's in their failure to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. And his plan, and are interfering with his plans to acquire Greenland. No decision has been made by the White House, and the White House has not directed the Pentagon to draw up any concrete plans to reduce troops on the continent. But the discussions alone underscore how sharp Sharply, relations between Washington and its European NATO allies have deteriorated in recent months. They also suggest that a visit to the White House on Wednesday by NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte failed to significantly improve the transatlantic relations, which are arguably at their lowest point since NATO's 1949 founding. The U.S. currently has more than 80,000 troops in Europe and has played a central role in Europe's security architecture since World War II. More than 30,000 of those troops are located in Germany, with sizable numbers also stationed in Italy, United Kingdom, and Spain. Yes, if they don't be careful, they're going to go to Italy and they're going to get rid of their, what was it called? Their special vehicle that they used to go into Czechoslovakia in stripes. Remember that? I can't remember the name of the base in Italy and what was called. The official did not say which countries could be affected or how many troops might be ultimately withdrawn. The alliance is in crisis. While Trump has long had a tumultuous relationship with NATO, for years accusing European capitals of skimping on defense spending. Well, they have. Everybody knows they have. Everyone complained about it. Trump was the first one to do something about it. In January, Trump provoked the transatlantic crisis when he renewed longstanding threats to annex Greenland, overseas territory of Denmark, which they have no business having. Since the war in Iran broke out on February 28th, he's expressed deep frustration that NATO allies have not offered to help reopen the strait, a vital route for global energy supplies that has remained largely closed despite a fragile ceasefire announced this week. NATO diplomats have said that the U.S. has not made it clear if it's expected any mission in the Strait of Hormuz to start during or after the conflict. Oh, wow. Sorry. And they said the U.S. has not specified what particular capabilities is expected of each NATO country. Open the strait, send your ships there. If somebody attacks you, attack them back. That's what you do. You defend yourself. The Wall Street Journal reported on Wednesday that senior administration officials were discussing moving troops stationed in Europe out of the countries whose leaders had been critical of the U.S.-Israel war in Iran and into European countries whose leaders had been more supportive. The White House told Reuters that Trump was specifically discussing bringing troops back to the U.S. rather than moving them to different foreign countries. So which is it? Is it back to the U.S. or is it to other countries? In 200 years, they went from over 900 ships to only like 90-something. They have more admirals than ships now. Yeah, it's terrible. It's a terrible thing. It's terrible. Terrible. And this is from an Israeli paper that says U.S.-NATO tensions grow as Trump weighs troop withdrawal from Europe. Oh, look. I guess my ad blocker is working now because I went to go to a story on a New York Post. It says, we need your help. Allow ads. So see, I don't understand. What the fuck? I don't know. I can't even. This is fucking terrible. I can't figure out how to do this now. It's not coming up. Ugh. What a pain in the balls that was. What a pain in the balls. Not to continue without supporting option. It has the best revenue. You know how to use the Wayback Machine? Yeah, I do it for other stuff. Like when I first pulled up the story, it didn't do that to me. So, ex-Army employee was profiled by Politico, charged with leaking classified information to a journalist. Yeah, can you believe that? That someone that Politico was champion turned out to be a leaker. What the fuck? Now, see, this is seriously, this is what they're going to do to me? You're going to keep putting ads on like that? That is one way to really piss me off, New York Post. A former Army employee profiled by Politico was indicted on Wednesday for allegedly sharing classified materials with the journalist. Courtney Williams, 40, held a top-secret security clearance during the period she worked for a special military unit out of Fort Bragg between 2010 and 2016, according to the indictment. She's accused of repeatedly communicating with Seth Harp, a journalist and author via phone calls and text messages between 2022 and 2025, during which he provided statements to Harp containing classified national defense information that he published in a book and magazine article published by Politico. Harp directly attributed statements to Williams for his August 2025 expose on sexual misconduct and drug trafficking that allegedly took place within the ranks of Army's elite Delta Force. Why was this person anywhere near Delta Force? It's unclear what specific material in Harp's magazine piece or book may have been classified. The indictment notes the offending content is related to sensitive tactics and techniques and procedures used by the Special Military Unit. You won't like Jim when he's angry. No. Meant note, it was just under the disable your ad blocker banner to the left. Williams expressed concern about what Harp attributed to her in a text message she allegedly sent to the journalist and her mother after reading his story. I wish you had sent me a copy of what was going to be published prior to publishing. I would definitely have been concerned with the amount of classified information being disclosed. So she knew she fucked up. She wrote one text message to the reporter, according to the indictment. I thought things I was telling you so you could have a better general understanding of how the unit was set up or operated would not be published, and I feel like it feels like an entire TTP was sent out in my name, giving them a chance to legally persecute me. Well, you broke the law, lady. You know you broke the law. Per the indictment, I'm taking deep breaths, but I have a feeling this is going to be more of a nightmare for my children than not. The former Army employee then lamented to her mother, I might actually get arrested. I don't even get a free copy of the book. When her mother asked why she might be arrested, Williams responded for disclosing classified information. So she knows that she disclosed classified information. This is what you call consciousness of guilt evidence. That's what you call consciousness of guilt evidence. Harp did not respond to the post request for comment. In a statement posted on social media, he described Williams as a courageous whistleblower and called her arrest an outrage. In addition to the sensitive information she allegedly provided Harp, Williams is accused of making unauthorized disclosures of national defense information on social media. FBI Director Kash Patel said Williams' arrest should serve as a message to any would-be leakers. We're working these cases and we're making arrests. The FBI will not tolerate those who seek to betray our country and put Americans in harm's way. I guess that's it with that story. The Epoch Times has it. FBI arrests former Army contractor for allegedly leaking top secret details about special forces to the media. Contractor allegedly lost her security clearance in dispute with Special Forces unit in North Carolina. So there was some kind of she heard some guys tell some dirty jokes and went full awful. That's what it seems like. Dan. She was indicted by the federal grand jury and charged with violating the Espionage Act in connection with the transmission of classified national defense information to journalists in violation of federal law. She allegedly had daily access to a wide range of classified information. As a clearance holder, Williams was trained to know about proper handling, safeguarding, and storage. Well, there's a lot of other people that handle classified information poorly. It got a pass. Hillary Clinton. She understood disclosing it would constitute a criminal offense. We need to bring back firing squads for traitors. Yeah, well. Investigators allege that Williams repeatedly communicated with the journalist by phone, text message. The two had over 10 hours of phone calls and exchanged more than 180 messages. In one message, the reporter identified himself as a journalist and said he was seeking information about the unit to support an upcoming article and book. After the communications, journalists published a book and article that named Williams as a source and attributed specific statements to her. Prosecutors didn't name the journalist in the complaint, but Seth Harper, an investigative reporter and foreign correspondent, published a political article on Williams in August 12, 2025. The Fort Bragg cartel, drug trafficking, and murder in the Special Forces. Harp did immediately return a request for comment. The FBI is incapable of solving real crimes like all the murders on Fort Bragg involving elite soldiers trafficking drugs, so they settle for retaliating against courageous whistleblowers. Here's the thing. If you give out classified information, you're not a protected whistleblower. The article names Williams and describes her decision to take a job as a contractor after ending a 4-year enlistment in the Army, where she had served as an interrogator and Arabic linguist. Her position in Southern Pines, North Carolina, was in mission support, and was run by former members of Delta, the Army's component of Joint Special Operations, JSOC. Williams told Harp that the job was to create and maintain fictitious cover identities for Delta Force operators to use on clandestine missions. So did she give up information about how they came up with fake IDs and stuff like that? And how they came? That would be sources and methods. That would be a problem. She also described her grievances about the unit, claiming she was discriminated against and sexually harassed. She lost her security clearance after a dispute with leadership in 2016. Williams and her husband allegedly burned through their savings defending herself in a dispute before settling with the unit's lawyers and retiring from the position. FBI Special Agent in charge of North Carolina Field Office Reed Davis said Williams faces serious charges. The tradecraft, tactics, and techniques used by the military unit in this case are classified and should be shared only with those with proper clearances and a need to know in order to protect American lives and safeguard classified national defense information. These are serious accusations. Anyone divulging information they vowed to protect to a reporter for publication is reckless, self-serving, and damages our nation's security. Doc says, this is why women don't belong in men's roles. Williams was not reachable for comment. So. And then Sarah Geller, what's her name? Pamela Geller says, disgruntled Army employee arrested for leaking classified info to the media. That picture with her hands just makes me go, she's trouble. Williams put our troops in harm's way. I hope she gets a life sentence. Oh, I guess that's one way to look at it. All right, now we got this story. It says Minnesota school districts and teachers union challenge Trump's policy in court. 2 Minnesota school districts and the state's main teachers union have asked a federal judge to block the Trump administration's change in policy that gave immigration authorities a freer hand to conduct enforcement actions in and near schools. There are idiots of both sexes. Yes, there are. Total idiots. Attorneys for 2 Minnesota school districts and the state's main teachers union asked a federal judge Wednesday to block a Trump administration change in policy that gave immigration authorities a freer hand to conduct enforcement actions in and near schools. There is no thing as like home base where you're free from those things don't exist. Department of Homeland Security last year rescinded long-standing nationwide restrictions on immigration enforcement in or near sensitive locations such as schools, school bus stops, churches, hospitals, and made them off limits except in rare circumstances, which means they weren't off limits. The Fridley and Duluth school districts and the Education Minnesota Union sued to block the new policy in February at a time when the Department of Homeland Security had sent like 3,000 federal agents into the state for Operation Metro Surge. Federal agents involved in the crackdown killed 2 citizens. Well, yes, they did. The plaintiff asked the court Wednesday for either a stay or preliminary injunction that would restore the previous restraints. Attorney Amanda Kalkowski, who represents the district and union, told reporters afterwards it's unclear if a ruling in their favor would apply outside of Minnesota or to other sensitive locations like churches and hospitals. We'll just have to wait and see what the judge does. Oh, okay. Teachers across the country have detailed the ways the Trump administration crackdown has shaped their work and the lives of their students. It shouldn't have anything to do with teachers' works unless they're deciding to get involved and interfere with enforcement of immigration law. Educators describe rumors of raids that scared away students, immigrant parents who stopped sending their children to school altogether, and stories of parents and students being arrested at bus stops. Oh, well. Gundam Zig, what's up, buddy? Glad to see you here. Minnesota also reinstated genital mutilation for kids. That state needs a plutonium enema. Something. Arguments before U.S. District Judge Laura Provenzano on Wednesday hinged mostly on complicated legal issues of whether the districts and the union had legal standing to sue and could show they have been directly harmed by the policy change, and whether the new guidance counted as some kind of final agency decision that the court would have the legal authority to review. Justice Department Attorney Jessica Lundberg said swapping out last year's policy guidance for the previous guidance as the plaintiffs want wouldn't really have a meaningful impact. Even under the old rules, she said enforcement action in and around schools was always a possibility. Absence Minus says picking a fight with the law with a gun on you and or driving away from the law while engaged in obstruction are gambling with their lives. Lisa says maybe women judges are a problem. Maybe, but I don't discriminate. Provenzino said she would rule as quickly as I can, but make sure I get it right. Oh, sure you will. Sure you will. Friedley, Superintendent Brenda Lewis said that the change deeply impacted attendance because families did not feel safe sending their children to school. She said schools had to pivot to virtual learning. Whew, why am I yawning? The superintendent also said her district had lost 72 students since December, which has hurt funding that was dependent on the numbers. So they don't care. They don't care if they're illegals. They don't care. What about the cost of having to have all these bilingual and other things? What about those costs? You think that costs money? Well, the official end of Operation Metro Surge means Fidley hasn't seen ICE officers on school property in 8 weeks. Lewis said the impacts will last for many months. Many months. Duluth Superintendent John Magas pointed out that his district, which is about 150 miles north of Minneapolis, is well outside the Twin Cities metro area, but started feeling the effects of the policy change long before the surge. School districts across the Twin Cities saw an absenteeism spike during the crackdown. In St. Paul, over 9,000 students were absent in mid-January, more than a quarter of the district, according to attendance data obtained by the Associated Press. Well, how many were absent the previous January? Huh? Where are those numbers? I'm not saying they're similar, but how do we know if they're not telling us? Minnesota school district had over 8,000 students stay home on the last day of school in January, close to 30% of the students, and Fridley saw attendance drop by nearly a third. Sharon Lurie, data reporter for Associated Press, contributed to this story. Because they are illegals. Yes, that's why. Because they are illegals. Because they are illegals. Legals. Judge hears arguments in Minnesota school district lawsuit against ICE and DHS. I don't think they have standing to sue. That's my personal opinion. I think this should be dealt with very expeditiously. Just say you have no standing to sue. This doesn't affect you. Districts are trying to fight an executive order signed by Trump in January 2025. The order reversed an October 2021 policy by Biden administration. So they say it's a long-standing policy, but it's not a long-standing policy. It was enacted by fucking Biden in October of 2021. How do they lie? Oh, how do they lie? Oh, this was a long-standing policy. No, it wasn't. It was implemented by Biden 4 years ago. Well, you can't stop it now because once anything goes the way we want it, you can never stop it. I know what the part of the problem is. The districts are trying to fight an executive. Okay. Yeah. Our district needed a helper. We needed to pursue how to keep our children safe. Needed a helper. What kind of helper did they need, I wonder? Wonder. What kind of helper they needed? Sorry, I forgot to take my after-dinner medication. I just realized that's probably why I'm yawning. We looked multiple ways to get the safety back, and this was one of the ways. This was one of the ways to sue. To sue. When the lawsuit was filed, the Department of Homeland Security told WCCO in a statement that agents are not going to schools to arrest children, but instead to protect them. How many schools has ICE entered? The only schools I know of that ICE entered were schools that when somebody they were chasing to arrest ran into the school, they would enter the school to get that person. Those are the only schools. Criminals are no longer allowed to hide in America's schools to avoid arrest. The Trump administration will not tie the hands of our brave law enforcement and instead trust them to use common sense. If a dangerous illegal alien felon were to flee into a school or a child sex offender is working as an employee, there may be a situation where an arrest is made to protect public safety. But this has not happened. Both sides made their arguments in court Wednesday, and the judge said a decision will come down at a future date. A future date. A date of the future, they say. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Minnesota District asks judge to restore limits on immigration enforcement. Well, look at these people. Ugh. Attorneys for 2 school districts said this teachers union asked the judge to block a Trump administration change. So we'll see what happens with that. We will see what happens with that. Next story. U.S. forces will remain in the region until Iran complies with the agreement. That's what Trump says. How lefty is this judge? We will find out soon. Oh, yeah, we will find out soon. I have a feeling very lefty because it's Minnesota. None of your business. Hello, all. Sorry I'm late. Could you start over? Yeah, we will. Just hang out. We'll start over in a minute. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has told reporters that the U.S. military has accomplished its objectives in Iran, but would be hanging around. U.S. President Trump said on April 8th that warships and personnel would remain in the region around Iran until a peace deal is reached, vowing a return to military action if Tehran fails to comply. Trump wrote on a Truth Social post that all U.S. ships and aircraft, personnel, and weaponry will remain in place in and around Iran until such time as the real agreement reached is fully complied with. If for any reason it is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts. Bigger and better and stronger than anyone's ever seen before. We're going to do it bigger and better. Even though we did it the biggest anyone ever seen, we're going to do it even bigger this time. It's going to be bigger and better. It's going to be great. On April 7th, Trump announced on Truth Social ceasefire, saying the United States would suspend attacks on Iran for 2 weeks, provided Tehran agreed to complete an immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Is it open, though? Hey, NASCAR Mo says, I'm late too, but I'm glad to be here. Hello, family. Hi, Bella. Sweet day. Great to see you. Yeah, Bella's here. She's just waiting. She's just waiting in the wings. She's waiting in the wings. Sufan Center, New York-based think tank, said on April 9th that the ceasefire is on the verge of collapse, citing Israel's large-scale strikes across Lebanon. Even if Lebanon was formally outside a deal, the scale of Israeli strikes was likely to be viewed as escalatory. Both sides of the conflict disagree on whether Lebanon was included in the terms. Okay, why is my... I know what the problem is. Something's wrong with my camera. That's why I keep... That's better. I don't know what was going on there. Waiting in the wings. Yep. Oh, look at this. Lisa with $25. Thank you so much, Lisa. With that means Bellavision is activated for the whole evening. There's Bella. You get Bella. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow. That means we are now $66. No, not $66. 25, 60, $61 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's awesome. I think Israel ought to stop getting a free ride on their Iron Dome if they keep screwing with our agenda. That's what I say. Bella time. Yes, nice one. Hi, Bellavision. Yes, now we get to start the show. Bella had last night off. She did. She had the whole night off last night. She was very upset. Bella backflips. Woo, yeah. She's going to do some backflips. Yes, she is. Yes, she will. She will. All right. There she goes. She jumps that way. Oh, and then she jumps back. And then she jumps back again. Wow, man. Look at her go. Sent you a Cash App, Jim. It's not much, but I hope it helps. Well, thank you, Jules. Thank you so much, Jules. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you. Of course that helps. Wow. Thank you so much, Jules. That means we are now just $51 away. With Jules is $10 on Cash App, that means we're just $51 away from adding an extra hour to the show. Thank you so much. So it says Pakistan is set to host officials from Iran and the United States in the capital Islamabad for April 11 talks. J.D. Vance is set to lead the American delegation, and the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Bagher Ghalibaf, will be representing Iran. We're not going anywhere. The president's comments on the United States' continued presence near Iran followed the Pentagon saying on April 8th that U.S. forces remain in the region to ensure Tehran complies with the ceasefire. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth told reporters the U.S. military had accomplished objectives, but they would be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with the ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. Also present at the briefing was U.S. General Dan Raisin Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who told reporters that the Pentagon welcomed the ceasefire, but the U.S. forces are ready to resume combat missions if necessary. Let us be clear. A ceasefire is a pause, and a joint force remains ready, if ordered or called upon, to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days. Dispute over Lebanon. Since Trump announced the ceasefire, both sides of the conflict have not been able to agree on whether Lebanon is covered by the terms. The office of the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said on April 8th that the ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Trump said similarly that Lebanon was not included in the deal, telling PBS White House correspondent Liz Landers on April 8th that it was because of a Hezbollah and it was a separate skirmish. They were not included in the deal. The Israeli offensive against the Iran-backed terror group in Lebanon began days after the start of the war, after Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel to avenge Iranian leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's killing in the airstrike on February 28th. However, PAC of Stanley's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, whose government helped broker the deal, said the ceasefire was effective immediately everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere. Lebanon's parliament speaker, Nabir Berri, also said the ceasefire deal included Lebanon. Well, how would they know? They weren't even involved in any of the communications. Ghalibaf said on April 8th, statement on X, that what had been agreed to was an immediate ceasefire everywhere. Everywhere. No ceasefire, nothing. Even in Russia. Later, Vance said the United States had not agreed to include Lebanon. I think this comes from a legitimate understanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that that was going to be the case. Seriously? Trump threatens bigger and better, stronger military response if Iran doesn't comply with the deal. Yeah, even in Chicago, yes. Even in Chicago, well, they have to stop all the violence in Chicago. No more shootings in Chicago. This ad, they went goofy with this ad. Look at this. President Trump threatened Wednesday to unleash a bigger, better, stronger military on assault on Iran. They don't live up to its end of the peace deal. President Trump, in a late-night True Social post, confirmed that the United States forces he searched the Middle East will remain there until Tehran fully complies with the deal. All U.S. ships, aircraft, and military personnel with additional ammunition, weaponry, and anything else that is appropriately necessary for lethal prosecution and destruction of an already substantially degraded enemy will remain in place and around Iran until such time as the real agreement it reached is fully complied with, the president wrote. Good evening, Rewinding. Well, thanks for being here, Kelly. If for any reason is not, which is highly unlikely, then the shooting starts, he warned. It will be bigger and better and stronger. It'll be like the South Park movie, Bigger, Better, Uncut. Bigger, Better, Uncut. South Park movie. Trump asserted it was agreed to a long time ago, and despite all the fake rhetoric to the contrary, no nuclear weapons and the strait will be open and safe. Look at this. A woke Canadian lawmaker ridiculed for casually dropping MMIWG2SLGBTQIA+. That is just insane. Hey, Gino Madimer. Editor, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. You're late? No, you're not late. You're just on time. Pastor charged after grandfather of 7 drowns during baptism and said she saw him dancing with Jesus. Wow. Trump urges Netanyahu to be low-key after Lebanon strikes as Israel is set to negotiate with Beirut. American Dreamer's here. Awesome, American Dreamer. Thank you so much. Wow, with that 10, that puts us $10 closer to our goal. That means we are now just $41 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. For everyone who's late joining or whatever, if you don't know, the way the show works, it goes for about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, unless we hit $100. If we hit $100 in total, that's everything included across all platforms. I added all up: Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat, Super Tips, Rumble Rants, memberships, gifted memberships. We add it all up. When we hit 100, we add an extra hour, and then for each additional 100, we add an additional hour. So the show could be as long as any of you guys want it to be. In the meantime, our great military is loading up, resting, looking forward, actually, to the next conquest. America's back. Looking forward to the next conquest. Trump's statement comes up ahead of planned talks. All right. Well. This says Trump urges Netanyahu to be low-key after Lebanon strikes as Israel is set to negotiate with Beirut. Oh, Jesus. President Trump urged Israeli President Netanyahu. Wow. That's a mouthful to try to say that all. Rally. President Trump urged Prime Minister Netanyahu to be more low-key after the strikes in Lebanon that are threatening to undo the fragile ceasefire. With the Jewish state agreeing to negotiate with Beirut next week, the president called his Israeli counterpart on Wednesday and called him to be a helpful partner ahead of the high-stakes U.S.-Iran talks slated for next week in Pakistan. She is nice, Jim. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the 10. With that 10, that means we are now just $31 away. Just $31 away from adding an additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. You're so generous. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you, America First. JD Vance struck a similar tone on Wednesday, telling reporters in Hungary that Israel had agreed to rein in its attacks following one of the most intense bombings of the war on Wednesday. How can they always be the most intense? Every time there's a bombing, they say it's the most intense. How could that be possible? That looks pretty intense. Wow, that looks pretty intense. U.S. and Israel both insisted Israel's fight against Hezbollah, an Iran-backed terror group based in Lebanon, is not covered by the 2-week ceasefire. In light of Lebanon's repeated request to open direct negotiations with Israel, yesterday I instructed the cabinet to begin direct negotiations with Lebanon. The talks would center on disarming Hezbollah, establishing renewed peace between Israel and Lebanon. The meeting is expected to begin next week in Washington with the U.S. side led by Mikel Issa, an American ambassador to Lebanon. Issa Osa. Comes after Israel's military issued a fresh evacuation order on Thursday to southern Beirut, including for areas that had yet to be hit during the war. The Defense Army continues its operations and strikes against military infrastructure belonging to the terrorist Hezbollah. Our concern is for your safety. You must evacuate immediately. Iran slammed the actions of Israel. Ceasefire violations carry explicit and strong responses. Did you see the circus? What circus? It was intense. Oh, I get it now. It was intense. Yeah. Iran was on the verge of responding to the ceasefire violation last night. Pakistan intervened and conveyed messages indicating the United States would control Israel. Hey, what's this from Duck Fat? I'm going to have to look and see what that was from the old Duck Fat. Duck Fat gifted one Jim Tells You membership. Thank you, Duck Fat. So if you aren't in Rumble and you want to get a free membership, go over to the Rumble and get your membership from the Rumbles. That means we are now $5 closer. That means we are now just $26 away from adding the first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Thank you, Duck Fat. How's it, homies? Yes. Yeah, see, it says right here, Duck Fat gifted one Jim Tells You membership. But no one got it yet because they're all members in there. Rumble, 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 Rumble. The tension in Lebanon comes as U.S. and Iranian delegates start to meet in Islamabad. And this story, I saw this. I just saw the story and I was like, oh, we have to talk about this. So, pastor charged after grandfather of 7 drowns during baptism, and she said she saw him dancing with Jesus. I saw him dancing with Jesus. Oh, my daughter has me coloring, so I missed it this time. Uhuru. Uhuru. A UK pastor has been charged with manslaughter after a grandfather of 7 drowned during a home baptism. And she allegedly recorded a video saying she saw him dancing with Jesus. This says, the Michael, was gifted a membership by Duck Fat. Thank you so much. There it is. Cheryl Bartley, 48, was live streaming a ceremony October 2023 for Robert Smith, 61, on the Facebook page of her life-changing ministries, according to Telegraph. Is it just me, or does her face look really wide? The stream suddenly cut out as Smith, a born-again believer who has Parkinson's disease, was being baptized in his kid's paddling pool in the house in Birmingham, according to the report. Emergency services were called, but the grandfather of 7 was already dead. A postmortem revealed he died from drowning. West Midlands police said when announcing the charges on Wednesday. Like, this is crazy. How does somebody drown? Yeah. Dancing with Jesus means he was flopping around while drowning. Like, what did she do? She just let him lie there and he couldn't get up or something? The pastor later recorded a video about the death, saying that she saw Smith in heaven dancing with Jesus. She has been charged with gross negligence manslaughter. An offense which carries a sentence ranging from between 1 and 18 years on average in the UK, and is set to appear in Birmingham Magistrate Court on May 14th. Hey, Catherine K., thanks for being here. She really dunked him. Yeah. Smith was originally from Jamaica, but had lived in the UK for 25 years. He was a barber in Brixton, London, according to The Guardian. He had already been baptized, but he wanted a new ceremony to become born-again believer. That's some shitty AI pictures. Look at that. Wow. That's a crazy. As mine says, women should not be church leaders. I don't know. Witnesses? I think it was live streamed, so they have a video of it. He got born again, I'd say. Oof. It's a little harsh. We got this story. Netanyahu says Israel wants to start peace talks with Lebanon as soon as possible. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Thursday that he has given an instruction for Israel to begin talks with Lebanon and would also include disarming Hezbollah. In light of Lebanon's request for direct negotiations with Israel. I instructed the cabinet yesterday to start direct negotiations. There was no immediate response from the government to Netanyahu's remarks. An hour before the statement, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun said the only solution to the situation is Lebanon is to achieve a ceasefire with Israel and Lebanon, followed by direct negotiations with them. Oh, witnesses in person to save him? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why nobody saved him. Like, what? How long was he under the water? I mean, it takes a little bit of time to drown. It's not like that quick. It takes some time. It says at least 400 Hezbollah fighters have been killed, according to sources familiar with the group. Israel, Lebanon, to begin direct talks on Hezbollah. Israel to hold direct talks, peace talks with Lebanon aimed at disarming Hezbollah. Netanyahu authorizes direct contacts with Lebanon. All right, now we got this story. J.D. Vance's fraud task force uncovers $6 billion in potential fraud. Begins taking action. She saw him flailing around and did nothing. It seems like it. Seems like that must have been the case. Like, seems like it. Oh. Vice President Vance has reportedly uncovered over $6 billion in potential fraud after President Trump tapped him to lead a nationwide task force meant to root out criminal activity. The task force has identified $6.3 billion with a B in government contracts linked to potentially fraudulent businesses. The task force, alongside the General Services Administration, the GSA, are beginning to send out letters to nearly 400 businesses with government contracts that they believe could be fraudulent. A barber with Parkinson's? Could be hard to get a straight cut. According to the report, the investigation found 895 contracts awarded to 392 businesses totaling $6.3 billion, worth $3 billion still left to be rewarded. What? Say what? Those businesses will have 30 days to prove their legitimacy and must provide evidence of a real physical location where their operations take place. What? So all you got to do is have a place of business somewhere and just say, nope, this is where it is, and then you're good. And that gets you all the money? Wow. That's amazing. As my good friend Jesse Lee Peterson would say, that's amazing. That's amazing. Our good friend America First says, my barber has Parkinson's and he uses the straight razor on me all the time. I wouldn't. Yeah, you're very brave. Very, very brave. They said Jesus walked on water, not in it. Yeah. The task force was created shortly after reports circulated of mass fraud that was uncovered in Minnesota, earlier this year, when multiple daycare centers, many run by smelly immigrants, were found to have no children enrolled, yet they were still receiving massive quantities of taxpayer funds. The Department of Justice estimated that several $1 billion have been stolen by phony organizations in Minnesota alone. The DOJ cited examples of waste and mismanagement of social service programs meant to provide food and health care for the needy. In his executive order establishing the task force, Trump wrote that the staggering fraud and waste in Minnesota alone is a case in point. Federal prosecutions in the state estimate that Medicaid fraud in recent years could total in the billions. Nearly 9% of the roughly $866 million spent on food stamps in Minnesota each year is estimated to be spent in error. Commander-in-Chief also addressed the fraud numbers during a speech in February, adding that there has been No more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the smelly community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. With all the information and actually the number is much higher than that. Much higher. Much, much higher. Majority of contracts that are currently under scrutiny were awarded under the Biden administration. The fact these taxpayer dollars went out without verifying if the contractors and vendors were even real or lawful businesses is a disgrace. And yet another example of how the previous administration flouted basic anti-fraud guardrails, a senior White House official told the news outlet. Doc says, I need to figure out how to use AI to search for multiple subsidized businesses piled into the same location. It has to be fraud in Nevada, too. California exceeds mini Somalia. Yes, it does. Vance met with his new anti-fraud team for the first time March 27th. A spokesperson for the vice president added, the task force will leave no stone unturned in the hunt for fraud. If fraudsters are robbing hard-working Americans of their tax dollars and services, we will find them. Democratic Rep Ilhan, I married my brother Omar of Minnesota, will be the main target of the new group for alleged immigration fraud, joining fellow Minnesota Democrats Tim Walz and State Attorney General Keith Ellison. Walz and Ellison were grilled before Congress in March over what they knew and when they knew it, and concerning the recent fraud scandals. If you've ever watched The Sopranos, you know that politicians are getting kickbacks from these scams. Yes. Everywhere there are refugees and asylum seekers, there will be massive fraud. Massive fraud. Half the money spent every year is fraud. Yes. Yes, it is. The alleged victims just released a statement refusing to testify, said they've done their part. Well, then, here's the thing. If that's true, if they released a statement saying they've done their part, guess what? Fuck them. They're all liars. At this point, that's what I say. Fuck them. They're all liars. If they're refusing to testify under oath and name names, they need to go fuck right off. Fuck right off. Doc, seems like the business records kept by government would tell you. Yes. 167 watching and only one. And I just hit the like at 64. Yeah, you know, I don't know. Hire the IRS to follow the money. That's what should happen, Pumpkin. But the IRS is barred from doing a bunch of stuff because of, they keep putting rules on the IRS saying, no, you can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. One lawmaker, Republican House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, who also hails from Minnesota, said during the hearing that if allegations against Ellison are proven to be true, he belongs in jail. Did everyone see the story of the Chinese couple in Arcadia, California with 21 children created through the UVI, all under 4 years old? Jim, pay them to leave a like? I don't know how to pay them to leave a like. How can I pay them to leave a like? Please leave a like. Please leave a like. Please hit the like button. Also, yes, if they won't testify, they can GTFO. Yeah. You got to remind us to hit the like. Yes, hit the like. Subscribe. Become a member. Mr. Ellison, my concern is that you actively obstructed this investigation in exchange for campaign donations, a quid pro quo. If these concerns are proven to be true, you should be disbarred and you should go to jail. Yes. Wall's actions were also put under a microscope during the same hearing when GOP Rep Jim Jordan of Ohio pressed the former vice presidential nominee about the Feeding Our Future fraud case. Jordan accused Walz of lying about restarting payments to the organization after they were initially suspended, saying, why didn't you just tell the truth about the Feeding Our Future program? The program, in my understanding, received $3 million the first year, and a couple of years was getting $200 million. Whistleblowers raised concern, and the chairman said, auditors raised concern. Everybody raised concerns. Everybody raised concerns. Mr. Ellison is a snake. I can never figure out how these numbers work. Me neither. I can't figure it out either. I really can't. I can never figure it out. Never figure it out, me. March 30th, 2021, the payments are stopped, and a little over a month later, the payments are restarted. Why did you tell the truth about why you restarted the payments? Walz claimed the payments were resumed to a court order, but a statement on the Minnesota Judicial Branch website explained that no such order was ever issued. Well, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying because you can't say a court ordered you to restart the payments, and then the court says we didn't order you to restart the payments. So either you're lying or the court's lying, or am I just? And I'm just asking you, which one is it? Which one is it? Who's lying? Who's lying now? Wallace claimed it simply came down to a misinterpretation, but Jordan disagreed, saying Wallace likely feared political backlash from the smelly community. Well, yeah, you don't want the smelly community to surround your house and be all smelly. Do you? Bumpkin says, Jim, you follow Bianca too? You're talking Chad Bianca or you're talking about Bronca? Bronca or Bianca? Same thing here. Trump team's target staggering fraud, $6.3 billion in suspect contracts. Newsmax. Vance team probes $6.3 billion in federal contracts. President J.D. Vance Anti-Fraud Task Force identified nearly $6.3 billion in federal contracts awarded to businesses suspected of being fraudulent. Fraudulent. Bronca. Oh, yeah, I follow Bronca. Yeah. In total, 895 contracts were awarded to 392 businesses worth about $3 billion of funds yet to be distributed. Wow. Hold on, I got to grab another drink. Only take a second. I got them right here. Bring back Doge. Get me one. I know. I was thinking about having a beer, but I don't know. I was thinking about having a beer, but I don't know. Oh, look at Bella eating her paw again. You have to shake this Snapple tea because they got these ridges in the bottom, and then if you don't, it gets like tea. It gets like in there, like tea concentrate or something. I don't know what it is. Some odd stuff. The companies will have 30 days to demonstrate they have a valid physical address and legitimate operations. Like, what? What? Like, that's all you need? Is that all you need? Is that all you need? Is a valid physical address to prove you're a legitimate operation? Is that all you need? They still make a Busch 30 pack? I think so. I haven't bought Busch beer in a long time. I haven't bought beer in a long time. I usually just get like a 12 pack and it lasts me like several months. I don't drink a lot of beer. I usually drink Yingling. The fact that these taxpayers' dollars went out without verifying the contractors and vendors are even real or lawful businesses is a disgrace. Falstaff beer? I've never had it. Is it good? I've never had it. Is it good? We cannot trust the state to manage federal grants. Yeah, that's what should happen. It should stop. It should stop. It should just stop being all. Basically, it's just like what's known as like a pass-through organization. Like the states are just a pass-through. They just pass it through. No, it's not. It's not good, or it's not real. I hope not. That's why all these offices, they have all the same offices in the same building. Oh man, I miss Yangling. It's not this far west yet. Victor David Hansen says most likely Trump will form alliances within NATO and leave. Sure, why not? Colin McDonald was sworn in April 1st as Assistant Attorney General for the Justice Department National Fraud Enforcement Division, a newly created unit tied to the effort. No, it's not good. Okay. The Vice President's task force will leave no stone unturned in the hunt for fraud. That's good. Not leave NATO. Oh. To form alliances within NATO and not leave NATO? Oh, I don't know. And then here. Faux news. J.D. Vance task force flags $6.3 billion in government fraud. Let's see. Oh, that's a good little thing here. I wish I would have known this was here before. I would have played this and I could have got my drink and went to the bathroom.
We think fraud has been a problem for a long time. It became a massive, massive problem under the Biden administration. We're going to do a number of things. First of all, we're going to turn back on those anti-fraud protections so that all of these cabinet officials are looking at what's going on and focusing on it. This is not just theft of the American people's money. This is also theft of critical services that the American people rely on. It is replayed again and again and again across many states and across many different programs. It has to stop. The President of the United States has ordered us to stop it, and that's what this task force is going to do.
Vice President J.D. Vance leading his first meeting with the president's task force to eliminate fraud among the hundreds of billions. Meanwhile, Dr. Mehmet Oz, the administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, told me in a Fox Business special on the war on fraud that his agency is tracking thousands of cases, including the odd fact that a third of all hospices paid by Medicaid and Medicare are in just one city, Los Angeles. Watch.
You have to ask yourself exactly how many people are actually dying in Los Angeles. It's not 1/3 of all people in the country. Look at that. Almost 2,000 hospices in LA County. We believe half of them could be fraudulent. And the reason for this is because Los Angeles and the state of California, who regulates these hospices, was tolerant. They were perfectly fine with these systems sprouting up. We believe that many of them are created by the Russian mafia. In fact, when you try to bust these folks, sometimes foreign nationals run back to their own country. We're seeing this in other areas. And in Flushing, I just mentioned, we think the Chinese government might be involved. And in southern Florida, where you have twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers as McDonald's, we think the Cuban government's involved.
Let's bring back our panel. Kim, I'm not generally a big fan of these task forces in the federal government, but the work that Dr. Oz and the Justice Department are doing in tracking and prosecuting fraud, aren't they giving the task force some teeth?
Oh, absolutely. And let me give you one example of how this is playing out, David. A couple of weeks ago, Vance and Oz announced that they were going to withhold about $260 million from the state of Minnesota for Medicaid services that had already been paid for. And that's really notable here. They said that the money will not be going to Minnesota until the state can show that it's done an audit of its programs, that it is putting new things in place to police this kind of fraud. And why this matters is this is not necessarily...
Yes, I remember when Snapple was in glass bottles. That was oh man, so good. Those glass bottles were fantastic. I used to love them. Yeah, I don't really like drinking out of plastic bottles, but it's the only way you can get Snapples in a plastic bottle. And I loved Snapple for, I don't know, since 1990, somewhere around there, 89, 90, whenever it first came out. Those glass bottles were very aerodynamic. You could throw them and put a spiral on them like a football, and they would just zzz through the air.
Going to shut down any programs in Minnesota. These services have been provided, but they are not going to get their reimbursement for the portion from the federal government until they can start to get serious. And this is the problem, right? We have a model in which the states have had no skin in the game, no interest in actually policing this, because the more dollars they send out, they get 9 times that from the federal government, given these matching rates that we use. Yeah. So we need to come up with devices and processes that force the states to engage and then begin, because they're the ones that sign off on these providers and that make these programs happen.
Jason, Elon Musk, of course, was interested in this. He helped to create Doge, and he left in frustration, but he's getting revenge because his social media site is the platform for a lot of these exposés. We have some of the people that were involved in putting some of those stuff up that is making Americans mad as hell. They don't like their money being misused like this.
I think that this is an issue that resonates viscerally with a lot of Americans who support the safety net, but they don't like to see it abused. They don't like America's generosity to be taken advantage of, particularly when they think that illegal immigrants are involved or foreign nationals are involved and up to no good and simply taking advantage of our generosity. And Kim is right. Part of the problem is built in because of the way these Medicaid and other programs are structured.
Yes. I love Coke in a glass bottle. I still to this day, it's the best. I go to Costco and get cases of the Mexican Coke. It's bottled in Mexico, that Mexican Cokes, and they're expensive. It's expensive. You know, it's like $1.25, $1.50 a bottle. And but it's good, man. It's the best Coke you can get. I don't know why. I don't know why they taste so good. Like, I really don't. I don't know why they taste so good in the glass bottle. I don't like getting soda, like pop, in a plastic bottle with a screw tap at all. Like, I'll either get cans or glass bottles. Because if you get the plastic bottles, it goes flat. Like, it'll go flat on you. I like Coke too. Yes. It does make us look stupid. It does. Mexican Coke, yeah. The Mexican Coke is good. I don't know why it tastes better. It just does. Real cane sugar, that's why it tastes so good. Yeah. Jonathan says, I remember the one flavor of Gatorade only in the glass quart. Yes, I remember those glass quart bottles. Those, like, they were almost like jars. They were like big with the thing in it. So a big, wide open mouth. Those were great. And yeah, real sugar makes a difference. It really does. Yeah, it really does.
Where the federal government is providing matching grants, so there's an incentive to sign up everybody willy-nilly because you're getting more money from the government that way. The other problem we have facing us is that the left wants a cradle-to-grave entitlement program in this country. So again, they have no bones at all about the system being abused. The more the merrier that join these programs.
But Kyle, they're kind of getting there. I mean, this all began. We've always had fraud and waste in government, but it went on steroids with the pandemic. That we had $5.5 trillion that was sloshing around. We also had, during the time, we had the open borders. So as Jason mentioned to me, we became the suckers of the world. Everybody said, oh, you can get into America and take advantage of this. And a lot of foreign communities did, operating here. Not all legal, by the way.
Right. And some of that was intentional. The Biden administration's position being that people on these healthcare programs could stay on them. They were going to do the re-eligibility determinations because we were in the middle of a pandemic. We didn't want anybody getting sick. Some of them based on old and outdated system. I mean, the just astounding fraud in these unemployment insurance benefits in California, to pick one state. But to the point about the design of these programs, I think that is exactly right. I mean, the food stamp program, for example, it's managed by states, but the money is coming from Uncle Sam. The deal with the Obamacare Medicaid expansion was that if states would agree to it, Uncle Sam would pick up 90% of the tab. So you have to think about the incentives. If the localities are the ones handing out the money and it's not their money, how serious do you think they're going to be about really checking all the paperwork and whatnot?
And Kim, we never found out where that $184 billion to K through 12 education went. You know, I've talked to the OMB chief. He's supposed to know where these things are. He doesn't know where all the money went.
No, it went down the tubes. By the way, you know, the guys that are just tearing their hair out are all these inspector generals in Washington who've been warning about this for years and documenting it, and nobody's been paying any attention. Right. And here's the problem with these other programs like Medicaid, David, is that the word is out, and crooks are smarter than politicians, and they move faster. And this is now just an ATM machine.
Crooks are smarter than politicians, but not necessarily more honest or less honest. It's about the.
It's crazy, right? It's just crazy what's going on. It really is. It's crazy.
I think it'd be a fight between the two. You can watch my special, by the way, Fox Business in.
Oh, it's crazy. So yeah. So the task force, they're going to have to crack down on this. This has got to stop. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. Got to stop. All right, we got this story out of Washington. All right, which I saw and I was like, I really wanted to. Yeah, she's a sweet girl. Kevin says, I live on Long Island in New York. There's a lot of Jews around, so we get them in our supermarkets and everywhere for a couple of weeks around Passover. I have not seen any here where I live, and there is a lot of the tribe here. Kosher people are here. So I don't know. I've never, but then again, I've never looked for yellow cap. Yellow cap. I don't know. I'm going to have to, there sure are a lot by you. Yeah, there's a lot by me. A lot of them. But, I get along great with them though. I think they're all right. I think they're all right. We have the Mexican Coke all the time, so we don't need it special for Passover. So look at this. Left to die. Psychiatric Institute of Washington workers indicted after patient's death.
What a day.
Oh, Jesus. Are you serious?
Everything aches.
Thank you all for coming today.
Wow, that's loud.
I'm here. Where's Jason? There you are. Hi. Okay. Thank you all for coming today. I'm here to announce a one-count indictment for criminally negligent homicide. Yes, it is only a one-count indictment, and yes, it is only for criminally negligent homicide. But this is a shocking case, and I think it's important that the people of the district understand that this kind of behavior is not going to be tolerated. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about basic standards of care that need to be implemented in those medical facilities that care for the weak and the vulnerable in our society. This one-count indictment stems from an event that occurred at the Psychiatric Institute in Washington, and it involves an event that occurred in the medical unit. 3 individuals have been charged. Nelson Kuma, a psych tech, Rich Hanu, a psych tech, and Norma Munoz Bent, who is a registered nurse. They are charged with knowing failure to discharge the duty to provide care and services necessary to maintain the health of an individual that we will refer to as GW, a vulnerable adult, including medical services that a reasonable person would deem essential for the well-being, which ultimately caused his death. Now, according to the evidence that we will prove at trial, GW was a patient who just 2 days earlier had had an emergency event, and there was a code blue. He was resuscitated and he was fine. Now, as a result of his being at this facility, he was one of those patients who was on what's called one-to-one care, which means that someone is supposed to be caring for him, watching for him, and every 15 minutes, someone is supposed to be checking his medical and doing a health check and entering information into a record. Now, I want you to just follow me for a couple of minutes. It is 12:38 in the afternoon. We know all of this because there is a video. The individual, GW, a 58-year-old man, is in a room. It appears that he's starting to have labored breathing. He is on a mattress on the floor. He has no clothes on. He has a sheet that's halfway pulled up his body. At 12:38, the first tech comes in. He sees the patient on the side, on the floor, with his face toward the side, pretty much in a down position. And, he notes that he's not breathing properly. He does nothing for 4 minutes. He walks around. He does nothing. A second tech enters the room. They fist bump each other, and for 7 minutes, they have a very animated conversation.
Bella.
It's as though the
What are you barking
patient on the floor who was suffering from labored breathing is not even there. At 12:49, we're almost 10 minutes later, the RN comes in, the registered nurse. She too stares at the patient. She puts her hands on her hips. She doesn't touch the patient. She's standing by his feet. And a minute later, after she continues to stare at him, she walks out of the room.
Hi, Terry.
And at 12:51, no one has done anything, but they bring in a cuff to check his blood pressure. Where do they check his blood pressure? They check his blood pressure on his forearm, not above his elbow, but on his forearm. And the cuff that they use is too small. So then they go out to get a larger cuff. And the registered nurse brings back a machine with the larger cuff. And they put the larger cuff on the patient. Here's the bottom line. This trio did nothing to help this patient. They didn't check him. They didn't reposition him. They didn't turn him. They didn't call a code blue. They didn't check his pulse. They didn't attempt CPR. They didn't initiate resuscitation efforts. They did nothing. Instead, they chatted. They walked around. They didn't touch him while he lay on a mattress dying. Now, for 21 minutes, this is what happened at the Psychiatric Institute in Westchester. They finally turned the man over at 12:56, and they gave him a chest compression 21 minutes later at 1:01. This man didn't have a chance there. He was left to die when they violated the most basic standard of medical care. They abandoned even basic entry-level medical competence. They stood over him without offering help. I want to thank an organization called Disability DC. This is an organization that reviews and investigates abuse and neglect of vulnerable adults and children and youth with disability. I want to give them credit for the work that they do. And I want them to know that there will be an open line of communication with the United States Attorney's Office. I also want to be clear. This was not a close call. This was not a difficult medical judgment. This was basic entry-level incompetence. This was completely abandoning the health of a human.
I mean, the registered nurse I think has a problem because I think they have a duty to render aid. I don't know if the other people, the orderlies or whoever, maybe they're not medically trained. Maybe they don't speak English. Maybe they're not U.S. citizens. Who knows? Isn't this why mental hospitals got closed? Sad because we need them back. Yes, this is kind of why. Not so much this, but just like the way what they were kind of housing people in their feces and other stuff. But like, I don't know. I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on right now and say that, maybe Judge Janine and her friendship with Geraldo Rivera is going a little too far. They're going to need to know if they're a Republican or Democrat for a DC jury. Yeah, well, that's all that's going to matter, really.
They had a legal and an ethical duty to act, and they chose not to. And my office is not going to tolerate this. This level of indifference in a facility will be prosecuted, especially in a facility that is meant to treat vulnerable people. And when medical professionals are paid to save lives, and instead they stand and watch a life disappear and slip away, that is not mere negligence. That is criminal behavior. And we will prove these allegations. Now, I am so concerned about this that I have created a public tip line. If anyone has information about an individual who is a vulnerable individual in an institution that is meant to care for patients, especially the most vulnerable among us, the tip line is 202-252-0809. Hopefully it'll be running within the next hour, if it isn't running already. We're gonna review the calls that come in. I want to also give credit today to the Office of the Inspector General, Director Levon Griffith, in charge of Medicaid Fraud Control Unit, for the work that he did in bringing this to our attention. And I also want to identify.
I agree. I agree, Uzelian. Something doesn't make sense here. Something does not make sense here at all. It doesn't. Something doesn't make sense. But she seems pissed. So I would imagine that the videos are. I'm imagining the videos have to be pretty bad. Apparently, he hadn't signed a DNR. I wonder if he was an organ donor.
My left, Jason, who has had this case for several years and continued with it, in spite of the fact that it could have easily been dropped or lost along the way. Any questions about this case?
About this case.
Council has set up a commission. This facility has been plagued by abuse and neglect allegations for years.
Right.
I'm sure the prosecutor is well aware. Do you expect more criminal charges on other incidents that have been documented in the facility?
Look, you bring this information to us. If we can prove a case, we will certainly put that case in a grand jury and go forward with it. I think that I think that today was important because the public needs to know that someone is listening, and that someone who's listening is going to do something about it. And I expect that there will be more cases. Yes.
Would you want to become the Attorney General, and has it come up in conversation with President Trump at all?
First of all, I am here because the president asked me to be here. I am here as, I think, the only double hatter in the United States Attorney's offices. I came here not only for the federal crime, but for the street crime. I'm back at my roots. I'm doing what I know best, and I'm doing what I love. And that's why I left a very nice life. That's what the president has asked me to do, and that's what I'm doing. And I'm not calling on you.
I'm not calling on you. Yeah, apparently this happened in 2023, but that this is a facility that they've been getting complaints about. It's in Washington, D.C. area, so this is a facility I would imagine serves a very large African-American community. Like, it's largely African-Americans because they're saying it serves vulnerable, poor people, stuff like that. It's like a state hospital type of thing that serves the poor. And so they treat people like shit, it sounds like. And there's been a ton of complaints. And this is one, I guess, where they have evidence that these people just ignored this guy dying. And you can't do that in a hospital. So I would imagine this also would probably, bringing this criminal case would probably also make a lawsuit. Vulnerable equals insane too? Oh, okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe, considering that like 90% of the population of DC black? Am I wrong about that? I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Was there an autopsy done on this gentleman, and was there a cause and manner of death?
I am sure that there was an autopsy done here.
Just a medical examination.
Yeah.
No official autopsy.
Have we not had an autopsy? Yeah. They declared him dead.
Have all three of them? I have another follow-up question.
Yeah.
This happened 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, 6 years ago this happened.
Summary from that group that you
Yeah.
gave kudos to.
Mm-hmm.
They run down about a number of institutions that have dropped the ball in the case.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it taking this long? If your prosecutor has been on the case, why is it taking 6 years?
Well, first of all, he wasn't on the case from the beginning. It took us a while to get it. And secondly, you may know that I have been here 11 months. It'll be 1 year in a few weeks. I am making sure that all of these cases that have fallen by the wayside are prosecuted, and prosecuted swiftly and certainly. To Jason's credit, he was moved to another area of the office before I was the United States Attorney, and he insisted on keeping this case. He would not drop the case.
So the case is been in your office for a couple of years?
I only know what I know that from when I got here, I knew about the case. When the Inspector General did the investigation, it then came to us. Whether or not the U.S. attorneys before me made a decision to go forward, I don't know, but I did.
There's obviously a lot of concern about the patterns here. Is this something that could fall under CRIPA, and is the Civil Rights Division of DOJ involved at all potentially for broader patterns and practices?
This is a criminally negligent homicide, clear and simple. Nothing more, nothing less.
It seems like there's a broader pattern.
Well, with the broader pattern, I'll let you know. You got to give me a fact pattern and I'll let you know. But people need to understand that this is the kind of thing where we're going to push very hard to protect the rights of the most vulnerable among us. Yeah, the charging, the criminally negligent homicide is DC Code 22-934. The defendants, all three of them, face up to 20 years in prison. It is not a federal case. This is a case that is controlled by the DC statutes. So it wouldn't go to Superior.
Why are the charges limited to these three people in the room and not their supervisors who presumably
Because we have to prove the case where people are actively involved. Supervisors might be part of a civil lawsuit, but in terms of my case and causation of the people involved who had the duty to act, it's the people who were in the room, the people who saw, the people who assessed, the people who were responsible. That's the criminal law.
I do too. She's like, I'm not calling on you.
All three. All three released.
Ms. Pirro, we can't see it remotely for some reason. Do you have copies of the indictment?
Sure. I'll give you a copy. We'll give you a copy. What do you mean remotely? Where are you supposed to see it?
Well, sometimes when you go onto Superior Court's website.
Oh.
And you click on the link, it won't show you the document.
There's a lot of things I'm responsible for. That's not one of them. Thank God.
Judge Boasberg has denied the motion for reconsideration in the Fed inquiry. Do you expect to file the notice of appeal, which is...
Yeah. As I said, we're filing the notice of appeal. You know what, guys? I'd like to keep it to this. I really would. This is very important. And I think that this is going to be a milestone where people in this district understand this kind of thing is not going to happen. And the D.C. Council, to their credit, had hearing.
Okay. All cases, if this isn't a federal case, why is it being dealt with by a federal attorney? All cases in Washington, D.C. are handled by federal judges. She oversees all crime. There are some crimes that are handled by the local D.C. district attorney, but that's not like, they still have the office of the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia still has authority over any crimes that happen in D.C. They could take it away from them. They don't have to let them handle it. This district attorney of D.C., like the locally elected one, because there is not supposed to be any government for D.C. It's the federal government supposed to have all control over D.C. This whole thing about, home rule and the D.C. mayor and the D.C. district attorney and D.C. city council, none of these things are supposed to exist. There is not supposed to be any government over D.C. except for the Congress. That's it. Congress and the president are supposed to be in control of D.C. That's it. It's a federal district. It's not supposed to be a city, have a city government. It's not. Well, she didn't step off the bench to do this. Not a judge currently. She's Judge Janine because she was a judge. Then she wasn't a judge for a while. I think she was with Fox. No, she's not going to be a judge in this case. No. They just asked her. They asked her a question about Boasberg because Boasberg denied them to look at the stuff going on with the Fed. And stopped a subpoena and then denied to review it. And she's like, she asked about it. She goes, I'd like to keep it just on this, but yes, we are going to appeal that.
Last year, as I understand it, and I'm very impressed with that. They need to know they have a partner here that's going to join them. Okay?
This is the piece that you're talking about regarding Superior Court having this press conference on it. There are recent reports that the Civil Division of Main Justice is going to be doing some work potentially on cases in the federal court. Is your strategy right now to back away from federal court cases, especially ones related to public corruption or other major cases and instead focus your attention on Superior Court right now?
I don't know where you got that from, but the answer is that's not the case at all. My charge as the United States Attorney is to continue to prosecute cases in district court to the extent that we have an issue, a complaint, an investigation, and we have a statute where we believe we can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. No, I am the double hatter. I'm the one who gets both street crime and federal crime. Yes.
Really quickly, you're talking about street crime. Just this past weekend, another teen takeover happened here in D.C. 8 teens arrested outside of a D.C. DPR event for kids to have fun. I was there. I witnessed several fights. Kids were very chaotic. Is there a message to these teens as you continue to talk about holding stricter laws and holding them accountable for the actions that they're doing?
From the day I came here, we've got to lower the age of responsibility. You know, thanks to the work that the president has done, violent crime is down, homicides are down, historic levels, robberies, assault with deadly weapons, dangerous weapons, everything is down except for domestic violence, which I'll talk about another time. Unless and until we bring these kids who are committing crimes into the criminal justice system, we will forever be victims of our own understanding. The concept that someone should not be responsible if they're 15 or 16 years old because their prefrontal lobe is not developed is insanity. And the public is paying for it, whether it's the DC public or the visitors to DC or people who work here. This has to stop. And the only way it's going to stop is for the DC Council to lower the age of accountability. I can only do what I can do once they reach criminal liability age, unless it's a Title 16 where I can handle kids that are 16 and 17 if they commit a murder, robbery, a sexual assault, or a burglary and armed doing such a thing. But yeah, and the ATV cases as well are horrible. And, you know, we've got a 10-year-old and an 11-year-old who are hit by guys on an ATV, adults, when these kids were on a bicycle in a bike lane, a place where they had a right to be. And yet you've got these adults who have no right to be in the district on an ATV, putting a kid unconscious for 10 minutes in a hospital with a brain bleed, and they just take off. But when we catch them, when the MPD catches them, I'm going to fight to get them. Because it's not just an OAG charge of, driving an ATV. To me, it's being armed with a dangerous weapon and injuring a child. Aggravated assault. I have the resources to do whatever I need to do. We're going to get it done. Look, do I need more staff? Of course I do. We had a surge where right now, as a result of the surge and the fact that I am virtually prosecuting everything other than 10% of the cases, where the guy before me didn't prosecute 65%, okay, what I'm doing is I'm making sure that we get the staffing that we need, although not yet enough, but we're working around the clock like we did with the surge. I was in a meeting today. They're predicting our stats are going to triple in some areas of crime, and that's fine. No, I don't want to give you lastly because you were so bad last time.
Can I ask another question?
No. This one, yeah.
I don't understand the timeline. Can you help me out with that? This happened 6 years.
I know, it makes me crazy too. What else do you want me to say?
What took so long? That's what I'm trying to understand. Was this did Matt Graves not do this?
I'm not going after Matt Graves. I'm not going after anybody. What I'm telling you is I am here. Get ready. It's a different person.
Wow. Not going after Matt Graves. Well, I would go after Matt Graves. Yes, Jules gave a cash app. That's right. Jules gave a cash app, and
tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
that's right. Jules gave a $26 cash app. She says, and I quote, "I need another hour. Here's my lunch money." Thank you so much, Jules. Thank you, Jules. Thank you, Jules. And with that, that means we are 100 away from adding a second additional hour. Thank you so much. Oh, and we just had 5 come in from Lurch on Cash App. So that means we are 95 away from adding a second additional hour. Thank you so much, Lurch. Yeah, wahoo. Thank you, Jules. Yes, thank you. Lower the age of responsibility of 14-year-old could be sent to prison for life. I don't know about sending him to life. I know it's Carly Gregg, 14, life without parole if you don't think it doesn't. Thank you so much, Jules. Thank you, Lurch. Thank you, Lurch. I think what they're saying, though, is they want to be able to prosecute it for her to be able to get the case as opposed to the juvenile court system to at least hold them responsible somehow. I'm not 100% sure what she means with that. Another hour for the interwebs. I love Bella and the cat. Never seen her. The cat, you might see the cat. We'll see what happens if she comes out here today. Okay. Being 14 and getting 14 to life ain't good. No, it's not. I mean, I think a lot of places are trying to actually, like a lot of places, if you're under the age of 25, they're treating you like a juvenile. In a lot of these Democrat strongholds. It's like, oh, you're 23 and you killed somebody. Well, we're going to treat you like you're 15 or 14, which that's no good. That's no good. That's no good. That's no good. So 3 workers from the Psychiatric Institute of Washington have been indicted on criminal charges of negligence. Nelson Kuma, Richard Hanuno, and Norma Munoz Bent, all from Maryland, were indicted on a charge of criminal negligence. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. They pled not guilty. 58-year guy died. So we've heard all this. So they announced a tip line for... this is what Washington, D.C. Fox affiliate says. U.S. Attorney for D.C. announces indictment of 3 people for psychiatric patient's death. So I'm not going to... We watched all this, so... 3 more former employees of D.C. Psychiatric Hospital charged with criminal negligence. Same thing here. 3 former Psychiatric Institute of Washington workers indicted in patient's death. I guess this thing is very... this place is very, very known for having... being terrible. AF Bella would argue that point. Bella and the cat need to play together. Oh, they will. Bella will play with the cat. The cat just won't like it. We watched it. We don't need to read it. It's the same TIs, the same info. Yeah, I know. I was just looking at it real quick to see if there was anything else. I was looking to see if there was any other information, maybe like background information. That's all. That's all I was looking for. I've watched Jim since he first came on, and I always miss the cat. You want me to get the cat? I'll get the cat. I could get the cat. Let me see here. Hey, look at that. The goal expired just now. We'll start another goal. Start another goal for another hour on YouTube. All right. Start a new goal. 20 super chats of $5 and higher, but for 1 hour. And we are currently 95 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much for being super generous. Let's see how many hours we can go. KBT goes, that's not how I typed it. It sounded so rude, read wrong. I did not mean to be rude. That's okay. He's only shown the cat once. And you're fine. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. It's a stealth cat. The cat's under this bed right here right now. So what the hell? Did you guys hear that? The hell was that? With all this yapping about getting a pee on cam. You would think this was an OnlyFans stream. So look at this. New Jersey's going to end their 40-year moratorium on building nuclear power plants. The new laws allows for permits to be approved based on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's compliant waste storage. New Jersey Governor Mickey Sherrill signed legislation on April 8th that ended a 40-year moratorium on building nuclear energy plants. Nuclear power accounted for 52.7% of New Jersey's electrical generation in 2024, the largest share of any energy source, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. Isn't that 3 Mile Island? Isn't that by New Jersey? Isn't that right? Am I wrong? 3 Mile Island? Is that the one where they almost had a meltdown before? Natural gas accounts for 45.5% and renewable accounts for 1.8%. The state has 2 operating nuclear power plants and 1 has been shut down and is being decommissioned. For costs to come down, we need more energy supply. New Jersey was well positioned to be a leader in the next generation of nuclear energy and help bring that supply. Yes. I will be here all week. Remember to tip your waiters and waitresses. Yes. And try the veal. By lifting outdated barriers and bringing together leaders across government, industry, and labor, we are setting the stage for our state to pursue new advanced nuclear power. Senator Cory Booker called himself a proud supporter of the legislation. Wait a minute. What's going on? What is going on? Are you telling me that the demon rats are now realizing that nuclear power is the future and it's the way to go? It's the only way to do all this stuff, to get all this stuff? So Dems like nuclear? 3 Mile Island was in PA. It'll take them 20 years to get one built. Probably Pennsylvania. Okay. All right. Well, Pennsylvania and New Jersey are like right next to each other. Right? So maybe that's why I had it confused. Nuclear power can play a critical role in keeping energy affordable, and this bill will allow our state to utilize this energy source by updating the permitting framework to safely build and maintain new nuclear facilities. Booker said. The moratorium could be traced to a restriction in the Coastal Area Facility Review Act that blocked new permits for the construction and operation of new nuclear power plants. That law required federal radioactive waste disposal, which the governor's press release called an outdated standard that can't be met. The new law allows for permits to be approved based on Nuclear Regulatory Commission compliant waste storage. Oh, KPT says PayPal. PayPal? Well, thank you. KPT says, I'm trying to start a rally. Here's $10. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much. That means we are now just $85 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much for being so generous. They need those data centers with nuclear power, so now it's okay. Yeah. TMI was near Harrisburg, good ways away from Jersey. Okay. Thank you so much. I think I forgot to do that for KPT. Okay. The new law allows for permits to be approved based on Nuclear Regulatory Commission compliance, which the state said has a 100% effective safety record in the United States. The Sierra Club's New Jersey chapter has been a longtime opponent of building new nuclear power plants. Well, the Sierra Club can go. What did she do to her bowl? What is she doing? Bella, what are you doing? Bella, what you doing? If it's not green if it glows, says the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club New Jersey chapter didn't immediately respond to an email seeking comment. Is Bella out of water? She might be a little out of water. I think I have some in this fridge. The Sierra Club's national chapter readopted its policy in 2024 of opposing the construction of new nuclear power plants, and recommends the phased decommissioning of existing power plants. Oh, the Sierra Club. Whatever. All right, let me get her some water. I'll get her some water. I think I got some in this fridge. There you go. What, you guys outside or something? Huh? What are you doing? Come on, come lay down. Oh. Oh. She's been to the bowl twice already. Yeah. She might have to go out. I don't know. We'll see. See what happens. Bella. Bella. What are you doing, girl? She's just kind of hanging out there, I guess. I don't know. Why she'd want to lay on the floor there? That's a weird spot to lay. I have to invoice a client soon. Time for a pedicure flip-flop season. That's awesome. Events at 3 Mile Island Nuclear Power Plant. Oh, 3 Mile Island. Oh, Jim was talking about 3 Mile Island. Reaffirmed the validity of the Sierra Club's policy on the lack of safety in nuclear power plants. So something. It's cooler. It's cool. Oh, the floor is cooler, probably. Oh, the floor is probably. Yeah, you know what? The floor is cooler. So maybe that's why. These problems can lead to adverse health and environmental effects. The possibility of human failure dooms the nuclear fuel cycle to unacceptable risks. There was one kind of an accident at 3 Mile Island in the 70s, right? Wasn't it, right? In the 70s. Like, that's 50 fucking years ago. I'd say it's pretty safe. And the Sierra Club continues to oppose construction of any new commercial nuclear fission power plants. Well, they can go pound sand. 79? That's what I'm saying. It was like 50 years ago almost, right? This is Zero Hedge. Governor lifts 40-year nuclear moratorium. Hasn't it been shut down for 50 years? I don't know. Oh, 3 Mile Island, I don't know. It might still be running. I don't know. So this says New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection can now approve permits based on proven NRC compliant storage methods. Speaking after a tour of the Salem nuclear power plant, Cheryl launched the state's new nuclear task force by executive order. The group, which includes officials from PSEG Nuclear, labor unions, business groups, environmental stakeholders, were focused on 5 priorities: financing, supply chains and technology, and workforce development, regulatory streamlining, and public trust. Yes. Hey, chat. Activity in the chat helps with ad revenue for Jim later. Type away. Oh, yeah, it sure does. For cost that comes down, we need more energy. Existing reactors at Salem and Hope Creek already supply more than 40% of the state's electricity and roughly 80% of its pollution-free power. That's the thing. If you want really pollution-free power, it's nuclear power plants. That's it. A 2020 Brattle Group analysis found that those plants save ratepayers more than $400 million annually by running at 90 to 95% capacity on just 740 combined acres. Takes up less space. This says Iran to allow more than 15 vessels per day through Hormuz, according to Russian media. Build geothermal at scale. Massachusetts governor uses donut holes to explain the state energy crisis she created. Except for the nuclear waste, what do we do with that? Bury it somewhere? Or shoot it out into space? I don't know. Shoot it into the sun. That would be the best way to get rid of it. Shoot it into the sun. Not in operation since 2019. So it's been shut down since 2019. Microsoft wants 3 Mile Island to power data centers. Oh, okay. Got a text for another client. She needs a filter change. I'll be listening. Be back later. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, KPT. Oh, what's this? Shit, I didn't see this. Nobody told me I had a rant. Nobody told me I had a rant. Oh my God. I had this rant came in at 8:09 p.m., almost an hour ago. Thanks for telling us the news. I listen regularly but can't always donate. So happy to donate today, hoping for another hour. Go. Thank you so much, Ellie. Oh my God, Ellie. Thank you, Ellie. No one told me. I didn't realize this came through. But that means we are only $65 away from adding a second additional hour to the show tonight, folks. Wow. Just 65 away from a second additional hour. There was money pumped in to bring Unit 1 back online by next year. Oh, okay. Cool. But thank you so much, Ellie, for the 20 on Rumble. Mm-hmm. There was something I wanted to look at. All right. But I wanted to pull this story up about Microsoft. No? Microsoft describes 3 Mile Island plant as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you. The plant's reopening will support at least 650 permanent jobs and hundreds of other positions during the recommissioning process. In the shadow of 3 Mile Island's iconic cooling tower, State Rep Tom Mahaffey recalled Wednesday how his father, 50 years earlier, built a career and life around the nuclear power plant. When Constellation left and this plant shut down, a lot was missed. McAfee said, noting the fortunes of businesses and community followed that of the plant in Dauphin County. Dauphin County? Now the state government and energy and tech leaders are betting on its rebirth as an example of Pennsylvania's readiness to power future industries, including electricity-intensive artificial intelligence centers. $1.6 billion from Constellation to bring back with all power generated sold to Microsoft on a 20-year lease. Three Mile Island was Generation 2 power plants. Current tech is Generation 4, very safe. Thanks, Doug Blask. Thank you. Yeah. In a $1.6 billion deal between owner Constellation Energy and Microsoft to power the tech giant's AI data centers, 3 Mile Island is set to return to service as the Crane Clean Energy Center. Let's not just open this plant, let's open business, Mahaffey told a tent full of Constellation Energy workers gathered to celebrate progress in the plant's restoration, including an expedited review that cuts about a year off the project's timeline. About 10 miles south of Harrisburg, near Middletown, 3 Mile Island was the site of the 79 nuclear accident that transfixed the world, but after that partial meltdown in one of the plant's 2 reactors, the remaining Unit 1 continued to safely produce electricity for another 40 years. In 2019, Constellation determined the facility was no longer economically viable and put plans into motion to permanently decommission the reactor. With peak energy demand, driven largely by data centers, predicted to grow by up to 17% by 2035, the plant's capacity is now in high demand. We made a mistake in shutting down this plant, and we're not here to dwell on that mistake, Constellation President and CEO Joe Dominguez wrote, noting that hiring staff for the recommissioning process is ahead of schedule because many former workers have returned. The plant's reopening will support at least 650 permanent jobs and hundreds more for the building trade workers during the recommissioning progress. Homer Simpson is in charge of this. Governor Shapiro welcomed the workers returning on Wednesday as he highlighted the role of nuclear power in his energy plan. We're going to make sure you never have to leave again. This is going to be one of those places where you get jobs to be passed down from generation to generation, where fathers talk to their daughters about the work they did here, and their daughters pick up that mantle of it. Why not their sons? Why has it got to be their daughters? Shapiro also outlined a plan for over the last 2 years to ensure the Commonwealth remains a leader in competitive energy market by leveraging the state's natural gas resources while making it an attractive location for sustainable energy technologies. Part of the plan, now under consideration as a suite of bills from the General Assembly, is a goal to obtain 35% of the state's energy from renewable sources by 2035. Shapiro noted his administration intervened to ensure the Crane Center would be able to quickly reconnect to the regional power grid that serves Pennsylvania or all parts of 12 other states. PGM Interconnect, which operates the grid and ensures adequate energy supplies, has a backlog of projects waiting to be approved for connection. The company created its Reliable Resource Initiative last year to expedite interconnections of 51 shovel-ready generating resources that include battery storage, nuclear, and natural gas facilities. So they have 51 fucking places that aren't connected yet. She's got to go. I'm going to have to take her out. Let me find a video to play for everybody. Tell you what I'll do, because I'm a real jerk. I'm going to put Cynic on. I'm going to play Cynic. He's I'm going to put Cynic on just for a...
Don't agree that he should be billed that much.
Here's a Cynic show.
Liable for that
watching
much,
Cynic.
It happened.
I will. I'm
going
to take the dog out and let Cynic. You guys listen to Cynic.
All that shit.
Let's see if he strikes my
Class
channel.
of 21 says doesn't matter, Sin. These cuck masters kill everything anyways. I don't disagree with that, man.
You guys can see how different he is on his own show than when he's on with
Everyone
Joe.
says I was here for the political, out for the drama. Have a great one, guys and gals.
Yeah, well, he's the only person on right now for me to put on. I got to take this dog out.
0 out of 5. Brock Tony, total annihilation. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on with the goal. Oh, I did $10 instead of Eddie. But whatever. Who cares? We still got a goal. The goal's still there. We'll see if we hit it. So let's pull this up. Let's see what we got. So, all right. Let me make sure I got everything I need for this. Let me copy the link. All right. So, as we all know, Liam Gray has a lot to say all the time. The Koala King himself has decided to weigh in on Katie Did's stream where she promoted Super Killers, again, written by Ray Ray is Happy. Drawn by Ray Ray is Happy, written by Johnny Rocket and produced by Riley himself. And she decided to have a few drinks, and now he wants to tell us how to handle women and how women should behave in Comicsgate, which is, I think it's great. Liam, the constant gentleman, right? He knows exactly how to treat women and behave. Let's go.
I alone. The guy who's not afraid to be human, to be sad, to take his little mask off and go, hey, I'm having a bad day and I'm not a perfect person, Because being part of an artist is, part of being an artist is knowing struggle, knowing hardship, understanding the human condition. And right now in Comicsgate.
Oh, Liam, what are you talking about, bro? You don't have to struggle and have these weird emotional thoughts and understand the human condition to be an artist. You know what you could do, Liam? You could just be an artist because you know how to do art and because you like art. You're talking about some weird hippy dippy concept of art. You think Michelangelo was running around pearl clutching going, oh, I feel so much. No, he was making badass helicopters and war machines and paintings and stuff. Calm down, bro.
What we have is a whole bunch of people.
Also, please stop looking at the camera like that. It's very unsettling.
They think they're big head. They think they're out there, that they're big time. Bunch of nobodies, never wers.
Nobodies and never wers.
Your dick must be at least this big to troll me. I'm sorry.
Why are you, wait, hold on. First of all, Liam, I've never claimed to have a big penis. All right. That's the first thing. The second thing is, why are you so concerned about why are you and all the people in your camp, the Frog Tonys and Strays and Tranny Jacks and all these people, so concerned about people's penises? Why are you so worried about it? Why do you use the word penis? Stop talking about people's dick, weirdo. Let's hear that again.
Bunch of nobodies, never wers.
Yeah, Da Vinci. Whatever. I'm retarded.
Sorry. Your dick must be at least this big to troll me. I'm sorry.
Well, Liam, buddy, I don't care how big it is. I'm currently trolling you and doing a pretty good job of it, bro. To have you crash out like you have over the past few weeks has been chef's kiss. Give me a second, chat. Let me send the link out to my anti-gay ops room where we are fully against gay ops. And see who wants to come on and discuss this situation. I'm only gonna go another hour with this, and then we'll probably head out. But I do want to allow somebody like Dark Gift. Maybe Dark Gift can come on. I don't know about One Gun. One Gun is a little bit of a crazy person, so he's been a little wild lately. Where's that room? There it is. They decided to rename the room. So I'm gonna need y'all to stop doing this. So, all right, let's get back to this.
Now, one of these individuals that has become drunk on her own power, it seems to be literally.
I don't think she was drinking power. I think she was drinking box wine, Liam. And it was pretty funny. It was a pretty funny stream. I liked it.
This instance is a young woman who goes by the name of Katie Digg. She's been flying off the handle for some time. Now, I had big plans.
All right, forget this. He's going to talk about stuff. He's going to do this, put this crap on. I ain't going to have you guys watch this crap. I can't believe he subjected you guys to his baloney talking about people. Jim, you are a genius. Yeah, it's crazy. That's Jim owes us for this. I do. I owe you. I'm so sorry. What happened to Barnes and Jones? I thought that's what he was talking about. I'll watch something else on another tab. Muted. Okay. I'm sorry. No need to yell sin. I'm sure it's just a coincidence Barnes and Jones crashed on the same day the DOJ announced an investigation into foreign influence in our media. I'm sorry. I thought he was talking about, when I looked at it, I want reparations for listening to this tripe. I'm sorry. Is Terry still here? Can we get an update on Finn? Barnes and Jones drank some Kool-Aid. Yeah. We're losing viewers talking about peen talk. I apologize. I did not realize that it looked like when he was talking about his penis, I didn't realize when I looked, it looked like he was talking about Jones and Robert Jones and Barnes, or Alex Jones and Robert Barnes. So I was like, oh, cool. He's talking about some new stuff. I could just pop this on real quick while I take the dog out. And I come back and he's got my good friend, Liam Gray, the Australian koala, the king of Australia, who's the champion of comic books in Australia, talking about him. I can't have that on my show. I'm gonna have to edit that out. Okay. Where did Bella go? What is she doing? Bella, what you doing? Bella. Hey. Bella, come here. Come over. Lay down. Lay down. What are you doing? What are you doing? There you go. There you go. Might be something wrong with me, but I enjoy Cynic. He reminds me of old Martin Downey shows. I'm friends with Cynic. Me and him are friends. I introduced him to Joe. I enjoy him. He used to come on my show. I go on his show, stuff like that. She's eating her foot. I don't know what's going on. I just gave her a treat. Democrats moving forward on the 25th Amendment. Well, that's good for them. They're going to have a hard time doing it because the Congress can't invoke it. It's got to be the cabinet has to invoke it. So folks shouldn't sleep on nuclear, Shapiro said. They should be aware of the important clean role it plays in our energy portfolio. I don't mind Sin on Joe's show. He's a lot more toned down there. Yeah, he's a completely different person on his show than he is on Joe's show. I'll say that. So Microsoft's agreement to purchase all of Crane Center's 835 megawatt output demonstrates the importance of abundant energy for tech industry growth. That's a heck of a signal of the optimism people feel about Pennsylvania. Noting that Amazon also recently announced a $20 billion investment in data center complex near the Susquehanna Steam Electric Station nuclear power plant in Luzerne County. PGM Interconnection President, CEO Manu Astana said that in a state swelters through his first heat wave of the summer, the growth in demand for energy is apparent. PGM this week recorded all-time peak in electricity production, 9 gigawatts, larger than last summer's peak. We're talking about here is not hypothetical. Our country needs this power. All of our citizens need this power just to keep the lights on, to stay warm, to stay cool. I can't imagine by 2030 what artificial intelligence will enable us to do, and strategically for our country, for our state, for our region. It's critical that we win this race. I agree, Joe. What do you mean? Jill says, you know what I just thought about? Since I'm here live, I won't have anything to listen to while I'm at work tomorrow. Bella, 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 Bella. Is Joe here? I didn't see Joe. I did not see Joe. Okay. All right. Now this story. Oh, God, this story. Ex-NYPD sergeant hauled off to jail after he learns his fate for fatal New York City cooler throw, one of the darkest days in our profession. This is crazy. This was a case. It was a sting on a person selling drugs. Jules, damn spell check. Okay. What's this?
And we will continue to work with President Trump to remove illegal aliens from Florida.
Awesome.
Criminals in jail.
Byron has our back, and there's no doubt about it.
Byron Donalds, trusted by sheriffs, endorsed by Trump.
Wow.
Now, do you guys work for the building or are you contracted out?
We're part of a larger company.
Part of, see, that's exactly what I would have guessed.
I don't care. Why? This is crazy. And then you're going to have ads like this that you're going to make me listen to? New York Post? Seriously?
Question about the tipping procedure.
We lost Delron Smalls. I was here as we were the leading activists for Deborah Dana. The cop got away. Time after time again, the cops get away.
Mikey Rosado.
His father beat that thing. Let me stay on track. Eleanor Bumper, Eric Gardner, Amadou Diallo, Sean Bell, Holly Grant.
Man, that's wow. All right, what the hell? I'm getting so pissed at New York Post now. A former New York NYPD sergeant was slapped with at least 3 years behind bars Thursday for killing a fleeing drug subject by chucking a cooler at him as police advocates ripped the Bronx judge's sentencing decision as one of the darkest days in the history of our profession. Yeah, that guy's wearing a pimp coat. And you see he was talking about, they call it the one guy's name, and they said, like, Mikey Rosado, and he goes, and his father, Peanut, because the guy was clearly locked up with the guy's father, because, you know, it's crime is a family business. Jesus, Bella, what are you doing? Bella is drinking water. Ex-Sergeant Eric Duran, the first NYPD officer convicted of killing someone while on duty in a decade, begged Judge Guy Mitchell to give him a chance as he apologized to his family of the 30-year-old Eric Dupree, a delivery driver with a criminal record who crashed as he fled arrest during a 2023 sting operation. Your Honor, I'm asking for a chance to be there with my kids. I'm asking for a chance, just one. The 30-year-old married dad of 3 who served on the police force for 13 years. This is just crazy. This is just crazy. It's crazy. But the judge conceded that he did find Duran to be remorseful. He argued the sentence of 3 to 9 years in state prison would serve as a general deterrent to other police officers. A deterrent to other police officers. Wow. The distinction is that the deceased will no longer be seen by his family again, he said from the bench before handing down the punishment, prompting Duran to be hauled away to lockup. NYPD hating lunatic judge outrageous sentence in Brock's cooler cop case is judicial abuse. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, in this case, he tossed a cooler at the guy to try to stop him. He wasn't trying to kill him. He was just trying to stop him from getting away. Today will be forever remembered as one of the darkest days in the history of our profession, Sergeants Benevolent Association President Vincent Valalong said in a statement following the sentencing. It wasn't only Sergeant Duran, a great cop, who was on trial. Every law enforcement officer who makes a split-second decision in performance of their duties to protect the public was also on trial. Adding that the sentencing has now sent a very chilling message to every cop in the nation. Duran was the first NYPD officer since 2016 to be convicted of killing someone while on duty, when Mitchell found him guilty of second-degree manslaughter in February following a 3-week trial, non-jury trial. I mean, if they knew this was a cop-hating judge, they should have found a different judge. They should have asked for a different judge. I mean, I don't know. He took the stand in Bronx court at trial, testifying that he tossed a cooler to protect his fellow officers who were in Dupree's path following the August 23rd, 2023 undercover operation in Kingsbridge Heights. But prosecutors with the state attorney general Letitia James's office, of course, Letitia James's office, which under the law is responsible for probing such cases, argued the decision was made to stop Dupree from fleeing. Yeah, what's the lesson here? Don't do your job as a cop. Surveillance footage played during the trial showed Duran pick up the full red Eagle Core, throw it at Dupree, who was riding on his motorbike on a sidewalk after selling $20 worth of cocaine to an undercover officer. After Cool hit his arm, Dupree, a dad of two, crashed into a tree and was flung from the bike, cracking his head on the pavement. He died almost immediately on impact. I didn't even see him throw the cooler or nothing there. Did I miss it? Did I miss it? The judge eventually ruled when convicting him February 6th that Dupree's use of the deadly force was not justified, adding Thursday that the video was not conclusive. I took my time and looked at the video. I didn't see any justification, adding that the cops had footage of Dupree's face and therefore enough to investigate him and catch him on a different day. Whatever happened to you could use force to stop a fleeing suspect? You know, I don't understand this. He had a wide range of sentencing options, from sending the former cop to prison for up to 15 years to granting him probation with no jail time, a decision thousands of police officers around the country had urged. I wonder how many people died of overdoses from that guy's drugs. Got to wear a helmet. Yeah, why didn't he get arrested for not wearing a helmet? I'm sure there's a helmet laws. Not in New York City, Jim. Yeah. Hey, Hawk Newsom. Oh, yeah, this fucking guy. Black Lives Matter. I wonder how much money he stole. He should probably be in prison. He went to support Dupree's family, including his mother, Gretchen Soto, and Pearl Velez, the mother of two kids. Yeah. Eric Dupree sold an undercover officer $20 worth of cocaine before Duran hurled a cooler at him. It's just an unjust incident, Soto told the court during a short speech delivered in Spanish. As a mother, I have to miss him now every day, and the justice I'm asking for is just normal justice any mother would. AG's office prosecutor, Joseph Bianco, pushed for 3 to 9 year sentence, arguing to the judge the gravity of the case is very simple. Judge Duran recklessly caused the death of another human. There's no more serious offense than taking another person's life. During his heart-wrenching plea for mercy, Duran, who was supported at the sentencing by his parents, aunts, uncles, along with scores of police officers, turned to Soto and apologized in Spanish, saying he never wanted this to happen. Upon hearing the apology, Soto burst into tears and held her heads in her hands. I took this job to save lives. I felt terrible once I saw Eric's crash. I regret this day ever happened. Duran teared up earlier in the evening as his lawyer, Andrew Quinn, argued his client should not face time behind bars for a reckless decision that was made in 2.5 seconds. No man should be judged entirely for a decision made in the blink of an eye. Okay, I'm back. Play it again. Yeah, look at these fucking awful white women. Jail cooler cop killer Duran. The attorney also said Duran had lived a model exemplary life, adding he's been punished enough by losing his job and his pension. You can ride a bike on a sidewalk? Yeah, you can do whatever you want if you're a criminal in New York, but you can't stop him. Duran, who was fired by the NYPD after his conviction, who had been out on a $500,000 bail pending sentencing, did not have a noticeable reaction when he learned his fate. After being told he's being taken to Rikers Island immediately, he put his hands behind his back if he'd be handcuffed. The officers did not slap on cuffs before leading him out of the room to the side door. After they left the courtroom, one of the activists who attended the hearing in support of Dupree shouted, "No one is above the law." Okay, motherfuckers, no one's above the law. Just remember that. They also yelled justice for Eric Dupree. Another of Duran's lawyer, Arthur Ideala, told the judge he'd filed an emergency plea to seek his client's release while he appeals the verdict. Outside the courthouse, Soto and Velez were asked if they accepted Duran's apology and said they did not, telling reporters it came too little too late. How are they going to say sorry now? I'm not sorry. I wouldn't be sorry. Fucking guy deserved what he wanted. He's poisoning people, selling them poison. Tried to escape, tried to run over cops with his bike. Got hit in the arm with the cooler and died. It was an accident. Fuck off. Yeah, it sounds like the kids have three different last names, just like a baby mama. Yeah. Popeye wasn't a hero. He was a villain. Okay, sure he was. Former NYPD sergeant sentenced to 3 to 9 years in prison for killing suspect with a cooler. AP. Former NYPD officer gets 3 to 9 years in prison for throwing a cooler that caused a fatal crash. All right, on to this story. Beller put herself in timeout. Remember, Kami Madami is mayor. Criminals will always get away with everything. Yeah. Yes, they will. Israel is at a new low in favorability among a new Pew Research Center poll. The new survey conducted during the Iran war also found a majority of Republicans under 50 view Israel unfavorably. That's the story? That's the fucking story? That's it? What the fuck why would you even write that? That's not even a story. That's a fucking headline. He did what to be convicted? Rode a bike on a sidewalk? No, he sold drugs to an undercover and then tried to take off, and the cops tried to stop him, and he was going right at him. These other cops were trying to stop him. He was going right at him on his motor. It was not a bike. It was a motorcycle, first of all. And he was going right at him, and then he just tossed the cooler at him to try to stop him, make him slow down, stop him, and hit him in the arm, and the guy crashed and died. Hey, you're the 100th like. Thank you so much, Rodney. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Damn it, I thought my audio was caught up. It's not. Okay. Well. There's Bella. She's back in her spot. Very active tonight. It was God's will. Yeah, it was God's will. God wills it. Sea change, very unfavorable view of Israel, triple among U.S. adults. Amid a major war on Iran waged in partnership with the United States, Israel's reputation among Americans has continued to deteriorate, with 60% of U.S. adults viewing Israel unfavorably. I wonder if those U.S. citizen adults, or how many of those are people that came here illegally? How many of those are the 90 million people that came from, Muslim countries? That's a hefty 18-point increase from 2022. Wow. So what happened starting in 2022? How many people got piled in from places that hate America? I wonder if they should ask those people, those same people, they should ask how they feel about America. Is riding a motorcycle sidewalk a deadly action and can be met with deadly consequences? I don't think the cop thought it was a deadly consequence. He wasn't trying to kill him. He was just trying to stop him. Throwing a cooler at somebody, is that deadly consequences? If I throw a cooler at you, I'm not trying to kill you. While the top line unfavorable rating is bad news for Israel, things are even worse when you look under the hood. The proportion of Americans who have a very unfavorable view of Israel now stands at 28%, triple what it was in 2022. Did I hear about the North Miami or South Miami mayor, the illegal alien that got arrested? Yes. If he had used a taser, would have been the same level of force. Yeah, well, basically what they're saying, is if somebody's on a motorcycle, you cannot try to stop them from escaping. There's nothing you can do. That's what they're saying. If they're on a bike, gotta let them go. Just gotta let them go. Can't stop them. Now, the media is pumping up the negative rhetoric. I agree. Alongside the country's sagging standing in the U.S. public, Prime Minister Netanyahu is increasingly unpopular. Pew conducted a survey during the week of March 23rd, 29th, roughly a month into the war, but a few weeks before the brinkmanship, which had many fearing years-long economic catastrophe. There continue to be significant differences between Americans who associate themselves with the demon rats and who are Republicans or Republican lemurs. A whopping 80% of demon rats have an unfavorable view of Israel. Wow. What do you know? Oh, think if he had one of those spiraling bottles you talked about instead of a cooler. Yeah, he could have hit him right in the head. I think that would be, if you hit him in the head with one of those bottles, that might be deadly force. A motorcycle on a sidewalk puts citizens in risk of deadly harm. No? Well, that's what he said. He said he was coming at his officers that were on the sidewalk, and that's why he threw it, just to stop them. He wasn't trying to hurt him. He was just trying to stop them. Yep, Democrats continue to be racist. Got to maintain that brand. It's almost double the 41% of Republicans who feel that way. It made the most significant subtrend in U.S.-Israel politics. A solid 57% majority of Republicans under the age of 50 now have a negative view of Israel. Throw what kind of cooler? Styrofoam cooler, plastic cooler, double door stainless cooler, commercial cooler? No, it's one of them like little handheld. It's like a little lunch pail cooler, like an Igloo lunch pail. I can find a picture of it. Hold on. I'll find a picture of it. I know I saw a picture. Here's a cooler. All right. Oh no! What the fuck? I don't know. It's just a red cooler. These fucking ads, man. These ads on the New York Post are killing me. Fucking ads. Israel is cooked. That's why they are colonizing the Ukraine and Argentina. Okay. Those that support Israel are mostly Christians, not just people that claim to be and aren't really. Yeah. So again, where was the helmet he has to wear? Negligence on his part? You would think they would have said something about it. So yeah, so it's a problem. Yeah, if the cop wanted to kill him, he would have shot him with his gun, no intent. Yeah, cooler is worse than 9/11 and Pearl Harbor combined. Yeah. There's also an interesting contrast by religious affiliation. Here's a percentage of mostly positive views of Israel. White evangelical Protestants, 65%. Jewish Americans, 64%. Yeah, Jim is dropping the F coolers tonight. White non-evangelical Protestants. Catholics. Wait a minute, only 35% of Catholics have a positive view of Israel? What is wrong with them? Black Protestants. Agnostics. Oh, why don't they show the Muslims on there? Because they couldn't even find one. They couldn't find a single Muslim who said they supported Israel, so that's why they didn't include them on there. Majority of adults have a negative view on Israel. Oh my God. Seriously? Oh, it looks like look at this. Looks like you're using ad blocker. Oh, please support by turning off ad blocker. Support for Israel hits new low in U.S. New poll shows. All right, on to this story. It says GOP blocks Demon Rat's attempt at Iran war powers vote. I don't think we should support Israel with money. No, I don't. Polls, have you ever been polled? I've never been polled. I've never been polled. I can't believe that poll. Like, I'm not an Israel supporter. I just think Israel is a country and should be able to do what they want to do as a country, as long as they shouldn't be treated any different than any other country. House Republicans thwarted the Demon Rat's attempt to unanimously restrict President Trump's war powers in Iran, declining to recognize the lawmaker who sought to offer it during a pro forma session on Thursday. So there was a pro forma session. They just tried. Oh my God. There shouldn't be any pro forma sessions. I've been polled 4 times when I had a landline. As Bloomer reports, the forced adoption attempt was destined to fail, but it previewed Demon Rat's focus on rebuking the war in Iran when the chamber returns to session next week. Representative Glenn Ivey from Maryland asked for unanimous consent to advance the war powers resolution during a pro forma session. Representative Chris Smith, who was presiding, didn't acknowledge Ivey to speak. Democrats can try to force a full House vote on the resolution next week when lawmakers return to Washington. So this is be like, yeah, I don't hear you. At least 2 of the 4 members of their party who oppose a similar resolution have said they plan to support it now. Congressional Demon Rats will try to place guardrails on the Iran war when the floor is briefly opened during a 2-week break for Easter. What? Minority Leader, House Minority Leader, Dollar Store Obama, detailed his intentions in April April 8th letter to colleagues. During an April 9th session, there will be normally a formality. Democrats will seek to advance a war powers resolution through unanimous consent. It's a maneuver the House Republicans can easily block. Chuck Schumer also announced the Senate would take a vote. The War Powers Act will cease hostilities and require the administration to get an AUMF before going to war. Democrats' calls to pursue votes to restrict the president's war powers come a day after President Trump announced he was suspending attacks in Operation Epic Fury on the condition that Iran opens the Straits of Hormuz. Multiple parties have accused one another of violating a 2-week ceasefire. And Jeffries described the president's ceasefire as woefully insufficient. We have demanded that the House come back into session and immediately in order to vote on a resolution to permanently end the war in the Middle East. Here's the thing. The other side has a vote, you fucking dummies. Yeah. Oh, so now Jews are unpopular and Arabs are great. Yeah. I'm a quarter Polish and proud. I can change a light bulb. That's awesome. Yep. They just love you too much, Snarf. Clones. Yeah. Snarf says, I'm with Israel for spite. More like wish, Obama. Didn't they just lose the last national election? Yeah, they did. I don't get it. Almost all Republicans opposed the resolution, which drew support, but all but 4 Democrats. Senate equivalent was shot down on March 4th. The vote was almost fell along party lines, except for Senator Rand Paul broke with his party to support the measure, and John Fettermeister crossed the aisle to oppose it. Ongoing 2-week breaks in the House and Senate have been punctuated by pro forma sessions. Congress takes vacation like they have to ride home on a horse. Yeah, it's crazy. What's up, Snarf? How's it going? If Jeffrey's motion passed, would Trump have to pack up all his stuff and flee and walk away from negotiations? Come on, guys. Get along. The sessions are now how lawmakers avoid adjourning for longer than 3 days. Under Article 1 of the Constitution, anything longer would take an agreement between the House and the Senate. Yeah, and then they could and then they can recess appointments, which they don't want. The Atlantean civilization has nothing to do with AC. Okay. Either in April, the House did not take up a Senate-passed bill that would partly fund DHS. Some Republicans have resisted the DHS deal, which excludes immigration enforcement on border funding. I mean, I'm not going to tell you guys what to do, but if you guys can't get along with each other, you can block each other, and then you won't see each other's posts. That works. You could block somebody yourself, then you won't see their stuff. House and Senate Republican leaders have vowed to fund those areas for multiple years through a separate party line budget vote. Republicans blocked Jeffrey's gambit to curb Trump's war powers. Yeah, it was a gambit. Oh, look at this. UAE says Iran fired 2,819 missiles over the last 40 days.
So the fragile Iran ceasefire deal is holding, I guess, for now, but Gulf states are asking for further clarification on the terms as Tehran finally stops its attacks on them. This includes the UAE, where Matt Finn is standing by with the details. Matt.
Hey, Brian, right now it's about 3:30 in the afternoon here, and so far the Ministry of Defense says it has not detected any Iranian attacks today. We believe this would be the first day since this war began that Iran has not fired at the UAE here. So it appears Iran may be complying with the ceasefire, although it's 3:30 in the afternoon. We'll see what the rest of the day looks like. Now, yesterday, the UAE says Iran fired at this country, along with Israel and Kuwait. And the UAE put out a statement asking for clarification on the terms of the ceasefire. Vice President Vance offered some clarification, and he says the ceasefire requires Iran to stop firing at U.S. allies here in the Gulf.
I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states.
Now, yesterday, even after the ceasefire, Iran launched attacks across the Gulf region. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said it's possible the ceasefire took time to kick in. And in a new statement, an Emirates official says it's done being polite with Iran, writing, followers should not be surprised, frankly, by the UAE's positions in confronting the Iranian aggression against the Arab Gulf states. The era of courtesies has passed, and frankness has become a necessity. Our collective stance must be firm and clear toward the features of the upcoming phase in a way that enhances stability and security in the region. Now, throughout this, the UAE has said that the United States...
See, that's not right. Your congressman is supposed to get back to you. Someone should be getting back to you. How is this a representative government if your congressman is not getting back to you? Somebody, a staff member, somebody should be getting back to you. They're a bunch of slave traders, yes. UAE, not for me. They're a bunch of slave traders. Are they really? They're slavers at the UAE? I didn't know they were slavers.
Has become its greatest security partner in the world, and that the UAE will double down on its relationship with the United States. Brian.
Which flies in the face of one of those 10 points which says we have to evacuate the region, which is never happening. Matt Finn, thank you. Here to discuss this is retired Navy captain and former Pentagon official Brent Sadler. Brent, here we are.
You never even got a reach around. That's terrible. John James, isn't he running for Senate though? Is that why he hasn't got back to you? Because he's running for Senate. You're in Michigan, right? John James is in Michigan, and he's never gotten back to you. Jet says he won't ever get one from me. The only Rod Oliver touches my own. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they trick the poor to come work for them, and then they steal their passports. It's not auction slavery, but it's slavery just the same. Well, that's kidnapping. I don't know if it's slavery. It's kidnapping. Hey, look at this. Only $65 from the second additional hour, y'all. Every little bit helps. This was last year. I gave up. Oh, I feel horrible.
There was usually 100 going through the strait prior to this conflict.
No, absolutely. And only 17 have actually been hit by anything, most of them with minor damage since the beginning of this war up to yesterday, and 11 more suspected attacks that missed the target totally. So the overall odds or the ability and capacity of the Iranians to actually sink ships going through the Hormuz Straits at large numbers is suspect, to say the least. But nonetheless, insurance rates remain high, and as long as that's the case, it's going to take a lot more to get the confidence up that they can sail and to get those numbers up from the 4 you mentioned.
What do you think of a plan in place to take that strait once and for all Have you seen some of these plans, and are they feasible and achievable?
Well, I haven't seen any of the plans. I've been retired for several years, and again, much of that is very much behind the curtain of secrecy. But with the movement of heavy bombers like the B-52s and the non-too subtle signaling that a new form of bombing campaign could be unleashed if the Iranians don't play ball, I think that also speaks to taking out some of the hardened sites there in the Straits of Hormuz. And I think the only way we're going to get that confidence back is if the United States escorts or allows large shipping to go through there with, say, Marines on board to basically challenge the Iranians and to see if they actually have the capacity to really shut down the Straits, in effect, call their bluff. And with that air power, anything that moves will probably get hit.
You know, Vice President Vance said yesterday he doesn't even know if the speaker speaks enough English to understand the details of a deal. That seems to be a solvable problem by a thing called a translator. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't buy that. I mean, the Iranians are not an honest broker, and quite frankly, by leaking
more
out
slavery
a
today than ever
totally
before.
laughable 10-point
They're trafficked to
plan
Arab states to
they
make them
knew
work for no
was
money
not
for
gonna
us to
pass
lies.
on any one of those points.
It's like the
by
Chinese
leaking
fishing
that out,
fleets. Wow.
it sows political discord here in the United States for those that
Achievable
are
if then
the
they wanted to take
administration's
over.
opponents
Gone.
for cheap and short-term political gain. But it also shows a lot
Hey,
of
Hank, what's up?
confusion
Great to
amongst
see
our
ya.
partners, like the
Call
UAE,
Murphy 3
Israel,
times, no one
as to
available,
what
left message, no
exactly
call
deal
back,
we're
useless.
making,
Wow.
with the Iranians. So this should be expected. There should be a cost on the
Whoa,
on the Iranians for playing this game.
whoa. Look at that. Oh, my God. Look at that. 5. Jim tells you memberships. Wow. Thank you so much, Renee Collins. Let's see who got those memberships. It says that you by now got a gifted membership. Master Chief 2 got a gifted membership. Charlemagne, Charlie M or Charlene, Papo Nana Shelley, and R.H.R. Biggs all received gifted memberships from Renee. Thank you so much, Renee. Wow. That means that we are now just $35 away, folks. That's $30 right there. That ain't cheap. That's third. Now we're just $35 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Wow. KPT says, only 8 months. I look forward to this show now. Well, thank you, KPT. Thank you all so much. Yeah, you buy now is like, I get to put young Bella up. Young Bella. Yes.
Certainly this late into this conflict.
So when the dust settles and the internet's back up, how much damage do you think has been done to that country?
Well, hopefully we'll get a lot more information without having to rely on the internet. And hopefully there's a lot more contacts on the ground there that are passing out what they're seeing. Again, the only way that we get to a long-term sustainable peace in the region is if the nature of whatever regime that comes in next in Tehran isn't a threat to its neighbors, to include Israel, and secondly, doesn't threaten to hurt American lives and doesn't threaten American interests. Meet those two very simple objectives. It's not the only way we're going to be assured is a lasting peace in the region. But I think in the meantime, we need to make sure the U.S. has the leverage over whatever regime there is to hold them to the letter of whatever agreement that meets those two very basic requirements.
And Brent, real quick, militarily, this 2-week pause, if it does last 2 weeks, actually helps us. It helps us reload, maintenance the equipment, get other people in place, evaluate some things through satellite imagery. It really works to our military advantage should we need them again.
That's a high probability. It's noted that twice now the president's mentioned much to that effect, to rearm, reload, maybe reposition military forces for another phase of the attacks that he's been hinting is going to be more intense. This could be that kind of pause. How long is necessary? I don't think is the full 2 weeks.
Got it. Brent Sadler, great job. Thank you. You're all straight ahead.
Wow. So I decided, because I decided after seeing Renee was so generous gifting 5 memberships that I would gift out 5 memberships and then 5 more. And those members became G Sharkman received a membership, Lisa Dede received a membership, Mike Likes Tacos, Boom Shakalaka, and Jace Moriaka, and then Jeff N4 Pod, Uncapped Turtle, Big Howard, Dabu, and Red Alert 47 all received gifted memberships from me, from little old me. Those don't go towards the goal, though. Those do not go towards the goal. My gifts don't go towards the goal. Yes, thanks, Jim. Is everyone green or blue now? I hope so. That would be nice. I would like it to be an all green or blue chat. Oh no, he didn't get one. Oh man, Jet Trinity didn't get one. Sorry, guess not. Unfortunately. A group of House Democrats led by Gren Ively sought to pass war power. So we saw that. Let me close some tabs here. Man, I had a lot of tabs open. Wow, I had a lot of tabs open. Got this story, which I thought was interesting. Yes, come on, we need a rally. Oh, what's this? Jan Lu, 1776, just found your channel. Glad to be here. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you like it. I do these shows almost every night of the week, sometimes every night, but usually I take at least one night off. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Renee Collins. Thank you. Yes, we need a rally. Yes, welcome, Jan Lu. Welcome. And then here, oh, wow, Lisa comes in with $5. Thank you so much. That means we are now just $30 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. That's right. Even though, you guys know, Kimby, what's up, Kimby? Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Even though the goal has expired and it says it's over, I always honor the goal as long as I'm still going. So if we hit it while we're going, I do, and we'll be tuning in. Thank you so much for the warm welcomes. Well, thank you. Yes, fertility rates or fertility. We were just 30 away before the 5. No, before the 5. No, we were 35 away before the 5. I just took the 5 off. So it was 65, and then the 5 gifted memberships brought it to 35, and then the 5 brought it to 30. And then, Jules gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Jules. Wow. And Kimby's Dirty Kitchen received the gifted membership from Jules. Thank you so much. And that means we are now just $24 away. $24 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Yes, thank you, Jules. Thank you, Lisa. I didn't keep a note. You're right. What does that mean? Okay. And then here's 10 for Brian Ogden. Oh, my God. Thank you so much. Wow, Brian Ogden comes in with 10. That means we're just 14 away. Wow. Then Jan Lu comes in with 2. Thank you so much, Jan Lu, for the 2. Wow, that means we're just 12 away. We're just $12 away. Just $12 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Wow. Rally. Woohoo, rally. You're a real one, Brian. Yes, he is. Brian Ogden is the best around. No one ever's going to take him down. He's the best around. So fertility rates in the U.S. hit record lows in 2025. Can you believe it? Have you heard about this? Fertility rates hit a record low in the United States. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention researchers say in a report released April 9th, they reviewed 99.95% of all 2025 birth records received by the agency and determined that the fertility rate for 2025 was just 53.1 births per 1,000 females. Per 1,000 females. Wow. Age 15 to 44. That is crazy. Must be the nose rings. It's probably the nose rings. It probably is the nose rings. That was down 1% from 2024 and 23% drop since the recent peak in 2007. Wow. It's the lowest rate on record. In 2025, just 3.6 million births were recorded, down by 1% from 3.62 million births in 2024. That's crazy. Like, how many abortions do you think were performed in America? You think it was more than... does anyone think there was more than 3.6 million abortions in America last year? I mean, I know it's hard to track because people take the morning after pill and Plan B and all this other stuff, but oh, buddy, I bet you, if I was going to wager on it, I bet you that there was twice as many terminated pregnancies than there were births in the U.S. last year. That's sad. It really is. Russia reached 0% growth a long time ago. There are an estimated 1,126,000 abortions provided by clinicians in 2025, largely unchanged from an estimated 1,124 in 2024. Well, yeah, but how? Yeah, zero population growth. I got that. But how many were done? That doesn't count all the people who take the morning after pill or Plan B, the pill. You know what I mean, to terminate the pregnancy. Methylprednisolone or whatever it's called. That's not counted in there. So, and I would say that there's more of those probably than there was actual. So who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was more births than there were abortions. Maybe. Zero population growth. That's where we're at. That's where we're at, Hank. Provisional numbers show that fewer young women are having babies. The fertility rate for teenagers fell again, continuing to decline from the most recent peak in 1991. The rate was 4.7 births per 1,000 15 to 17-year-olds. Well, I mean, do we want 15 to 17-year-olds having kids? Not really, right? It dropped from 11% in 2024. I mean, when I was in high school, there was a lot of girls that had kids. I mean, there was a lot of girls who had kids when I was in high school. Plan B is different than the abortion pill. Plan B only delays ovulation. If you're already ovulated, it will not work. Oh, okay. I don't know. I know there's a pill though that you can take for up to. There's a pill you could take. There's a pill you could take, the morning after pill they call it, and then there's another pill, right, that you could take for several weeks, up to 8 weeks or something like that you can buy over the counter, right? I don't know. KBT says PayPal. 15 years old was the childbearing years way back. Well, yeah, I mean a long time ago, but I'm just saying, like when I was in high school. I don't see anything on PayPal, KPT. It didn't come through yet. But people died at 35. I'm not sure about that actually, Jim. Plan B causes you to start your period early so an embryo doesn't have a landing spot. Okay. Glad I don't have to worry about it anymore. Well, I know there's pills that they take. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're supposed to even, because I've heard stories about people who take it and that they have problems. You know what I mean? Because it causes like massive internal bleeding. It still is children having children. Yeah. But they're saying it's down. Like that's low. Only 4.7 births per 1,000 15-year-olds to 17-year-olds. Adam and Eve were not 18 and 21. Well, fertility rate for women aged 20 to 24 declined from 55 births to 1,000 to 55.8 to 53.2. The fertility rate from women aged 25 to 29 went from 89 to 88. So it's G Sharkman says my payments aren't getting processed. Brian says I'll even the curve. There you go. Thank you so much, Brian. That means we are now just 10 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Plan B is just progesterone at a high level to jumpstart your cycle. Okay. 14? No, not 14. PayPal gets you to 4. Gets you 4. Oh, here we go. Okay. There we go. So that means we are now down to $6. Thank you, Katie. I see it now. And we are down to just $6 away. Just $6 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Just $6, people. Just $6. Don't think they were married either. Yeah, I don't think so. Women aged 30 to 34 had 94 births to 1,000. So those rates are going up from 30 to 34, up from 33. So women are having, they're more, the older people, it's going up as you get older. Those aged 35 to 39 had 54.8 births, slightly up from 54.3. And women aged 40 to 44 had 12.8 births, up slightly from 12.7. So people No, I only see $4 that came in on PayPal. It was hold on a second. It was $12 and then you sent 4. And then hold on. You're right. I'm sorry. I did my math wrong. It was 12. It was 12. You sent 4 and then 2, so that's 6. Am I going crazy? Anyway, it doesn't. Here we go. Because America first.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
What's going on?
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you all so much. With that $6, we hit the goal. Hey, what's up, Tony? Great to see you. We hit the goal. We hit the goal. That means we are now $100 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. 100 away from a third additional hour. We did it, chat. Yay. Go. Awesome. Let me go in here and do this, and I'll do it now. We'll recorrect and select a new goal over here in the old YouTube algorithmic thingy for 1 hour. Okie dokie. All set up. New goal started. 1 more hour. Yay! Yeah. Yep. Thanks. I tried. No problem. Joe just posted he will be live, and we'll be live tonight. Oh, that's awesome, NASCAR Mo. I could, if Joe goes live, I'll rate him when we get to the end. I brought my studio to Virginia. I plan to stream tonight. I'm setting up my studio now. Well, awesome. Awesome to hear. Awesome to hear. Thank you so much. The schools turn out commies. Yes, they do. You guys are amazing. Now I'll have to at least have 1 more hour to watch in the morning. It's my bedtime. Love you all. Thanks, Jules. You are awesome. Thanks you so much for everything you do. So even as the birth rates continue dropping, many Americans say it would be ideal to have 2 or 3 children, according to a Gallup survey. Reversing the decline must involve governmental intervention aimed at people who want to have children but either do not have any or do not have as many as they would like. Yeah. He said solutions need to address the costs and time constraints that involve driving those decisions. Like, here's the thing. It is very expensive to have kids. It really is. It's very expensive. I mean, even with the help you get from the government, like, say, what the government will help people with, like single moms and stuff like that, like, you have to make less than like $30,000 a year to get any help from them. Yeah. APT says only have as many as you can support. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, we pay the teachers to turn kids to commies. But yeah, you shouldn't have kids you can't support, but you shouldn't. I mean, if you, I don't agree with saying like, oh, I can't afford this kid, so I should get rid of it. Like, I don't agree with that. Like, find a way to support the kid, make some changes, do some stuff. Dusky Dawn says staying child free is the way to go. Well, I mean, that's up to you. That's your choice to make. American fertility continues to decline because American political and cultural leaders continue to do nothing to create a more family-friendly society. Until political leaders take actions to support families more, until cultural elites decide the decline of American life is worth doing something about, and there will be little hope for serious fertility recovery. Yes, no, never get rid of the kid. That's right. Never get rid of the kid. Give it up for adoption. Sure, you can do that. Population projections released by the Congressional Budget Office in January estimated that in part because of declining fertility rates, there will be more deaths in the country than births starting in 2033. And that's because they keep letting more and more people in. KBT says, child free because I'm all about me. Well, could be. Back in the day, people didn't worry about if they could afford kids. Well, yeah, because back in the day, you had a farm, or whatever, and you had more kids because you needed more people to work on your farm. I have 3 fabulous children that are all successful adults. Well, that's awesome. But honestly, I am worried about, this is serious talk here now. I am worried about kids having a better life than their parents. Like, it was understood that when we were kids that we would have better lives than our parents, things would be better. I don't know today, kids born today, how that's going to work out. I really don't. Because I don't see my kids actually having a better life than I had. I don't see it. I don't see how they can do this stuff. I don't see it. I don't see it for them. I see a struggle for them. I don't know who to blame for it, but I don't see it. That was never promised to me. It was never promised to you that you would have a better life than your parents. That was like the American dream, isn't it? Isn't that what they always told us? Our parents had a lot harder time than us. Yeah. I'm just saying, but I don't know about our kids. There's been a whole bunch of competition imported into the country to compete against our kids. I agree with you. Kid born in the 92,000 will have a harder time surpassing their parents. I agree. I think it's going to be rough. I don't know. Some of that, all right, some of that is because the thing that happened in 2008, you're forgetting about the Great Depression. Well, the Great Depression did do a whole reset and made people born have worse times. Yes, that did happen. But then we had 80 years of onward progress. And now it's like, is it because of the 2008 Great Recession, they called it, which was really a depression? Is that what caused this to be this issue now, that's still because nothing was solved? All they did was just give the banks free money that we're still paying off. It was added to our debt, and we're all paying off the banks, and the banks didn't got to keep all the properties that were foreclosed on, but got paid off anyway. My parents were children of the Depression. They took nothing for granted. However, the office noted that projections were highly uncertain based in part on possible changes to fertility, mortality, and immigration. Well, U.S. birth rates fall to record lows. U.S. fertility rate dropped to another record low in 2025. It's 20% lower than it was 2 decades ago. Wow. Okay. All right. And back to something about the Iran war. People are more selfish now. Marie says, yes. That's what I'm saying, man. I think that's what it is. I think that's why everybody's struggling now, is because what should have happened in 2008 is all those everything should have those banks should have failed. The people should have got to keep their houses. whatever, shit, or whatever. Or if the government was going to back the loans, then the banks shouldn't have got the properties. 2 decades is 20 years. Yeah, it is. So it dropped 20% in 20 years. So it's been dropping like 1% a year. So it's going down. After World War II, things got better. Yeah. So U.S. achieved goals, but is ready to resume operations if Iran rejects peace, from the Pentagon. U.S. military will remain in the Strait of Hormuz and to ensure Tehran with the ceasefire. Some work hard for cash jobs, others find welfare. Yeah. High fertility rate dropped in 2012. The Pentagon on April 8th stated that the U.S. military has accomplished its objectives in Iran, but is ready to resume combat operations. U.S. War Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters a day after President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire that Iran's military capabilities have been decimated. Stop saying decimated. With its missile program being functionally destroyed. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on the plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. The war secretary called Operation Epic Fury a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield, noting that the United States is fewer than 40 days used less than 10% of its total combat power to dismantle one of the world's largest militaries. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on some stuff because I have to. Instagram's gonna close out here in a little bit, so I'm gonna have to watch it. Rapidly disassembled. Yeah. Abortion eliminated 30 to 50 million children from being born in this country. I would say more than that. Honestly, if we're talking about since it was legalized in 1972 or whatever it was, 73, 74, whenever that was. I'm curious how much Iran getting paid for each ship they're allowed through. I'm curious too, because that's kind of like that's kind of silly to pay them. We must grow. The mass is critical of the misuse of decimated. Oh my God, thank you. Yeah. Doesn't that mean just cut by a tenth? Decimated, you cut a tenth off? Iran's Navy's at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prize drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, they're all sunk. Iran's air force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has any sort of comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles are depleted and decimated. Just stop saying decimated. And almost completely ineffective. He said the Iranian military's command and control is also decimated. Why the fuck do they keep using decimated? They want $1 a barrel, about 2 million. No, 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 no. We hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. Let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause and a joint force remains steady if ordered to, or called upon to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated the last 30 days. I mean, I would say, if they want, our company is planning on prices rising by 2030. Cost of living will be much higher for all. Hype stuff up too much. That's extortion. Yeah, it's extortion. Like, I would pay them in missiles for the oil. Yes, they're using decimated just to piss me off. They are. Because, I mean, I could swear decimated means reduced by 1/10. Isn't that what it means? Reduced by 1/10? So if there's 100 people, you decimate them, you take 10 off, so they have 90? I thought that's what it meant. Modern usage means largely destroyed. Yeah. That's Dan Raisin Kane. No pay for international water. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they want to, I'd be like, sure. I would tell them, come here. Just come out here. Come out here and get it. Come and get it. We'll pay you cash. Come and get it. When they get there. Remarks come after Trump threatened the bombing of Iran's power plants and bridges unless Tehran agreed to complete an immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. About an hour and a half before the deadline, the president announced in a post on Truth Social that the 2-week suspension of attacks on Iran following discussions with the Pakistanis and who had been key mediators with the United States and Iran. I thought it was closer to total destruction. Decimated? Does it mean taken down to there's only a 10th left? What does decimated mean? I thought it was either 1/10 destroyed. See, originally it referred to the practice of killing every 10th member of a military unit in ancient Rome. Decimated means to drastically reduce the number or to cause great destruction. Originally it referred. So the original meaning was to just take 1/10. Just 1/10. That's the original meaning. Just 1/10. Just 1/10. 1 in 10. 10%. That's what I thought. Make it into a 10th. That's what I thought. Decimation was a punishment for Roman units that displayed cowardice in battle. 1 in 10 of the troops were executed. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. If they get a toll, everyone with the strait still wants tolls. Everyone wants holes. Yeah. That's not how it's used now. I know. Megyn Kelly and all fake MAGA have talking nothing but crap about Trump's comments. It's so dumb. Yeah, it is, Derek. It's dumb. It's totally dumb. Decimatio. Sorry. About an hour and a half before the deadline. Okay, so based on conversation with Prime Minister Shahbaz and the rest of the Pakistanis, wherein they requested I hold off, I agreed to suspend. He said April 7th that Iran's 10-point proposal was a workable basis. The president said almost all the points of past contention have been resolved. U.S. military will remain in the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that Tehran complies with the ceasefire. He told reporters the military will be hanging around. They'll just be hanging around, like dirty laundry. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with the ceasefire and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. Acknowledging Kane's earlier remarks about the military being ready to return to offensive measures if needed, the War Secretary said the U.S. forces are prepared to restart at a moment's notice with whatever target package would be needed in order to ensure Iran complies. Pakistanis. Yeah, they're Pakistanis. Yes. Yeah, they're really all from Poland. They're just the Pakistanis. This is from Korea Times. U.S. military says it's ready to resume Iran fighting if diplomacy fails. Same thing here. U.S. military says it's ready to resume. Stock futures slide as doubts over ceasefire send oil higher. This was from 8 o'clock this morning. Stocks resumed their drop and oil erased about a third of its Wednesday drop as traders watched the fragile U.S.-Iran ceasefire shatter by the hour, with both sides accusing the other of breaches while the Strait of Hormuz is still effectively closed. What? Say it ain't so. Did you see the video about Trump's grand plan regarding war? No, I didn't. Observation about Bella. You have thrown her schedule off. Come 7 Pacific time, she settles right down. Yeah, she's not used. She's used to being. She's actually used to being up, running around with the grandkids, until probably 9 o'clock at night, right around 8:30, 9 o'clock at night Eastern time. Search X on a Trump plan. All right, I'll look for it right now because why not? Why not? Is this what you're talking about? Is this what you're talking about here? The Trump plan? I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have a plan. Is this what you're talking about? Is this what you're talking
Simple.
about?
I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. They want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to... And if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is.
No.
But it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news.
So I searched Trump plan latest. Let's see. Caught on record amidst a plan to sabotage Trump. Holy shit, the Iranian oil was always the plan. Is this the one you're talking about?
Why couldn't we go in and take over some of their oil, which is along the sea?
How would you do that? Would you send in the Marines? Would you take a chance in a war?
Let them have Iran. You take their oil. That's what
How?
How?
I mean, do we want a war? What do you mean
go
we
in,
take their oil?
You go in. You're
How
gonna have
do
a
we
war,
go
Barbara.
in?
You're going to have a war by being weak.
Okay, how do we go in? What do we do?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're going to have a war, and it's going to start in the Middle East.
What if the Soviet Union said, you do this to Iran, we're going to come in?
I don't believe they'd do it. The next time Iran attacks this country, go in and grab one of their big oil installations, and I mean grab it and keep it, and get back your losses, because this country has lost plenty because of Iran. Why couldn't we?
Is this the one you're talking about? I don't know. Is that the one? CNN had a fake chat GPT and was about 15 or 10. It was really 3. What was it? CNN had fake chat GPT. And it was 15 or 10, and it was really 3. Posted a link. We can't do that. You can't post a link. I don't see it. I don't see anything about the plan. I don't see anything about the plan. Oh, here. Hold on a second. Why? What is going on? What is going on? How is this even possible?
A threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chance of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective, on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one.
I don't see it here. I'm looking on that guy's page. I don't see anything about Trump's plan. So I'm sorry, I can't find it. Anyway, so all right, let's do this. Let's go over here to bookmarks and see what I got here. So let's check this out. You guys seen this thing about the Dignity Act with this crazy lady Maria Salazar? The Dignity Act gives amnesty to legal aliens who rob, maim, and kill Americans while filling in our jails. Mm-hmm.
We are here today, and I'm delighted that this coalition has been formed by business sectors, by pastors, by families, by community leaders, people that understand that we need to fix the laws and that we need to give a solution to those people who have been here in this country for more than 5 years, who do not have a criminal record, and who have been contributing for decades to the economy of this country. There are two entities that can make this happen: God the Father and Donald Trump. And we in Congress, we're in the middle. So that's what we're doing. 20 members of Congress, 20 members on each side, and more Congress people who would like to join us, but they say, Maria, I don't want anyone to accuse me of amnesty. What is amnesty? We do not know really what's the complete and rigorous definition of that word. If amnesty for some of our colleagues is no path to citizenship, then dignity does not have a path. It makes you pay a fine. 1% of your salary is a pretty harsh bill for those who are undocumented, but it allows them to stay and live a dignified life in the promised land.
No, sorry. I don't think so. I don't think so. Bavino had said something about it, but I don't know where it went. What Bavino said. Another travesty of justice. Yeah, breaking. That's the cop. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Republicans are trying to give these guys amnesty. Check this out. Police just released video of 2 homeowners being beaten and zip-tied by 3 illegal aliens during a home invasion of Miami. The Demon Rat Party let in millions of these thugs, and they're committed to keeping them here no matter how many Americans are murdered.
We have several new angles for you tonight showing this violent home invasion and the moment police arrived. A victim panicking and pleading for help after police say thieves stormed their way into his home, causing terror. This angle from inside shows the man struggling on the floor as the intruders overpower him. The victim continues to fight and call out for the police. Investigators say a woman who also lives on the property was attacked and tied up. You can see as the 2 men force their way inside the home, a third person involved appears to take a different route to find the woman. Investigators say the suspects, now identified as Augustine Hernandez, Rogelio Espina, and Yoamil Napales, demanded money and coerced the victim to open up a black safe, which contained around $400 in cash. Police say the male victim was also robbed of his gold jewelry. Investigators say this attack and home invasion happened off Southwest 8th Street in Little Havana, December 29th around 10 p.m.
Watch the crossfire, watch the crossfire.
A report says when police showed up, the home was ransacked and the suspects were still inside.
Come here, hands up, hands up.
Yo! Police say both victims were injured.
Wow. Yeah, give them amnesty, you fucking idiots. Real good. Give them amnesty. Yeah. Give them amnesty. Let them stay. Yeah. We're going to talk about that in a minute, about Judge Murphy. I want to find. This is a man who tried to. Oh, you guys see this? Check this out.
Who is this nigga who tried to me to a demon? This is Tucker Carlson. He used to be on TV, but now he's not. He's famous for his Indian Zin pouches. I'm having a laugh that goes like this. Tucker blew up making neocon videos with Rachel Maddow.
Really?
But recently decided that he wants to be her instead.
Who do you think you are?
Now he's into socialist Jesus.
Bruh.
And claims he got raped by an incubus.
Huh? Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left. Is that right?
That's some funny shit. Under Islamic rule, non-Muslims were forced to pay a jizya tax simply for the right to exist as a second-class citizen. In Mandami's New York City, non-whites were forced to pay a racial equity tax. Oh, here's the Dignity Act. Here we go. This is the Dignity Act. You guys ready? Here we go. Here we go. Here's the Dignity Act.
But I want to know how it is and who it is that is going to process these background checks on 17 million people.
90 million. 90 million.
Talked about how long this is going to take. How long does it take to process 17 million people when I've got, let's even just say 50,000 ICE agents specializing in nothing other than the Dignity Act?
Look, I cannot tell you specifically how DHS is going to manage this.
Yeah,
but
I don't care.
we give them 18 months to do it.
In 18 months, we cannot process 18 million people. That would be 33,000 people a day if we were working weekends and if every single person was getting a adequate check.
But you're concentrating on the administrative part, and then
I'm concentrating on the background check. I am not going to be cool with giving somebody dignity when I don't know who that person is and why they're in my country.
Oh, no. I agree with you, but that's why I say no more than 5 years. You need to prove that you've been here for more than 5. With
I still need to know who you are, though.
How do you know they've been here more than 5?
Of course that I need you to know that you're a Pepe Perez or Rosa. Of course, I understand. Yes.
Here's the thing. They're all liars, okay? There's not a single illegal alien living in this country that hasn't committed other crimes. I'm sorry. There's not one. Are they working? Then they're committing crimes. How are they working? Did they get stolen IDs, fake social security numbers? How are they paying taxes? You claim they're paying taxes. These are all lies. They just haven't been caught yet for the crimes they're committing. That's it. That's all it is. They haven't been caught. And when they do get caught, they don't prosecute them. They just go, let's just deport them. Just deport them. The demon rat internal numbers must look horrible if they have to import that many voters. Yeah. Tell them to bring their papers. If they don't have papers, deport them with dignity. Yeah. They have criminal record because they are unknown. Yeah. Most of them threw their papers away when they entered the U.S. illegally. That's right. It's not being able to manage it is part of the plan. Yes, that's true. They work under the table for cleaning companies, construction companies. They're still breaking the law because they're not legally authorized to work. It's a crime to work without authorization in the United States. It is a crime.
I just don't know how. I just don't know.
You just don't know how.
I mean, fairness. How am I going to think about what 30,000 people is? 30,000 people is almost a full football stadium. So now if I'm going to give these illegal aliens.
Yeah. Why do we reward them for skirting capture for 5 years?
To go get
they take jobs away from Americans. Yeah.
Now they can compete legally against my kids. They're already competing illegally against them, but now they can compete on a legal end. Now they're going to be able to go get a house and get a mortgage. My kid's going to have an even.
They're already getting mortgages. That's the thing nobody wants to talk about. Biden administration had the FHA giving fucking mortgages to illegal aliens. Yes. Backed by our tax dollars. Yeah.
A harder time when he's competing against an extra 17 million people.
I'm going to turn that around. You know, those 17 million people.
Hey, Kimmy.
Most of them are helping for the supply of housing to increase.
By taking 17 million people and giving them what really is legalization, even though they don't get to vote, you are now putting 17 million more people in competition for the limited amount of housing that we have. And even if they all start going to build houses, which is another issue in of itself, but even if they start to go do that, we still have 17 million new people going to compete for jobs that are getting tougher to do, especially with AI, and competing against buying a house. And so all that's going to do is going to take the American kid, and I call a kid a 20-year-old.
I mean, anybody who's been paying attention has seen this past year, the past 12 months in the United States, rents have declined for the first time. Rents have declined for the first time since 2008. Rents. Because as they're getting rid of the illegals, there's more apartments and places to rent available. It's not like it was where they keep charging more and more and more because renting property is supply and demand. Bella is migrating north. Yes, she is. Parking garage in PA collapse, killed 3. Wonder what kind of labor was contracted. I had that story. And I was like, I don't know. Is that really a story? Mine's still going up. Is it really? Now look at her glaring at him. Yeah, she is here. She is in Congress, Kimmy, representing illegal aliens. That's who she represents. She is not a Republican. She is somebody who was a Democrat who said, oh, shit, I can't win in this district unless I say I'm a Republican. Because 2 million have self-deported. It's crazy. Rent, most people can barely afford. Yeah, people don't want to be renters. People don't want to be renters, but the housing market is getting worse. You know what I mean? It's got to get better. I tithe 10% for a decade to my church. When they wanted rooms painted, they chose to go with illegals into my company because they were 50% less on the bid. Ooh, that is brutal. I would have fucking turned them in. And said, they're hiring illegals. They're breaking the law. Yeah, they jack it up everything years by almost $100. Been there since 2022. That's fucked up. That really is. She's a sheep in wolf's clothing. Yeah. I think she's evil. 15%, not 50. No, I understand. But what I'm saying is I still would have turned him in. I would have turned him in. I would have turned him in. I don't give a fuck who they are. If it was illegal alien and I know they're illegal alien, I'm turning them in. I'm calling the number. I'm calling the hot tip line, and I'm turning them in. I tie 10%. They ask us to paint. Yeah. My rent went way up for the same area in general. We're also now a sanctuary state. Jack it up every 2 years. Well, I mean, it should be coming down. Rents have been coming down all over the place. New York, Chicago, like LA, like that's all the reporting I've seen. It's been coming down. This was the Obama era. They didn't care. That sucks.
30-year-old. Sure,
and it's going to put more. It's going to put more pressure and stress on them.
I see it completely different.
So you explain this one to me. Let's say, for instance, I'm roughing numbers. Let's say, for instance, the guy on the corner was charging $20 an hour, and Jose has been getting 10 under the rug,
table.
So to say.
Under the table.
Under the table, he's getting $10.
Yeah.
Is that staying like that?
No, because then now Jose,
Yep.
because there's e-verify mandatory, is going to pay whatever the marketplace, whatever the fair market value is. And then the guy standing on the court.
E-Verify does nothing because they know for a fact that it doesn't work. E-Verify. It doesn't. It's a joke. All E-Verify seems to do is fuck with veterans when they get out of the military because it tries to say that they're not authorized to work when they don't have to, if they have their just military ID. It's like, that's all I've seen happen with people with E-Verify is military veterans, people who served for like 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, get fucked when they try to go get a job and they can say, oh no, wait, you're not part of this, because that's what happens. As far as illegals, they just have somebody else's shit and they go, oh yeah, that's fine. That guy works. He's working right now. So he's a good guy. Let him work. Most rents are going down in those areas is tied to the mass exodus resulting in increased availability of housing. That's what I'm saying. Where they went in all the places, rents are dropping in Austin, Texas. All the places where the illegals are leaving, rents are going down. She has no primary challenger. Florida primary in August pulled together. I thought she did have a primary challenger. Are you sure? I could swear she does have a primary challenger. I could swear she does, Kimmy. I saw it somewhere. Hold on. What is her name? Primary challenger for... What the fuck is her name again? Son of a bitch. What the fuck is her name again? I can't. Salazar. It says her key. Several Democrats are challenging her primary field. CBS 4 anchorman Elliot Rodriguez confirms he's running for the seat of Miami Republican Congresswoman Salazar. I don't know. I don't have to see. I don't know. I'm sure somebody will pop in. Somebody should pop in soon if
so now he's going to get raised to $20, and then what becomes the case is that the guy who hired him in the beginning to get the cheap labor, now he doesn't have the cheap labor anymore. So now
that's correct. And he has two choices. Jose and the guy and your friend, the white guy standing at the corner. He has two choices now. But let's suppose that the white guy says, I'm not going to do this anymore because I have an opportunity.
Florida does not have ranked choice voting. That is not true. Florida does not have ranked choice voting. No, they don't. Not the illegals and people escaping the retardation of those areas, relocating to places like Texas and Tennessee, driving up rents and housing prices. Illegals bailing is a drop in the bucket. Hey, what's up, Julio? Great to see you, Julio. How you doing? Maria Salazar. Yeah, I had to look it up. Salazar, thank you. Rents never go down in California. I heard they were dropping in some places in California. With 20 million here illegally, the strain on rents is causing inflation, housing crisis. There's way more than 20 million. That's the thing. It's upwards of 70 to 80, 90 million people here. When you start talking about visa overstays, people who came in illegally, people who came on tourist visas and stayed, people who came to visit just for a visit and stayed. Just another color racist. Yeah. We just passed it unless I voted on the wrong ballot. I didn't see it on any ballot I voted on. I did not see any ranked choice on anything I voted on. Yeah, 70 million. There's 70 million easy. You voted no, but they said it passed. What? When? What election? There was nothing on the ballots I voted on that said anything about ranked choice. Unless it's a local thing. Maybe, what are you talking about, a local election? Like, that would have been big news. That would have been really big news.
To learn how to do, I don't know, x-rays, or I can be, instead of outside in the roofing, I can be inside the office.
No, let's do it the other way. Let's say he doesn't want to go do something else. Let's say he wants to stay in what his trade is. Because why do I have to move the American guy, Maria?
Okay, fine, don't move him. Then have the owner. I give the owner the possibility of hiring Jose, who doesn't speak much English, and Joe, your friend.
Yeah, and Joe is a master carpenter, much more qualified. Now we've got Joe and Jose. And Jose's got everything against him because he doesn't have that one ticket anymore, which is cheap labor. So now when Jose can't find a job because the Joes of the world are coming back out and taking him when they're paying fair wage again, what are we doing with all of the Jose's who are now in my country, draining my schools, my hospitals, my food, my housing? What are we doing?
They have to pay for their own health insurance. You know that the federal law
How are they going to do that without a job, Maria?
Oh, well, then, it's then if they don't have a job, then they would have to go back home, or they would have to then do something. They will have to find a job, if not go back home. But there will not be any chances.
Are you telling me if he doesn't have a job, the only service that he's going to get is if he has an emergency at the emergency room? No other services. He ain't getting food. He ain't getting vouchers. He's getting nothing.
Food from where? Food from where? Who is going to give him food?
An EBT card. He's not getting anything. I'm asking you, does he get
food
any
stamps,
services?
No federal
Zero.
programs available. No Medicare, no Medicaid, no Social Security or food stamps.
So now I got Jose, who was poor to begin with, doesn't have any money saved. Jose doesn't have a job. He's lingering around for 30 days. And now what you're saying is,
well, if he doesn't have a job, then
we smoked him out. We smoked him out. He's out.
But he has the dignity in him. He just needs to go find a job. He doesn't find a job. Well, fine. I mean, then I don't know.
Then he has to go home. He gets no other perk. Your math doesn't work for the sense that if you're going to now tell them they have to pay their taxes, they're automatically going to be lifted to a new salary. And now what's going to wind up happening is they're going to find the same problem that my kids got. I got to pay taxes, Dad.
Florida passed a ban on ranked choice voting. I have it right here. I have it right here. All right. Florida passed a ban on ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting method that allows voters to rank candidates for an office in order of preference and has ballots cast to be tabulated in multiple rounds following the elimination of a candidate until a single candidate attains a majority may not be used in determining the election or nomination of any candidate to any state, local, or federal elective office in this state. Any existing or future ordinance enacted or adopted by a county, a municipality, or other local government entity which is in conflict with section is void. Yes. Ranked choice voting. Yeah, there is no ranked choice voting in Florida. It's like paying McDonald's workers $20 an hour. While that means they worded it to fool people, I stand a fool. Yeah, there is a petition. There is a ranked choice voting. It's everywhere. It's the fucking commies and the Democrats trying to pass it everywhere. It says Jim Salazar and people like her Cuban get challenged in South Florida. Okay. Vote Elliot Rodriguez for District 27. This woman has got to go. So I said I swore there was a guy running against her. Yeah, there is no. There is. It's banned in Florida. They can't even use any municipalities can't use it.
I can't find an apartment. Apartments are $3,000 a month for 2-bedroom shithole. I can't do it. And why
Right,
can't I
so
do
they
it?
have to put that's their responsibility, not mine.
But wait a second.
They could have 2 jobs or 3 jobs. I mean, it's like that's the average American person problem.
I'm Maria, and what winds up happening now is you are legalizing these people to work to go into more competition against American workers. But
That's right. Well, everybody, listen. I'm not ending the show, so that's not what's happening. But I am ending on Instagram because Instagram has a hard cap of 4 hours. So if you're on Instagram, if you happen to be on Instagram watching, please come over to YouTube or come over to Facebook or come over to X or come over to YouTube or Rumble or Kick or Twitch. Okay? So if you're on Instagram, have a nice night. Come back some other day for Jim to tell you the news. All right. I had to end it. Save changes. All right. All right. She wants feedlot votes. That's what she wants. Julio says, I worked for and with Cubans for a decade, and they are the most patriotic Americans. Yes, they are. I love Cubans. I love their cigars. Vincent Arias is attempting to primary her. Okay. That's what I thought. What's it say? We have a rental house around the corner, a small 3-bedroom with 9 cars parked outside every night. No one speaks English. Yeah, well. They have an app. And the White House app has a tip line for ICE. Just saying it's anonymous. KPT, Newsom raised fast food workers' pay, resulted in overpriced food and loss of jobs. Yeah. I moved money to ARC before the SpaceX IPO. There you go. That's a good idea. If they are illegals, it don't matter what they are. That's right. By the way, this is what it looks like when an honest person stands corrected. No problem. You scared the shit out of me, actually, when you said that, because I was like, how did they do it? How the fuck did they do it? How did they do it without me knowing it? I've been in Florida since 2014. How the fuck did they do it? You're still waiting for ICE to respond. Did you use the White House app? I don't know. Supposedly the White House has an app that works. Oh, look at this. Mike Davis says, Robert Barnes is a Bernie donor, an Act Blue donor, a Trump hater, and a tax cheat, and an FSP who blocks people then attacks them. So this is Robert Barnes donating to Bernie. Wow, look at that. 1,000. He supposedly donated to Trump. And then Act Blue. Mike Garcia for Congress. Oh, Barnes donates a lot of money to some strange people. That's odd. We saw this with Barnes calling for a coup of President Trump, which is crazy. Crazy. Well, check this out. This is a story. All right, from Dapper Detective. It says an illegal alien on an expired Biden work visa was arrested in LA for scamming an elderly American out of $800,000. Nigam Bahat stole the senior's life savings.
Breaking news from Tangipahoa Parish. Deputies say a New Jersey man is in jail after allegedly stealing more than $800,000 in gold. 25-year-old Nigam Bhatt was arrested Tuesday after investigators say he told a victim their bank account was frozen and could only be released in exchange for gold. Investigators say the victim is an elderly Kentwood resident. Detectives say there could be more victims. Breaking news from Tangipahoa Parish. Deputies say a New Jersey man is in...
Okay. Do you let me do this real quick. Do you use post the link? Use something. Do you use Apple or Google? Because I'll post the. It's possible to different Robert Barnes. Well, I know it's possible. That makeover comes with the deal. Okay. Let me see here. I have this one here. This is the White House app. All right. I'll post. Hold on. I'll post this link for the App Store. That's for Apple App Store, and then this one is for the Google Play. If you have a Google Play, all right. All right, and then this one is the White House Direct. All right. Well, there's 3 links there. One of them will work. One's Apple, one's Google, one's White House. So go ahead and give it a try. Apple supports a child predator. I do Android. Okay. An idea stolen from everyone. New Jersey man like Maryland man. Yeah, you ain't kidding. I think we can see the morph. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, look at Bella sleeping and curled up. Look at Bella all sleeping all curled up like a... Look at her all sleeping there. What's it say? Balseros came looking for jobs. Pios Sicos came for the benefits. Once they got their parole, the first place they visited is Cuba. 40 years in Miami, and marriage is my experience. Wow. I appreciate you. Is it California? Barnes Law is in Los Angeles, California. Not sure. Bella is a top shelf gimmick. Oh, he's giving me one. Yes. All right. Oh, here we go. Check this out. New York is about to learn the hard way why race-based wealth confiscation seems to only make everyone poorer.
There's a report in City and State today about how your administration removed DEI language from the racial equity report that you released this week. Why was that decision made, and do you support that decision?
So I want to be very clear. Our administration inherited a report that the prior administration had refused to release, a report that had been heavily diluted over many rounds of revisions. We took the time to strengthen this report to ensure that it was actually an accurate reflection of the city that we all love and know as our home, and to actually release this report within the first 100 days. Now, in this report, what we've seen, it's a report that is both coupled with a true cost of living report, is that the inequities in this city, the racial inequities, are stark. We are talking about findings that have shown that the wealth of a median white household in this city is more than $200,000, while that of a black household is less than $20,000. This is not an indictment of any one New Yorker. It is an indictment, however, of policies and politics that have persisted for far too long. Our commitment now is to act upon these findings, to do so in concert with New Yorkers' comments, as we've now opened a public comment period for the next 30 days to ensure that we have a city where we are reckoning with the long history of racism here and starting to act upon a framework that puts equity right at the center of it. Thank you.
Sure. But why remove the DEI language?
We put forward a stronger report that actually reflects the realities New Yorkers are living through.
Yeah, negative 100. Yeah. I always watch Joe, and he's always on there. Thought I would sub, but now I am. Oh, that's great. Thank you. I'm trying to compile an invoice of bathtub retail and repair, but I keep getting pulled in his coverage. Thank you, Jim. Tells you I need his info to get along with my understanding. Thanks, no problem. It's almost like folks don't pay their mortgages. Go figure. Yeah, there it is. Commie BS. Guess there's room for improvement in the black community. Here's the thing. If you live, and this is a sad thing to have to say, but if you live in government-owned properties, like if you're living in Section 8 housing or you're living in government, like projects, and your family generationally lives in projects, you're not going to build any fucking wealth. The main driver to build wealth, the main individual driver of wealth is to become a homeowner. That's it. It's basically a place for you to save money. And build equity. That's it. Actual equity, not the equity they're talking about, but you build equity in your fucking house. Now, wasn't their last mayor black? Well, yeah, that's why he's a former mayor. Yeah. So there is another one. Mandami demands higher taxes for his black and brown political machine. Yeah. Wealth is immoral. Tax the rich. Tax the graft. Yeah.
There's a report in...
Well, let's see. There's another thing I saw. Oh, California influencer embraced by the Dems went on a racist anti-Asian thing. This is a crazy story. The Australian government just arrested their most decorated veteran from Afghanistan for war crimes. Ben Swift was awarded the Victorian Cross for Australia after single-handedly storming 2 Taliban machine gun nests. This is crazy. Oh, here's this guy. Check this out. So, Democrat rep Jason Crow says that he and the Demon Rats are making lists. They're making lists like Nazis. They're Nazis. They're making lists. and they'll be judged. You can't escape it forever. Yeah, see, they're making lists.
Well, accountability will come sooner or later. You can't hide from that. We are taking names. I'm creating my own lists of people that need to have oversight and accountability. It is so important right now that people understand that if you're in this administration and you're asked to violate the law or violate your oath or turn your back on the Constitution, that you will be judged one way or another at some point or another. You cannot escape it forever. You can't hide behind a mask. You can't hide behind your desk. You can't hide behind your title. We will seek accountability. Well, accountability.
I'm telling you right now, if these people keep this shit up and they force me out into the street, they're not going to like what happens, because if I get aggravated enough that I'm out there protesting, oh buddy, this guy's a total freak. Yeah, they are. Talk about me? I'm a total freak. The Constitution is still a thing. Maybe, could be. Did you watch that standoff today? And the Bearcat ran over the suspect after he killed a cop, and the people are mad that he did it. Oh, they're probably going to lock the cop up. They are threatening us. Commie Crow from Colorado is retarded. Yes, he is. So now words are war crimes. Yeah, words are war crimes. They are. Oh, not you. Okay, Sue Caesar. Thank you. MS Now is sponsored by the words war crime and the number 90 million. Yep. Yeah. Look at this. Two Muslim extremists, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Koyomi, are arrested, accused of trying to kill alleged blasphemers outside New York City's mayoral residence, have been federally indicted. It's good, because they probably let them go from New York. Federal prosecutors say they planned on ISIS-inspired attacks using homemade explosives. Evidence included a notebook detailing bomb plans, storage unit with materials, dash cam audio capturing them discussing targets before being stopped by police. The suspects were protesting alongside leftists like Walter Matheson, who also wanted to silence critics of Islam. Yeah. In New York, every creature on earth has survival instincts except for the white liberal. Yeah, look at him. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, come with me. Yeah, this guy is yoked. He's jacked. This is crazy what happened. Yeah. This guy says, I spoke to an Afghan war veteran who told me that the Australian government literally paid for billboards in Afghanistan offering to pay random Afghans to come forward with war crime allegations. What country on earth would do this to itself? Tell me, when does the Taliban plan on holding war crimes tribunals into their own people? When do the Taliban plan on holding themselves accountable for terrorism? Mike Tobin does have a bigger neck. Yes, he does. Who is Fred Perry? This is a Fred Perry shirt, I believe. When have we ever called out the Russians for what happened in Berlin after the city fell? Never. I need to get a Fred Perry shirt like Jim. I've got a couple of these, a couple different ones. This one is technically not the one you think it is. This is not the one you think it is. Fred Perry was a classic 90s punk rock era. Yeah. This is not the one you think it is. This is not the one that's proud of your boy. This is a different color. Barnes admits to donating to Bernie in early 2016 to combat Hillary. He thought Bernie was a populist. He switched to Trump when he started adopting populist agenda and saw the potential. Okay. You do look proud. Well, I am proud. I am very proud. But I do have the correct shirt. This is not the correct shirt, is all I'm saying. This is not the official shirt of being proud. That's all. I do have one. This ain't it. I will wear that tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know. I don't like, because it kind of looks the same. It's just different. The stripes are different colors all. But I maybe not tomorrow, but I will wear it. Absolutely retarded to purge your own men when fighting brutal barbaric enemy that respects no rules whatsoever. We are a cuck nation. Free Ben Robert Smith. Yeah. Bomber jacket, Fred Perry, 108 lace docks was everywhere in the 80s. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Rep. Salazar on her mass amnesty for illegal aliens proposal. Right now, what we need to do is buy peace for these people, allow them to stay and continue working because they are needed. Yeah, here she is. This lady is a nut job.
We give them dignity. At some point in the future, another legislator will write another law to give them path to citizenship. Right now, what we need to do is to buy peace for these people, allow them to stay, to continue working because they are needed.
Reggie says, Jim, watchers come over from Rob where he tries to avoid foul language, and right away you are spitting F-bombs. Did I spit F-bombs right away tonight? I try. I try. I try to keep my language at a minimum. But I'm going to tell you something. I worked in construction for 30 years. All right? I was in the Navy. I use language that, I'm sorry, I try to keep it at a minimum. But sometimes when I get angry, they come out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you feel that way, Reggie. I didn't realize I was spitting rep bombs. You didn't figure me as a rainbow flag shirt guy. Well, you know. Australia will be unable to get another enlistee by arresting him. I think it's very dumb. So I apologize, Reggie. Has she looked at her Comcast NID lately? Nobody is working. Yeah. I have neighbors, kids trying to get summer jobs, and there's nothing available to them because illegals are cheaper than a 19-year-old guy. What? What? Foul language from a Navy vet? Unheard of. Nothing to apologize for, Jim. I try to keep, I don't want to scare people away. I try to keep my language to be friendly. Not that there's anything wrong with what? So, yeah, because here, check this out. This is what this person says here. It says, sorry, your car insurance has quadrupled and it still won't cover the medical costs of an uninsured illegal smashing into your family on their third DUI, but we need to buy some peace for them. Because that's what's going on. That's why, yeah, this is like me watching cowards and cucks piss away America because we couldn't tell immigrant thieves and traitorous politicians to go F themselves. See, I try to say go F themselves. It says, a White House official just confirmed that the Iran's maximalist 10-point peace plan is not the one President Trump publicly said is workable. To reiterate, Trump did not agree to these points. No matter how Iran or other people claim he did, Trump has a plan. No need to panic. Okay. He was never going to agree to that. People actually thought it was real. There's no valid reason to fall for this BS. Why would some Americans trust Iran over the commander-in-chief? This says Bonvino destroyed him, but I didn't see anything. So here, let's do this real quick. The tribunals will be epic. Doc says, you've been a little hot tonight. Even my dad, not a fan of language, was laughing at some of your spicier moments tonight. Okay. It's from Seinfeld. Oh. Doc says, I stepped back and started looking more at Barnes. He's very good at crafting narratives. He is. He's very good at, Barnes is very good at public perception, getting people to, believe, stuff like that. So, Bronca is a firebrand. Yeah, Oh, who's Barnes? I was thinking Bronca. No, Barnes, Robert Barnes is who I'm talking about. Barnes is, another Barnes is all we need. Yeah. So, more on Judge Murphy, who ordered a halt to ending TPS for Ethiopia. 3-time loser in SCOTUS already. I think, why would Salazar feel comfortable in Miami as a Cuban? Her parents trying to get illegals set up because Cubans are not as Republican as people think. Did I don't know if maybe at the beginning of the show, did I start swearing right away? I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. I love the spicy. Okay. Dyslexia is my superpower and my greatest confusion. My son-in-law used to edit Bronca's YouTube videos. He said he was a good guy. Yeah. Bronca will say stuff more edgy than me. Elon said, "Go F yourself," and SpaceX may be valued at $2 trillion for the IPO. Yeah, you know. But, and again, I'm no Elon Musk. I am no Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. Does anyone know when Joe is supposed to start tonight? Anyone have any ideas? I mean, I would like to continue until he starts, and then I could rate him. But we're already past we're already into the third hour here. Why does locals always a problem? Trying to look at locals. That locals must be getting like attacked or something. Oh well. So, okay, let's read this. I've written about Judge Murphy before involving this specific topic. At least not in the next 30 minutes. That's what it looks like. He said around midnight. I don't know. I mean, we didn't... If Elon was outed from another planet, I wouldn't blink an eye. Elon is an alien, so was Albert Einstein. It's possible. 11 p.m., he said he was going on. It's 11:20, around midnight. Yeah. SpaceX as a company is good, but not a good portfolio investment. Who is she barking at? Who are you barking at, Bella? Who are you barking at, Bella? It's a hobby horse that Judge Murphy's been riding since March 2025 when he granted class certification to illegal aliens set to be removed to a third country not designated by an immigration judge in the final order of removal. Here's the basic scenario. An illegal alien's case advances through all phases of removal proceedings and ending with the entry by an immigration judge of a final order of removal. All appeals are exhausted and all efforts to obtain protection under asylum laws or protections of the Convention Against Torture are unsuccessful. Dream barking? Maybe. But DHS is then unable to remove the alien to the country where the alien is a citizen because that country won't accept him for any number of reasons. Usually it involves criminal convictions in the U.S. that make the person undesirable to have back at home. She's having a dog fight. Bella is dreaming. Well, I'm going to try. Jim, go to Good Logic. I'm going to try to send you guys there. I would be surprised if it's before 12:15. I don't think I can go another hour, though, because we didn't even, I mean, we're still $100 away from adding this hour. So we're not even close, man. We're not even close. Yeah, we're not even close. Oh, look at that. We got a 10 from Julio. Thank you, Julio. I guess it's a rally. I think we're going to try. We'll try for the rally. Thank you, Julio. That means we're now 90 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you. Yeah, rally. Thank you. Well, there's always war. It could be. There are levels of dyslexia. My twin has a photographic memory. Taught himself to read at 4. I was 7 and struggled. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. The immigration statute sets up a series of potential options. Isn't Good Logic on vacation? He is, but he said he's going to stream. He's in Virginia. He said he's in Virginia. And he was going to stream. That's what he posted. But when a third country is settled upon, Judge Murphy says the illegal alien is entitled to another dance of due process. Back through the system so the alien can raise objections to being removed to the country as well. Before moving the merits to Judge Murphy's judgment entered, I went to work through a sequence of events. March 23rd, 2025, complaint filed seeking class action. Motion for TRO filed. TRO granted. DOJ files appeal. Judge Murphy denies motion for stay of his TRO pending appeal. April 7th, First Circuit Appeal denies motion for stay and dismisses DOJ's appeal on the basis that TRO is not subject to appeal. Judge Murphy issues preliminary injunction. Certifies class. DOJ files notice of appeal. Emergency stay. Judge Murphy clarifies injunctions to specify no third country removals are allowed without notice of the third country destination to legal alien as counsel and as a reasonable opportunity to contest removal. For First Circuit denies the motion to stay on the basis DOJ has not shown a likelihood of success on the merits. Judge Murphy enters emergency TRO ordering government to maintain custody and control over 8 illegal aliens in the process of being transferred to South Sudan. May 21st, Judge Murphy finds government has violated a preliminary injunction by beginning the process of removing the 8 aliens to South Sudan. As a remedy, orders government to provide reasonable fear determination hearings. All proceedings can be remote, but must be the same as if taken place in the U.S. Illegal alien to be given 15 days of file to reopen the removal proceedings. DOJ files application for a stay with the Supreme Court. DOJ raised that jurisdictional claims and that due process claims made by illegal aliens scheduled for third country removal were meritless. Supreme Court grants a stay on the enforcement of preliminary injunction pending the outcome of the appeal in the First Circuit. The only grounds asserted by the DOJ in its application were jurisdictional bar to district court's involvement, that the due process claims were meritless. Plaintiffs file emergency motion with Murphy to enforce the judgment for a new TRO and preliminary injunction on behalf of the 8 aliens being held in Djibouti and being prepared to move to South Sudan. After the Supreme Court had granted DOJ's application for a stay, these 8 were subject to Murphy's May 21st finding that the DOJ had violated his preliminary injunction as remedial order that they be given further due process. Judge Murphy denies motion for new TRO and preliminary injunctions on the basis that they are unnecessary and holds that his remedial order on May 21st was not vacated by the Supreme Court. Therefore, his order regarding additional due process remains valid. The DOJ files a motion to clarify with the Supreme Court and of his remedial order, and the Supreme Court vacates Judge Murphy's remedial order on the basis that a stayed preliminary injunction cannot be given force by a remedial order that would enforce its terms under the guise of remedying a violation. The First Circuit combines the 2 appeals and extends briefing schedule by 4 months, with all briefs filed by November 1st. When the DOJ filed its opening brief in the appeal of Judge Murphy's preliminary injunction, it also filed an amended notice of appeal challenging several of Murphy's rulings that followed in the weeks after the initial notice of appeal. The First Circuit assigned a new case number to the amended notice, meaning there are now 2 separate appeals pending. Ghetto clap outbreak. Oh, is there really? Is there really? Oh, wow. DuckFat gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you, DuckFat. Thank you, DuckFat. It says, let me do this. DuckFat gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you. And it says that Doc42 was gifted a membership. Delay is Obvious was gifted a membership. Jacob Castor was gifted a membership. Anne Marie was gifted a membership. And Bumpkin56 was given a membership. DuckFat says, rally, bitches. Joe will be late or absence. Ghetto clap outbreak. That's right. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. That means we are now $65 away from adding a 3rd additional hour to the show. Well, thank you all so much. We're getting closer. This is frustrating. I can't even afford to petition probate court one at a time. This money on illegal. Yeah, it's crazy. Make no mistake, Turkey is next on Trump's list. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Cuba is taking care of itself. Absent equals boomerang. In 2026, there's only a handful of countries that can qualify a person for real asylum claim, and Central and South America do not qualify. They're all economic refugees. That's what I say. That's what I say. Okay. Are they randomly chosen for membership, or do they have to be online watching your live? On YouTube, it's completely random. On Rumble, you have to be in the chat. If you're in the chat, if you just type in the chat, the next person in the chat, if you're in the chat and you don't have a membership, you'll automatically get it if you're in Rumble. Throughout the summer and fall of 2025, after the Supreme Court stepped in, the plaintiffs attempted to halt the appeal and have the case remanded back to Judge Murphy on the basis that the Supreme Court's issuance of a stay meant Judge Murphy would likely vacate his preliminary injunction if the jurisdiction was returned to him. They obtained an indicative ruling from him that they would likely do so. What the plaintiffs wanted to avoid was a First Circuit ruling that would be binding on all district courts in that circuit, affirming that they lack jurisdiction over immigration removal cases under the jurisdiction stripping statute. Why don't we see asylum seekers from Belize? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We don't. But the First Circuit denied the motion to remand and kept the appeal active. On July 17th, the First Circuit ordered the 2 appeals consolidated and the briefing schedule was moved back to November 1st. Oral arguments finally took place on February 6th. But on February 20th, the First Circuit issued a judgment finding that further consideration of the preliminary injunction was not appropriate, and the case should be remanded to Judge Murphy as it was the most expeditious and efficient path forward to proceed to final judgment. The First Circuit could have done that back in the summer of 25 instead of it held onto the case for 7 months, but ultimately did nothing to resolve the merits of Murphy's injunction. The Supreme Court's stay of Murphy's injunction remains in place, but by its terms, it only expires if the appeal to the First Circuit is final, and following any appeal taken to the Supreme Court if one is filed. The First Circuit appeal is now concluded, and the DOJ has not appealed the outcome to the Supreme Court. While these were happening in the appeals court, Judge Murphy was working towards an outcome on the merits of the case in his court. On February 25th, he issued an 81-page opinion granting partial summary judgment finding the immigration regulations and due process clause required all the protections that he had ordered back in his preliminary injunction, protections which the Supreme Court set aside when it granted the stay. Recall that the only issues raised by the DOJ in his application for stay was jurisdictional prohibitions set forth in the statutes preventing district courts from involving itself, and that the due process claims made by the aliens were meritless. The fact that the Supreme Court granted the stay without elaboration or comment initially meant that the majority of justices concluded the government was likely correct on one or both claims. Judge Murphy, Aignokia, Hawaiian, look it up. In his opinion, Murphy finds all DOJ arguments about him lacking jurisdiction to be incorrect. He also found the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment requires that illegal aliens designated for removal to third countries must be given notice of what country they'll be removed to. Here's the thing. Being deported is not a punishment. It's not. The Supreme Court has held that numerous times. Being deported is not a punishment. Part of the issue here, believe it or not, is that prior to March 30th, DHS had no written policy on procedures for moving aliens to third countries. It was largely the result of prior administration never making use of the statute authorizing removal to third countries. So basically what this means is prior to this, people that were murderers, rapists, child molesters that were supposed to be deported just got to stay in the U.S. because no country would take them, and we just said, oh, fuck it, we ain't going to find anywhere to send them. Sorry, see, I just swore. DHS published a new policy on how such removals would be accomplished. A third country can be designated as long as the State Department receives credible diplomatic assurances that aliens will not be subject to persecution or torture. Under the policy, the alien is not entitled to notice or opportunity to contest such third-party designation. What is this, a duck fest? Duck fest, muchos gracias, yes. I just had a YouTube notice that Joe's goes live in 30 minutes. Okay. I had temporary aphasia while I was going through a panic attack. I went to college to take calculus 1 to 3 with a different Q transporting numbers. The biggest problem I would see 1, 2, 3 as 1, 3, 2 makes things different. Oh, yes, that would make things difficult. Thanks for being here, Lowers Willem. Oh, stop effing swearing, Jim. I'm sorry. I will stop. I will try to stop. I will try to stop. I will try to make it stop. Oh, it says he's going live at 12:05. Going live at 12:05. That's what Joe says. So I guess. I'll just do this. Gonna try to stay live. I will try to stay live. Treats for Bella. Look at that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Brud, thank you so much. That means we're 55 away right now. 55 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. But technically, I'm just going to try to keep it going for that third hour anyway to try to... Joe Mama. Yeah, to try to raid Joe. Joe who? Joe Boo. Who's Joe Boo? Who's Joe Boo? Supreme Court held in Munaf v. Garin an opinion written by Chief Justice Roberts that when the executive determines a country will not torture a person upon removal, that determination is conclusive and not subject to judicial review. Petitioners contend that these general principles are trumped in their cases because their transfer to Iraqi custody is likely to result in torture. You and Joe always kept me good company while I'm working night shift. I'm beginning to think that Jim is stealing Bella's bone money. I would never steal from Bella. Such allegations are, of course, a matter of serious concern, but in the present context, a concern to be addressed by the political branches, not the judiciary. Petitioners here allege only possibility of mistreatment in a prison facility. Today, I pray to Jesus. I think you spelled that wrong. Executive has determined that the detainee is likely to be tortured, but decides to transfer him anyway. Indeed, the Solicitor General states that it's the policy of the United States not to transfer an individual in circumstances where torture is likely to result. The State Department's Attorney and Justice Ministry, as well as its prison and detention facilities, have generally met internationally accepted standards for basic prisoner needs. He says Trump is implementing an American doctrine created in the 50s after World War II. It's called the Rimland Thesis. Solicitor General explains that the events determining based on executive assessment of a foreign country's legal system, executive's ability to obtain foreign assurances he considers reliable. The judiciary is not suited to second-guess such determinations. Determinations that would require federal courts to pass judgment on foreign justice systems and undermine the government's ability to speak with one voice in this area. In contrast, the political branches are well suited to consider sensitive foreign policy issues, such as whether there is a serious prospect of torture and what to do about it if there is. As Judge Brown noted, we need not assume the political branches are oblivious to these concerns. Indeed, the other branches possess significant diplomatic tools and leverage the judiciary lacks. It has to do with breaking London's control over the vast resources of the equatorial region of Eurasia. Okay. The new DHS policy provides that aliens may be removed to any third country from which it has received credible diplomatic assurances that aliens removed will not be persecuted or tortured. The problem arises in the interplay between statutory rights aliens to assert a reasonable fear of persecution or risk of being tortured and a DHS policy that provides no opportunity to do so regarding third countries that provided diplomatic reassurances the State Department deemed to be credible. Judge Murphy has now agreed with the illegal aliens, just as he said he would in his preliminary injunctions, holding that whenever DHS resorts to a third country as a place, the alien must be given notice and meaningful opportunity to oppose removal on the basis of fear. Jim can be tricksy sometimes. I thought we were 65 away from the second hour before you gave 10. Then memberships were given. Then 10 more. I don't get Jim's math. Did I? Wait, what? No, we were 100 away. Julio gave 10. We were 90. No. Where'd he go? Hold on. Where'd it go? No, don't worry about it. Where'd it go? No. Okay, here we go. I thought we were 65 away from the second hour before. We're going for, that was 65 away from the second hour. We are now 65 away from the third hour. Or 55 away from the third hour now. Third hour, not second hour. Because we were 100 away from the third hour, and then Julio gave 10, that made it to 90. The 3 gifts brought it to 65, and then the 10 someone else gave, Rudd gave, brought it to 55. How much are we away from additional hour? I wouldn't worry about it. It's 55 away right now. I'm gonna go until Joe starts. So, but I'll accept any money, but I'm just gonna go until Joe starts. I never had a patience for advanced math. Remodeling sounds that way. The DOJ position was that while Congress created the option of removal to a third country, it did not specify any particular process to be followed in putting that option in motion. Instead, it delegated the responsibility and procedures to the executive department. Judge Murphy makes the same error that Judge Zinnes in Maryland made regarding Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Promethean seems to be growing quick. Oh, we love you. We just can't think about leaving you. Well, maybe I'll go on Joe's show. We'll see. Okay, I was confused. The screen said 65 from the second hour. No, it says third hour. Hibbity-jibbity math. Yes, I got you all right where I want you. So, drawing the conclusions for the immigration judge who enters the final order of removal must specify in the order of the country to which the alien is to be removed, as well as any possible third countries. Both work from the mistaken assumption that an order of removal is a thing, a document with a caption that must include certain specific information in order to be a document to be a thing. That's not correct. That is not correct. That is not correct. Hit the wrong button there. Not deporting enough, in my opinion. Me neither. They should get a lot more. Bella's so sweet. I love the night. Jim's grandson was cuddling up with her. Yeah, he's sleeping right now, hopefully. The Maryland man, Kilmar Adios Garcia. He should be leaving. I think they're going to send him to Liberia or something. I hope so. In 96, Congress passed the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, one part which changed terminology in the INA, substituting the word removal with the word deportation. The INA includes definitions for many of the unique terms and phrases. One of the defined phrases is order of deportation, not capitalized. The order of deportation means the order concluding that an alien is deportable or ordering deportation. So it's not a thing. Be like Tammy Wynette. Stand by your mouth. I do my adding about the same. Note the use of disjunctive or. A conclusion that the alien is deportable is an order of deportation, just the same as an order that he will be deported. With the change of terminology, the statute would read an order of removal is a conclusion that the alien is removable. Supporting DOJ regulations. Okay. Wow, this is a lot of hibbity-jibbity here. This is like, while the removal order shall identify a country or alternative countries, DS is not limited to just those countries for the purposes of removal, as the last sentence makes clear. The order of immigration judge does not limit the authority of the Department of Homeland Security to remove the alien to any other country as permitted by Section 241B of the Act. They're going to send an unprotected, light-skinned, soft boy like that to Liberia, where the open-air slave markets are still a thing. If so, glorious. I think Liberia. I think that's where they're trying to send them, Liberia. Do like we do to our military. Pick 3 places. We'll do our best, but you get what you get. Yeah. The DOJ claims is adequate due process the same position I've taken here and on X basis, while an alien seeks withholding of removal or protections from removal via asylum or CAT claim. He is not limited to challenging just the country designated for removal or the listed alternatives. He can challenge any country, but the alien will have to burden the establishing reasonable fear with respect to the countries list. There are 195 sovereign countries in the world. The burden of establishing a reasonable fear of persecution rests or torture rests on the illegal alien. If it's not like the countries on the list would include Switzerland, Italy, Denmark, Estonia, Canada, etc. Narrowing down a list of objections where the legitimate basis to claim reasonable fear doesn't seem like it would be much of a burden to impose. It is the alien who then must provide actual bona fide reasons for the claim fear. Judge Murphy's view are premised on the statutory right of aliens to not be removed to a country where they have reasonable fear of persecution or torture. He finds that due process requires both notice and a final order of removal. If the country removal is changed, an opportunity to be heard with regard reasonable fear to any designated third country. What Murphy has ordered is a one-at-a-time process where DHS first lists the third country. The alien must be given an opportunity to contest that. The alien succeeds, the DHS must find another country, and the alien's given another opportunity. But all this just happened against a backtrack of Murphy steaming ahead without regard to the fact that 6 justices on the Supreme Court found this preliminary injunction needed to be set aside because he lacked jurisdiction. Beyond that, they were afforded prior removal to third country without merit. The United States Supreme Court could have sustained Murphy's injunction and maintained the 8 plaintiffs in Djibouti to allow them to be provided with additional due process, which Murphy claimed they were entitled. 6 justices said no. Now, Judge Murphy again says that before an alien can be removed to a third country, he must be given notice and an opportunity to be heard, due process, specifically as to any such country. Apparently, Judge Murphy is of the opinion that 6 justices on the Supreme Court violated the Fifth Amendment's due process clause by denying the 8 plaintiffs in Djibouti what he is determined they're entitled to. He should submit an application to be the 10th justice. That's crazy, right? We shouldn't identify these district judges as rogue. They should be identified as unbelievably stupid. They are insane people. They should never have been gotten a law degree, let alone a judgeship. That's what I say. Yeah, check this out. I think it's time to put up or shut up. Quit holding press conferences and threatening to name names. A subpoena gets you out from underneath any NDA. Sit down in front of the committee under oath and say who did what, when, where, and who told you. This is gobsmacking. Not only did Melania Trump suddenly decide to give a televised address about Jeffrey Epstein, she's calling on Congress to act because Epstein was not alone. She just threw a giant stick of political dynamite on the issue her husband despises. No, her husband doesn't despise it. He just said, see, I disagree. I disagree. He doesn't despise the issue. He wants it front and center. He outed Epstein. He prosecuted Epstein. He released the Epstein files. Obama judges and demon rats are the ones responsible for holding everything back. They buried it and never mentioned it again. Columbia law professor Philip Hamburger just dropped an essay arguing that Trump is right about birthright citizenship. That now makes at least 7 prominent law professors arguing to varying degrees that Trump's EO is constitutional. Read about it here. When Randy Barnett and I wrote our op-ed in New York Times on February 15, Trump might have a case about birthright citizenship. Neither of us had written in depth on the citizenship clause. Both of us were authors of our own books on the 14th Amendment. However, both of us had seen enough to know that conventional wisdom that the clause extended to unlawfully present aliens and temporary visitors was not compelling. We wanted to signal that a debate should be had and that the conventional wisdom should not be assumed. The reaction was, as expected, swift and vicious. Several of the law professors on the left who responded immediately either intended to crush the very possibility of debate or knew that they would be effective. In one essay published in Cornell Law, hey, what's up, B-Hops? Great to see you. Trump warned them that all they would do is hurt innocent people, and so far the only names Massey has released are innocent people. You can't make it up. She is forcing the unredaction. If the victims are allowed to testify, we get names. What will people understand about that? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I do need a pedicure soon. Yo, this keyboard is defective. I know what you're saying. In one essay published in Cornell Law Review, law professors Evan Bernick and Paul Gowder and Anthony Christ compared our argument to the Bush administration's infamous torture memos and compared us to the rightly discredited Dunning School of historians who advocated the lost cause. Over a just security, prominent law professor Adam Cox, Paul argued that it was otherwise a generally more measured response. The wide-ranging criticism the op-ed has generated in the 4 days should not be understood to reflect a serious scholarly debate among reasonable. Competing perspectives. Rather, it's a sign of how simultaneously wrong and dangerous the Barnett-Werman attempt to defend Trump's executive order truly is. One wonders how Cox, Carlin, et al. Will respond to the developments of the past year. I published a 135-page article on both the common law and the legislative debates of the Citizenship Clause, but more importantly, Professor Kurt Lash wrote a long article on the topic, Professor Richard Epstein wrote a book, and on the eve of the oral arguments, Fordham law professor Tom Lee also posted a long article, all arguing that Trump's executive order is partly or entirely constitutional. We don't all argue the same thing. I take Lash to be arguing that the case against unlawful aliens is much stronger than the case against temporary visitors. Tom Lee argues the opposite, that unlawful aliens were subject to jurisdiction in the U.S., but the temporary visitors were not, so subject under the prevailing understandings of international law. Epstein argues along the older line of argument from Peter Schuck and Roger Smith that the Americans rejected the common law altogether, and I argue in my article that even under the common law, it is unlikely that aliens present contrary to the sovereign's consent would have ever been under the protection of the sovereign for purposes of birthright citizenship rule. And that is the status of temporary visitors under the rule was contested in the 19th century America. To this group of prominent, if I may say so, legal scholars, one can add a friend of the pod, Adam Vermeule, who wrote 2 Substack posts, including this one, The Salic Law of Our Republic. In surveying the general structure of a constitution of the United States, we are naturally led to an examination of the fundamental principles on which it's organized for the purpose of carrying the effect of the ejectix load preamble. Can I read that, or I guess we can. In the birthright citizenship debate and the cloud of associated commonry, the tendency to originalist sources that have sharply diminishing marginal returns, even on originalist premises. On all sides of the debate, we now hear talk of allegiance, of the Carta Mercatorcia of what Sir Edward Coke may or may not have said or meant in 1608. The significance of all the citizenship of American Republic becomes less and less clear with each new edition of the debate. Now, the new digest, we bow to no one in our admiration for legal tradition, but what is because we believe and claim that lawyers of the founding generation believed that the tradition discerns real and enduring general principles of legal right that are of their own force, part and parcel of American law as well. Originalists who very much do not believe that might do well to pause, take a step back, and ask themselves what exactly are the boundaries and constraints of their increasingly promiscuous methods. This is especially so because those methods do not seem to be producing anything but more debate. We see eminent and orthodox originalist scholars such as Werman and Lash and others on one side of each holding somewhat distinct views within their camps, and equally eminent orthodox scholars such as Whittington and Ramsey and others on the other side also their own distinct views. It would be bold indeed to suggest that originalist methods are contributing to settlement or fixation. Any given originalist may claim that his or her view tracks the evidence. To be sure, disagreement by itself, neither here nor there, but Dworkin used to point out it's inconsistent with the existence of single right answer. I did the numbers a month or two ago. As long as they keep hiring ICE agents at the rate back then, around to track the 40 million out when you keep adding in self-deportation. I'll take the borscht, please. Oh, thank you. Okay. All right, let's go to this one. It says, I was pleased to see at the end of the oral argument in the birthright citizenship case, Trump v. Barber, both Justice Alito and Solicitor General Sauer invoked Justice Scalia as a proponent of the view that statutes and constitutional provisions ought to be interpreted reasonably in a way that tries to make the pattern of the legal instrument's application. In these posts, they argue that the language subject to jurisdiction is open to competing interpretations. To Werman, Barnett, Lash, Epstein, Lee, Vermeulen, one may now add the highly regarded Columbia law professor Philip Hamburger. He just dropped a short essay in Law and Liberty that argues that President Trump's executive order is constitutional. Hamburger argues that when compared to the language of the 13th Amendment, which refers to any place subject to the U.S. jurisdictions and which is clearly territory-based, the language of the Citizenship Clause refers to the jurisdiction over persons. Hey. Oh, Rudd for a $2.99 super sticker. Thank you, Rudd. Thank you so much. That means we are $52 away. Thank you so much. But like I said, we're just going to go till Joe starts. The Equal Protection Clause also refers, in contrast to territory, namely persons within the jurisdiction of the states. Immediately then, the rule that subject to the jurisdiction creates and how it applies to Indian tribes, ambassadors, and invaders cannot be territorial, which was the leading theory of the ACLU lawyer and the leading explanation of the conventional wisdom. Here are some highlights from Hamburger, who takes the justices to task for seemingly somewhat unprepared on April 1st to address what seems to him a crucial point, that jurisdiction has different meanings in different contexts. Some of the justices on April 1st quoted 19th century generalizations about territorial jurisdictions, the idea that a person within the United States are subject to its laws, suggests that this was the jurisdiction adopted by the 14th Amendment. But such statements prove nothing of the sort. The 19th century reliance on territorial jurisdiction to define legal accountability doesn't mean there wasn't reliance on exclusive allegiance jurisdiction to define citizenship. On the contrary, one would expect these two types of jurisdiction to be embraced at the same time for different purposes. It is therefore necessary to discern which was the sort of jurisdiction the 14th Amendment adopted. Hamburger then highlighted the evidence that the drafters meant the kind of political jurisdiction. Senator Trumbull said the amendment's jurisdiction clause meant to subject the complete jurisdiction of the United States and not owing allegiance to anybody else. Similarly, Senator Williams understood the clause to mean fully and completely subject to jurisdiction of the United States, and Senator Howard said it is concerned a full and complete jurisdiction. Along the same lines, Senator Johnson explained it was referred to a person not subject to some foreign power. This was the jurisdiction of the United States over persons whose allegiance was exclusively to the nation, not other countries. And here's the key part of the argument distinguishing the language of the 13th and 14th Amendments. The 13th Amendment declares neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Slavery is thus barred within places, including jurisdiction defined by place. In contrast, the 14th Amendment defines U.S. citizenship in terms of persons subject to jurisdiction of the United States without any mention of place. This suggests the jurisdiction relevant for U.S. citizenship is one of exclusive allegiance, not location. So when will law professors on the left stop their shameful attempts at character assassinations? Or here is a law professor, Steve Ladek, in the New York Times, including self-induced slavery. In retrospect, despite efforts of some of the right-wing commentators and scholars to muddy the water, this has always been an open and shut case under almost any approach to constitutional and statutory interpretation. Again, we see several liberal and progressive law professors who don't really weigh in with any serious scholarly work of their own, but who nevertheless insist that there is no serious debate. But at what point does that approach become implausible? Is it plausible to assert that Werman, Barnett, Lash, Epstein, Lee, Vermeulen, and now Hamburger are all dolts or hacks? Or maybe the simpler explanation is that there is a legitimate debate and the conventional wisdom has to be more seriously defended. Man, Andrew Brunk is going ham on Twitter right now. There's the proof right in our Constitution. Yeah. For those who want a deeper dive, don't forget the one of our recent podcast episodes was all about birthright citizenship. Oh, should we watch a little of this?
Welcome back to Rationally Based, a podcast about law and politics on the edge. Catherine, it's birthright citizenship day. He was like cross-examining me, but like, yeah, but I was and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. And so there's this question of what is in the United States. If you're in an unincorporated territory like Guam, for example, or Saipan, are you in the United States? And in a series of cases called the Insular cases at the turn of the 20th century, so early 1900s, late 1800s, the Supreme Court basically said that if you're in an unincorporated territory, you are not in the United States for purposes of most constitutional rights. And so there's statutory birthright citizenship. And so there's Congress enacted a statute providing that if you're born in Saipan, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, then you're a citizen. So it's actually statutory. Now, the real problem here seems to be it's this combination of the statutory birthright citizenship in Saipan in combination with these lax visa rules. Mm-hmm. So when did the lax visa rules happen?
Under Obama, and apparently it was like to promote tourism of the region, these islands, and yeah, he only opened it up to like China and Russia. So I don't totally get his what he was trying to do there, but yeah, it was under Obama, so it was not that long ago. There's also some other programs that Peter Schweizer talks about in his book where if you are Chinese, you can basically like start a company in America and get a visa if you end up.
Wow, that's crazy, isn't that? Isn't that crazy? You start a company, get a visa. Oh man, she is very shrill. Yeah. Well, here I wanted to show something real quick. I want to share this page because look, Rekieta's in. This is Nick Rekieta and his wife. He says they're hitting up Barry's downtown with my petite little disco ball. This girl can really rock a dress like nobody's business. Here for Hackamania. Come say hi. So this is Nick Rekieta and his wife Kayla. They're in Vegas for Hackamania. So I hope they have a good weekend. Here's Byron Donalds. All right. He says, I do not support amnesty. Obama again. It's always Obama. We didn't fight a civil war based on liberation just to have a bunch of Dave Smiths defend heroin addicts. Well, that's his wife. That's his wife. Oh, so he's not gay? Well, I don't know. Are we sure that's a woman? I mean, I'll go back. I mean, are we 100% positive that that's a woman? I mean, I don't know. I can't see if there's an Adam's apple there. I don't know. I'm just kidding. It's a woman. That's a joke. It's a joke. Donalds has this in the bag. Oh, yes, he does. I do not support amnesty. I've never co-sponsored HR 4393, the Dignity Act. I have a 100% rating from Numbers USA because of my strong stance against illegal immigration. Absence Minus is very sure Lady Rackets is all woman. Oh, come on, she's beautiful. I was joking. I was joking. I think she's very beautiful. Especially, I think they've had 7 kids, right? 7 kids or 5 kids? Either 7 or 5 kids. Ladies Rackets is a very nice person and short. Well, no, Arcada's cool. It's a nerdy list, not a gay one. Okay. Let's clear this up right now. Lies being spread have been debunked. Okay, let's hear Byron Donalds. I would just say, just to be completely honest with everybody here, I know Byron Donalds. He's been in my house.
Congressman, can I ask, there's a clip circulating today about you now saying that you support mass amnesty. Can you elaborate on that?
That's not true. I've never supported mass amnesty. Ever.
Clip's right here.
Let me see this clip. Modernize a lot of these different visa programs. Do all that work. Do it, get it done. And I think the American people, whether you're liberal or conservative, will say, okay, now that our immigration system is sound and modernized and we've secured our country, now let's take a look at the people who are here illegally. And I think the American people, we're great people. We're a good people. We're a beneficent people. And with those people who are here working hard, doing those things that they should be doing as just as good neighbors and good people, we would make them and put them on this pathway to citizenship. But I think the pathway to actually fixing immigration in our country is possible, but we have to have honest conversations with ourselves. We got to have honest brokers, frankly, on both sides of the aisle, because we can come to a solution that actually respects citizenship in our country and actually creates a stable, legal immigration process in our country. Yeah, I remember that interview. So no, it's not a statement supporting mass amnesty. I will never support mass amnesty. I've been on the record constantly about never supporting it. What that conversation was about was if there was a pathway to actually fixing our border and fixing the immigration process in our country. And so if you have a thorough discussion on it, then you're going to have people from the left talk about pathways to citizenship. I don't support them. I never have. Because what it does is it creates an open sieve where you're going to have more illegal immigration into the United States. My position has been clear. I'm opposed to birthright citizenship, have been for a long time. We need to end chain migration and go back to a quota system in immigration into the United States, which prioritizes immigration that supports America and America's interests, not chain migration, which what we have now, which doesn't promote assimilation of even legal immigrants coming into the United States. That's my position. It hasn't changed.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to have a talk with him about this and find out what the deal was. Because Byron is Florida. The only pathway is back across the border and get in line in Mexico. That's what I say. That's what I say. How about no immigrants ever and we kick out all the illegals? That's what I say. They all got to go. They all got to go. They all got to go. All got to go. Got to go. Got to go. Got to go. 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 All I hear is I'm a Floridian. That's all I hear. You just said you supported amnesty. No, he didn't. That's not what he said. He never said the words amnesty. Stop it. From Florida's lips to God's ears. Florida just went full English only. Driver's license exams will only be in English ever. Florida is the first state to axe the multilingual madness. No more handing out licenses to invaders who can't read a single road sign.
Florida is becoming the first state to only give their driver's license exams in English. It was just announced that starting on Friday in the state of Florida, all DMV tests, including those for 18-wheeler licenses, are going to be administered in English only, and you will not be able to bring a translator. This includes all printed exams in Spanish, Haitian Creole, and other languages will be completely removed. You are only going to be able to read, write, and understand English if you want to get a license in the state of Florida.
Boom. Boom. Let's do ballots only in English next. Current federal law says you must know English to become a citizen, so why are foreign language ballots even printed? Yeah, why? Someone want to tell me that? Why? We intentionally ran him over. Don't shoot at cops. California sheriff says an armed suspect killed a deputy and barricaded himself when eviction notice was served, but now is dead. Okay, let's see.
We intentionally ran him over.
Why is this so quiet? What the fuck? Sorry. Damn it.
We intentionally ran him over.
That's 600%. Uh-oh. Whoa, look at that sheriff lady with her pretty glasses. Wow. What's that say? School resource officer. Wow. I wish she was my school resource officer. She's purty. She's purty. You tried to paint me as a pervert for exposing fraud, and as a result, radical leftists started trying to dox me and send death threats wanting to kill me. This is from Nick Shirley. Now you're taking credit for leading the charge on fraud? Are you serious? You are the fraud. Yeah, California is leading the charge against large-scale identity theft and hospice fraud. No, you're not. You're a fucking liar. Ah, damn it! I keep swearing. Oh, here we go. I want this. I didn't get to this, and I should have got to this. Yeah, she's fire, right? 9 out of 10. Yes, right. She looks like my 5th grade language teacher. She was pretty, right? School resource officer. I wonder what Miss Assorted. I wonder what. Have you hit the like button? It's free. I wonder what kind of resources she would bring to my school. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? The dignity Salazar didn't define. The Dignidad Act and the NGO framework Salazar inherited without knowing it. Representative Maria Elvira Salazar spent 3 congressional terms pushing what she calls a common sense immigration compromise. She's been pushing this since she got elected in 2021. This is her whole shtick, constantly. Yes, let's do some frisking drills. Definitely. Those are some resources. Yeah. The Dignidad Act, and there's no reason to doubt that she is sincere. She assembled 20 Republicans and 20 Democrats while representing a district that voted for Trump. This takes courage and should be acknowledged. But courage does not guarantee clarity about the intellectual framework. It does not. It does not. What the Dignidad Act reveals in its structure, its language, and its assumption that Salazar is drawing from, well, she has not examined. The bill is not conservative in any meaningful philosophical sense. In its implementation of a specific post-war institutional framework, one that runs from UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights to the operational playbook of contemporary development NGOs, all dressed in the vocabulary of border security and biblical values. This is not criticism of Salazar's character. I will criticize Salazar's character. I think she's a phony. It's an observation about the water she's swimming in. The word dignity is doing enormous work in this bill, and Salazar's office is explicit about its provenance. The bill's official page states the Dignity Act is based on the biblical principles of dignity. That sounds conservative, traditional, rooted in faith, yet the bill creates a literal dignity program, a 7-year deferred action program administered by the Department of Homeland Security. Participants pay a $7,000 fee, submit the background checks, pay taxes, and check in with DHS every 2 years. Upon completion, they receive dignity status, renewable indefinitely, granting work authorization and protection from deportation, but explicitly no path to LPR or citizenship. In the biblical tradition, the bill claims to draw from dignity as something God endows and no institution can revoke. Pope Leo the Great in the 5th century put it, Christian, acknowledge your dignity and become a partner in the divine nature. Refuse to return to the old baseness by degenerate conduct. Yes, amnesty hiding behind dignity. It sure is. It sure is. My kids grew up in a Republican home, but the school system overrode us. Dignity is inherited. It's not a government program. What Salazar actually built is the endpoint of a very different genealogy, not biblical, but through the UN system. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights made dignity the foundation of positive international law. Oh, that reminds me, I have a list of rhinos we should primary who voted for the dignity bill. Oh, yes. Every one of them on there should be primaried. Everyone, as a member of society, has a right to Social Security and is entitled to a realization through the national effort of economic and social. Dignity was no longer just something to be respected. Dignity came with something requiring active realization through the institutional effort. The state's obligation expanded to providing the conditions dignity requires. In creating capabilities, philosopher Martha Nussbaum wrote, some living conditions deliver to people a life that is worthy of human dignity that they possess and others do not. Under this framework, institutions bear the obligation to provide threshold conditions worthy of human dignity. The verb shifts decisively from respect to deliver. She's connected to Soros books somewhere, I bet. She's connected to the World Economic Forum. She's been to the World Economic Forum every year. They have dignity. They can use the CBP One app to get paid $2,600 and can come apply and come in like everybody else, and a free flight home. Yes, definitely. Definitively. Wow. There's no dignity for the corrupt. Salazar's bill sits at the far end of this arc. The Dignidad Act creates a named bureaucratic status called dignity, something the government grants, conditions, monitors, and can revoke for noncompliance. The concept that can't declared, raised above all price, and therefore admits no equivalent, has been converted into an immigration category with a $7,000 price tag. WEF explains it. Yes, it does. Consider Soros was a proud collaborator. I'm sure she is. Yeah. The bill's structure maps with remarkable precision onto the prescriptions of Francis Fukuyama's identity, the demand for dignity and politics of resentment, a book that explicitly operates within a Hegelian Kantian framework of universal recognition through liberal democratic institutions. Yes. Maria Salazar, Maria Diaz-Balart, Brian Fitzpatrick, Mike Lawler, Dan Newhouse, David Valdado, Mike Kelly, Gabe Evans. Yeah, but wait, there's more. Fukuyama wrote, the possibility of a basic bargain on immigration reform has existed for some time. In a trade, the government would undertake serious enforcement measures to control its borders in return for an agreement to give undocumented aliens without criminal records a path to citizenship. The Dignidad Act is the institutional prescription of Fukuyama. Fukuyama prescribed employer verification. The rules could be better enforced through a system of employer sanctions, which requires a national identification system that would tell employers who's legitimately in the country. Well, wait, we can't even get a fucking identification system for people to vote. And they want a nationwide identification system for people to work. But I thought I thought ID was racist. I thought ID was racist. Which is it? But wait, there's more. In the Rumble comments, only YouTubers. Well, I'm looking. I don't see it in the Rumble comment. It says Marlon Marlon Stutzman, Don Bacon. Don Bacon is another demon rat Democrat who pretends to be a Republican. Young Kim, Mario Diaz-Balart, James R. Bard, Lloyd Smucker, and Kimberly King Hines, MP at large. The Nazis were anti-Jew, fascists, and eugenists. Modern EU London, anti-Israel fascists, and Tarn's children. Yes, it's crazy. Crazy. Fukuyama argued that assimilation into dominant culture becomes much harder as the numbers of immigrants rise relative to the native population. The bill's cutoff date, only those present before December 31st, 2020 are eligible, implicitly concedes this point. Fukuyama wrote that resentment is to migrate concerns over jobs, incomes. The bill creates an American worker fund financed by immigrant restitution payments to retrain displaced American workers, exactly as prescribed. On point after point, the bill reads like Fukuyama's policy chapter translated into legislative language. This is not coincident. Fukuyama articulated the most sophisticated version of the post-Cold War liberal internationalist consensus on immigration, the view held by think tanks, the policy schools, and the NGO world. Salazar absorbed this consensus through the normal channels of Washington policy development, consultation with American business leaders, agriculture, farming industries, faith-based community, immigration reform groups, border security experts, and her office describes it. These are the institutions that carry the Fukuyama framework as ambient ideology. But the bill goes even further than Fukuyama. Well, we got more. James C. Del Moynihan, GU at large. Monica Dela Cruz, Nick Loyola, Neil P. Dunn, Jennifer Kiggins, Zachary Nunn. Yeah, I know Joe's live. I got it live. As soon as I'm done reading this, I'm going to go over there. The bill also established 3 humanitarian campuses at the border, staffed with medical personnel, counselors, social workers to provide asylum seekers. This is therapeutic state. Fukuyama describes the therapeutic state metastasized across a wide number of institutions. So this is all. Fukuyama was a fucking communist, by the way. The guy Fukuyama, communist. So this broad, Salazar, is taking everything out of the communist. All right? The communist, Fukuyama, and applying it and saying she's a Republican. She's literally a London functionary. Now, why not make people who have been here 20 years, not 5? Either way, they lie. Yeah. Night, Bella, light friends. All right. The UN 2030 Agenda for Sustained Development declares its goal to ensure all human beings can fulfill their potential in dignity and equality. With their social workers, mental health, and everything else, they're not conservative institutions. They are nodes in the international NGO lattice. The bill's economic architecture reveals the same lineage. Participants in the Dignity Program pay a 1% payroll levy that funds border infrastructure. They pay $7,000 restitution. They are explicitly ineligible for means test benefits. These are all lies. Their kids will be. Yeah. The immigrant earns their dignity as status through demonstrated whatever. This might sound conservative on the surface, but consider the Human Development 2000 declared the goal to secure for the freedom, well-being, and dignity of all people everywhere. Yeah. The Dignidad's dignity program status, dignity as an institutional deliverable, something as organization provides the population through managed programs with eligibility criteria and compliance requirements. In other words, even the conservative parts of the bill bring the supranational liberal order another step closer to managing humans as a social credit system. The bill Salazar's written treats dignity as something the government creates, conditions, administers, and can withhold. A tradition that runs through the UDHR, through Nussbaum, and through the UN development apparatus. The biblical tradition says dignity exists in the person, and institutions must not violate it. The institutional tradition says dignity requires material conditions. Yes, they will change all the restrictions once they get them green cards. Yes. The Dignidad Act expands the state's role as administrator and guarantor of dignity. So Salazar is not drawing from the Bible. Salazar is being anti-biblical. Furthermore, Salazar is being anti-American. The Founding Fathers designed a system that protects the space in which people pursue their own dignity. The Declaration of Independence speaks of the pursuit of happiness, not its provision. The Constitution does not contain the word dignity. The founders built a containment architecture around an honest assessment of human nature. People have inherent worth. Government didn't create it. And government's job is not to crush it. The Dignidad Act, despite its conservative branding, operates from the opposite assumption that dignity is conditioned. The state must deliver to people through a managed program. Salazar is doing what the institutional environment of Washington expects. The NGO policy shops all operate within this post-UDHR framework. The framework is so pervasive that it feels like common sense. It is the water. And Salazar, like most members of Congress, has never had any reason to examine what's in it. The name is the tell. Dignidad, not liberty, not freedom, not justice, dignity. The word the international institutional order chose as its organizing concept, precisely because it's elastic enough to justify any expansion of institutional authority while sounding just like it belongs to everyone. Salazar chose it. She may not know why, but it felt like the right word. Yeah. And that's why she is probably a piece of garbage that needs to get voted out like crazy. Voted out. So yeah, so that's it. That's crazy, right? She's also Trump's rep in Congress. What's the point anymore? My district is fine. She must be a patriot. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, UDHR stands for Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so not in the Constitution. Oh, I know. The irony is I thought I was voting to oust Louis Frankel all these years. Yeah, you ain't kidding. All right, everybody, I want to thank everybody who's here. We went for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Please remember to hit the like button if you haven't. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I'm going to send everybody over to Joe. If you don't like Joe, tell him so. If you don't like Joe, tell him so. But I like Joe. I'll see you all tomorrow. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.